Alright, looks like we're live. What's going on, everybody?
Much a case of, I like your old stuff better than your new stuff.
Being a supercar, sort of, you would expect the parts and maintenance to be expensive, right? Well, have I got something for you?
Look, if you're an Audi fan watching this, you're going to hate what I'm about to say. Okay, you know what is incredibly tempting? You can potentially have a proper mid-engined German-built supercar for less money than what a brand new BMW M2 is asking. Even if you want the sensational V10 engine as well, you can have that for potentially less than what a brand new BMW M4 is asking. However, before you go rushing out to buy one, like any serious performance car, there is so much you need to watch out for. So how about we take you through all the common complaints and faults, show you how they're aging and what they're like to drive and live with now that they're over 10 years old, and finally answer the big question, should you buy a used Audi R8? First of all though, there is some critical stuff that you need to know. Dude. As you're probably aware, thanks to Volkswagen owning both Audi and Lamborghini, the first generation Audi R8 shares a host of componentry with the Giotto. Not to mention the Italians had a substantial hand when it came to development and all of the calibrations. Initially, the R8 was armed with a 4-point...
As Mongol getting chewed up for this. Currently debating Hassan Live. Thoughts?
I don't give a fuck, they're terrible people, they come from an inferior culture.
Genocide as a systematic killing of a group of people. They have genocide built into Sharia law right now. So
yeah, that's true.
no, I'm not going to cry a fucking river when people who have genocide that's baked into their laws are getting genocided. I don't give a fuck. They're terrible people. It's not even a question. It's crazy that people don't see it that way. They'd be doing the same.
I wouldn't put it quite the same way he did, but surprised Asmongold is sort of based on this topic, although he does think it's a genocide, which is stupid.
Same thing. And how much?
They come from an inferior culture.
How much did they kill? As many as they can. They're not able to kill as many people as Israel because they don't have as many bombs and as many weapons. But if they did, they'd be doing the same thing. That's it.
Yeah, so the stupid part of this is he thinks Israel's committing a genocide, which is retarded.
Just takes enough. That's right. These people are not your allies. They are not the same as us. They come from an inferior culture that is horrible. It kills people for their identity, and it is...
I mean, he's not wrong.
It's directly antithetical to everything Western values stand for, and it is an inferior culture in all ways. It is that simple. No, I don't feel bad for them. I don't feel sorry for them. I don't care. I don't support them.
Well, that's not the worst Israel-Palestine take I've ever seen. Thanks for the donation, though, retard. Random gal donated $2, found someone with a worse accent than Sfarage.
Assalamu alaikum. Why am I a Muslim? After Allah's grace, mercy, and favor, I'm a Muslim for 3 reasons. The first reason, I, like every human being on the face of the earth, am predisposed to believe in Allah, the Creator. Why would he commit suicide? Because he will suffer at this moment and for the second.
Yeah, thanks for the donation, random gal. Donate $2, look at the time, so I'ma just tell you right now, okay? If you want to continue having a job, you better show up on time moving forward. Am I clear? Yes, I'll be sure to be punctual. Thanks for
The weirdest thing about the
Dodo.
Soviet Union is that it was such a weird economic system. Like, imagine saying, like, oh, we're gonna make 10,000 tons of steel, and like, that's it, nothing else. That didn't work, and this is why the Chinese are so devious about it, is that they're being more capitalist than the United States in some regards.
I think on a chips perspective, today in China, it is still quite decentralized. It's not like Alibaba, Baidu, you are the champions, right? You have like DeepSeek, like, who the hell are you? Does government even support you? If you're Xi Jinping and you're scale-pilled, you must now centralize the compute resources, right? Do you just say XYZ company is now in charge and every GPU goes to one place? Then you don't have the same issues as the US, right? In the US, we have a big problem with like being able to build big enough data centers, being able to build substations and transformers and all this. China has no issue with that at all because their supply chain adds like as much power as like half of Europe every year. You want to be able to restrict China from building their own domestic chip manufacturing industry that is better than what we ship them. The ultimate goal being, you know, and if you read the restrictions, like very clear, it's about AI.
All right, well, thanks for the donation, Dodo. Nicholas Tony $2. I just met Earthling Ed in Belgium 3 hours ago. Asked him why he's not using Name the Trait. He said the debates he uploads were filmed a long time ago back when he didn't know about it. That sounds like bullshit. And that he will probably use it now. Also, he said he's a deontologist. That's a little hard to believe. It's also strange how he makes welfarist arguments a lot when he claims to be a deontologist. Thanks for the donation, though, Nicholas.
Good evening, VG. I hope that you are feeling great tonight. So much so as to sing this song for me. This was one of the first songs I listened to when I became a metalhead. Don't scam me, lol.
Alright, I'll sing this for you. Thanks for the donation, Ben. I felt the hate rise up in me, kneel down and clear the stone of leaves. I wander where you can't see. Inside my shell I wait and bleed. I felt the hate rise up in me, kneel down and clear the stone of leaves. I wonder where you can't see. Inside my shell I wait and bleed. Goodbye. I wipe it off the tile, the light. Everything is 3D blasphemy. My eyes are red and gold, the hair is standing up straight. This is not the way I pictured me, I can't control my shakes. How the hell did I get here? Something about this so very wrong. I have to laugh out loud, I wish I didn't like this. Is it a dream or a memory? I felt the hate rise up in me, kneel down and clear the stone of leaves. I wander out where you can't see. Inside my shell I wait and bleed. Right out of my head, cause I don't need this. Why didn't I see this? I'm a victim, Manchurian candidate. I have sinned by just making my mind up and taking your breath away. I have felt the hate rise up in me, kneel down and clear the stone of leaves. I wander out where you can't see. Inside my shell I wait and bleed. I felt the hate rise up in me, kneel down and clear the stone of leaves. I wander out where you can't see. Inside my shell I wait and bleed. You haven't learned a thing, I haven't changed a thing. The flesh was in my bones, the pain is always free. You haven't learned a thing, I haven't changed a thing. The flesh was in my bones and the pain is always free. I felt the hate rise up in me, kneel down and clear the stone of leaves. I wander out where you can't see. Inside my shell I wait and bleed. I felt the hate rise up in me, kneel down and clear the stone of leaves. I wander out where you can't see. Inside my shell I wait and bleed. And it waits for you. Okay. I want to take a nap now. That was very difficult. My throat is extremely sore. Thanks again, though, Ben. I think Slipknot's best song was Psychosocial.
2-litre V8, an extremely close relative to the power plant found in the B7 RS4, sending power to all four wheels via either a fabulous 6-speed manual or a less convincing 6-speed automated single-clutch R-Tronic Auto. Then in 2009, the R8 entered the very seriously big leagues thanks to the inclusion of a 5.2-litre V10. And while this engine is nearly identical to what you'll find lurking in the back of a Lamborghini Gallardo LP564, it was detuned because, heaven forbid, Volkswagen let their more conservative R8 supercar match or potentially outshine their flamboyant Italian cousin. From 2010, drop-top variants joined the lineup. However, in 2013, the range received quite the update. Gone was the clunky old R-Tronic transmission replaced by this S-Tronic, as well as the car receiving a whole bunch of other updates and extra inclusions. Interestingly, the LED headlights fitted to the updated cars were some of the very first fitted to any production car ever. While the 2013 update is regarded as the most substantial, Audi subtly improved the R8 almost every year of its production cycle, including adding more features and optional extras. Plus, if you live here in Australia and you're happy to dig into your wallet with a lot more enthusiasm, pre-update R8s are also available as a carbon edition or the very limited GT spec. That is if you can find one on the used market. They're very rare. Only 333 were ever produced. Post-update, you can try to find a V10 Plus or an LMX, although only 99 LMXs were ever produced, plus the carbon edition returned to the range. However, internationally, well, your selection of special editions blows us out of the water. But where the R8 really starts to become tempting is in what they cost. Early high kilometre V8s, they're kicking off currently from around about $100,000, V10s from about 150 grand. And ignoring the really special edition sort of stuff, pricing currently tops out at around about 200,000 bucks. And look, obviously that is still a boatload of cash, but we are talking seriously mint condition, low kilometre examples.
Hey Richard, the first have been having a hard time reaching orgasm jerking it to your streams lately, and I'm doing everything the same, so it's definitely a you thing, not a me thing. Please work on yourself so I can bust more cum all over my belly and keyboard.
Alright, I'll try my best. Thanks for the donation, Microwave Poop.
And remember, that's still potentially less than a 2023 Porsche 718 GTS. And speaking of the competition, if you want all-wheel drive, serious performance, and all of the theatre that comes with something like this, you really only have 3 other options. The twin under-the-skin Lamborghini Gallardo, the brutally effective yet maybe a little predictable Porsche 911 997 Turbo, and the upstart wildcard, the Nissan R35 GTR. And look, obviously, if you open up the criteria to rear-wheel drive cars as well, there's a whole host of other options. But no matter what car you're looking at buying, especially in this sort of price range, it's critical that you get the best possible finance deal. Make sure you hit the driver link below because they will compare finance packages from loads of different lenders, so you know you're going to get the very best possible deal. Plus, there are no hidden fees. The entire process is done easily. They're actually getting better with age, a bit like Brad Pitt. And even when you compare it to the more recent generation of R8, for me, it's very much a case of I like your old stuff better than your new stuff. For me, it's like perfect car design. The problem I have with the second generation R8 is that it looks a bit like the original, but the video buffering speed has dropped down to about 240p, so it kind of looks like the original, just nowhere near as convincing. Although, I might have a controversial opinion, I prefer the V8 blades over the V10 blades. I get why they've made the V8 ones stick out further, but just for me, I think the V8, it just looks a bit more cohesive. However, unfortunately, all is not fabulous news for the R8. Yes, the sexy looks are amazing, but this sexy exterior, it might be hiding a few gremlins. First of all, and actually speaking of the blades, used examples are becoming a little bit notorious for this leading edge to become chipped. Actually, the same can be said for pretty much the entire front of the car, and the same can be said for the bottoms of the doors and around the rear wheel arches. If you are in the market for one of these, just check the entire car for any signs of bubbling or peeling paint, because a full respray will cost all of the thousands of dollars. Also, make sure you check all of the panel gaps around the entire car, especially around the huge clamshell bonnet. These things are notoriously hard to realign. You need to know if it has been off, why has it been off. Also, check down here for any signs of missing paint because they can start to oxidize there. That means you've got to repaint the entire clamshell. And yeah, bloody expensive. Okay, next up, check that the fog light actually works. The actual placement of it and design, it's really vulnerable to having water get in there. Water gets in the bulb holder and eventually corrodes it and shorts it out. It's not a major issue to fix, just make sure it works. Now, you may have heard some horror stories about the frame cracking, and yeah, this sounds completely catastrophic.
I've been edging to your streams for weeks now and my ball sack is plump as a pumpkin, but the cum is old and probably not good anymore. So is it okay if I pop it through your window and blast the cum all over your vegan face? It would mean a lot to me.
Just come on the floor. Thanks for the donation, microwave my urine. I like Slipknot Psychosocial too. I'll send that for you to sing. Should I wait for you to recharge, or can I send that to you now? Give me like 10 minutes. How long were you doing YouTube before you decided to make it full-time? Well, like, as soon as I started, I pretty much made it a full-time job. And I started making livable income by the 6th month mark, so...
Don't worry about it, it's not a big thing. The R8 specialist that we spoke to mentioned that it only really
GOP has been working non-stop posting horseshit polling data to skew the averages, but they're freaking out internally.
Hey guys, welcome back to today's video. Today is Sunday,
me
October
take a look.
13th, 2024, and today we are going to be talking about a brand new memo that was leaked from the Senate Leadership Fund, a Republican PAC here that focuses tens of millions of dollars in the 2024 Senate races after a new set of polls that they internally conducted, never wanted any of these numbers to be released publicly, found its way to Politico, which Politico reported on it, finding that the internal GOP polling memo says that Senate Republicans are still behind in key and crucial battleground states. And they really go to show that roughly 25, 24, 23 days until Election Day, there is a lot of work the Republican Party needs to do to make up lost ground in these battleground Senate races, and honestly it becomes much more unthinkable that this even comes to reality. And that largely is because the Republican Party started out in the 2024 Senate races at such a major disadvantage. But the fact remains, the Republican Party promised that this leadership fund, the millions of dollars they were going to spend in states like Wisconsin, recently announced 2 days ago, $6.6 million in Wisconsin. And the polling we actually see today actually sheds some light on why the Republicans are targeting, and more so micro-targeting, some of these battleground states rather than a blanket spend because of the numbers they are looking at that were never meant for public eyes. And when Politico captured this, they are right. It is actually, in my opinion, even more than just saying they are still behind in the key Senate races. It shows that there has been minimal movement over the past 6 months, despite tens of millions of dollars, over $100 million spent.
Well, nobody likes the Republicans. That's why. And they've all become crazy Trump fanatics. Thanks for the donation, though, retard.
I'll take the liberty of addressing the elephant in the room. You aren't black. That's a fact. You are brown. Vegan Gains is a fake, he's brown. Like my fart stains. I love your videos though, I really do.
Well, thank you. I'm flattered. Thanks for the donation, high-rank Jew. Kid Boo donated $2, skip to 11, Trump economy was better.
President Trump's plan to homeschool families. All of
Oh my God.
How do you respond to that?
Very easy. Obama has to come out here and take the gap.
How do you respond to that?
Very easily. I was working in finance during Barack Obama's administration. Let me tell you, the economy under his especially the last 5 years, was growing at about 1 to 1.5% per year. I think at the time, President Obama was saying that, this era of large economic growth is something of the past. We're going to have a more consistent economy. Well, in his words, a consistent economy meant one that barely grew. So when Donald Trump came in, he brought his tax cut policy in, which cut taxes across the board for everybody in our country.
It didn't. Yeah, it literally didn't. I think only the top 0.2% actually got any significant tax breaks. And I think the bottom 5% got like $60 off their taxes. That's it.
Couple the fact that he did cut massive regulations from the Obama administration. And what did we see? Economic growth in the United States went from 1.5% under Barack Obama to 3.5% under Donald Trump.
Sure as hell didn't after COVID.
Wages adjusted for inflation, like I said, because it's the truth, increased for every subgroup of Americans.
The economy is growing faster under Biden, so I don't know why.
In our
Great, thanks for the donation, Kid Boo.
The choice is clear in this election. A vote for Trump is a vote for Nazis. So, people like Kid Boo are evil people. He's probably the type of voter like chickens voting for KFC lol dumb N-word.
From a pro-Trump parade in Florida. I don't know if they even realize they're helping Kamala win. Thanks for the donation, though, Ben. What do you think of Silent Hill 2 Remake? It's a trash game, super boring, extraordinarily slow, tedious. It's nothing but a endless series of fetch quests and puzzles to get a key, to open a door, to get another key, to open another door. There's practically no story. There's not really any motivation to keep playing. The combat is just god-awful. It's one of the worst games I've ever played in terms of combat. So it's a terrible game. I wouldn't recommend getting it.
Happy Canadian Thanksgiving, VG. You having any tasty food?
Nope. I don't celebrate Thanksgiving. I'm gonna have a diet break next weekend, but yeah, I'm starving, and I have no energy, and I feel sick. All I want to do is sleep and think about potato chips. I did weigh in at 224 this morning, though, but I am suffering.
¡Detrás de ti, imbécil! ¡Un forastero! ¡Os voy a romper a pedazos! ¡Detrás de ti, imbécil!
PS5 Pro. Yeah, they do look a lot like the Ganados. That's pretty funny. Thanks for the donation, Pumpkin Pie.
It affects the early cars, and even then, those cars have had a massive accident or hit.
Well, the story was getting interesting, but then again, it just fell off a cliff, and then, like, now nothing's happening again. It has terrible pacing. The first section of the game, it felt like there was no story and it was dragging on. Then, a little bit after that, it started getting interesting and there were things that were intriguing that I wanted to learn more about. Then the one character died, like literally the only fucking character in the game, and then it's just boring again.
Something like a gutter full on. Also, Audi fixed the issue from 2011 onwards. Not that it was an issue at all. You're not going to have a problem. Just ignore that. However, something you can't ignore is the issues with the mag ride suspension. Yes, this is fantastic when it works, not so much when it doesn't. The problem is, when we spoke to the R8 specialists and owners, they all mentioned that it's a case of when it breaks, not if it breaks. Now, you can fix this by replacing the suspension with OEM components. However, you're probably just going to have the same problems down the track, plus the OEM components are eye-wateringly expensive. You can ship them off to Poland to get fixed. The problem here is once you add the shipping costs and the waiting time and all that sort of stuff, it's still expensive and bloody annoying. What most of the specialists recommend doing is just ditching the OEM setup and fitting a really premium set of passive struts. With how good passive premium suspension is these days, chances are it's going to offer better ride and handling anyway. And while we're down here, we need to talk about the brakes. This is a serious performance car. It needs serious performance quality brakes, which yeah, they come at an eye-watering cost if you're looking at the OEM replacements. We'd normally recommend checking out some aftermarket brakes, but you've got to remember, these...
Draw anything. Can you draw a durian and underneath write I am not black? Much love, brother.
Sure, I can do that for you. Oh my God. All right, there we go. I am not black. There you go. I hope you enjoyed that. Thanks for the donation, monetary gains. Dodo donated $2 for as bad as Silent Hill 2 is. It's funny watching you play it, like how it's funny watching you play Shenmue. I do enjoy watching you play it. Your reactions and disappointment at the game are funny. Can you play tonight? Yeah, we're gonna play it again tonight. Don't worry. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
These OEM brakes, they were designed to provide maximum stopping power while still being usable every day. The problem with so many of the aftermarket options is that, yeah, they're going to stop you like you'd run into a brick wall, but at the same time, they're just going to squeak like crazy. And look, yes, you can also fit Brembo's economy line of brakes, but if you're looking at driving the car in the way it was intended, shouldn't stopping power trump saving money? Look, overall with the brakes, just spend the money and stick with the OEM stuff. You'll thank me later. And look, obviously the same goes for the tires. Spend the money and get really high quality rubber. If you're looking at one of these and the tires all mismatch or there's some economy range of tire, not a good sign. Shows that the owner has been cutting costs, and that's not good when it comes to an R8. Also on the subject of previous owners, you need to find out as much as you can about how the previous owners cared for the car. With something like this, you have to get a pre-purchase inspection and make sure you also get a vehicle history check. That will tell you if there's any money owing on the car, if it's been stolen, if it's been written off, and to get a period where premium cars had to have a screen of some sort, but at the same time the technology wasn't quite there yet, so they're just utter rubbish. Plus, plenty of owners have had issues with the standard system dropping out, screens locking up, connectivity being an absolute nightmare. They're just terrible. Now, the good news here is that there are plenty of great aftermarket systems that will update this. Plus, it means you then get Apple CarPlay, Android Auto, all the modern connectivity features. However, make sure you use really high quality equipment, because Alex and Sasha that own this car, this has an aftermarket head unit and they've had a whole bunch of issues with it. Just use quality premium stuff. It's a premium car. Next up, a few owners mentioned that the side bolsters on the entry sides of the seats, they can get a bit overly squishy, lose their shape, obviously because you've got to pull some pretty fantastic shapes to get in and out of this. Also, the leather on the base of the seats, especially on some of the earlier models, it can start to get a little bit loose. These are easily fixed. Go to a really high quality upholsterer, they'll fix it straight up. Next up, being a Volkswagen, sorry, Audi of this generation, the HVAC or air conditioning system is known to have a few issues. In fact, the air conditioning switch itself, it can fail, and apparently the replacement part is bloody expensive. Also, a few owners have had issues with their air conditioning compressors and heater valves. So if you are in the market for one of these, try the aircon and the heating in all of its different settings, make sure it works. If it doesn't, you might want to get that wallet warmed up. Now, interestingly, unlike a whole bunch of other Volkswagens and Audis of this generation, these don't seem to suffer from the same huge amount of weird sporadic electronic gremlins that they can. Things like power mirrors, power windows, door lock actuators, the power adjustments for the seats. On these, they all seem to be pretty resilient. Now, speaking of resilience, how's the wear and tear in an R8? Look, obviously every example is going to differ from car to car. In this one, it's got nearly 40,000 kilometers on it. It is used on a pretty regular basis. Excellent for wear and tear. The leather, still super supple. Obviously, you've got your little scuff marks around the doors and the door entries from where your feet scrub when you get in and out. That's to be expected. There's a couple little tiny scratches and little bits of paint kind of going funny here and there, but not at all a problem. It still feels like a whole bunch of other premium cars. Supercar, I completely disagree. I love the fact that it leans into cool. I'm sorry, but in terms of overall practicality, the Porsche wins. Now, in terms
Retard, donate $2. Trump just lost Arizona.
Thank you, Tanya. Oh, beautiful. You look great. Thank you, darling. Also, we have many Azerasians in our room. We have some incredible people in our room. We have so many that we just can't, but...
What's an Azerasian? Did he mean Eurasian? What?
We have some people in our room that I'm not going to mention because, and they fully understand why, because I don't have time. But Robert O'Brien I'm mentioning because he's the one that got the 300 plus people. So Robert O'Brien, please stand up.
What the fuck? I don't even know what the fuck he was trying to say. Thanks for the donation, retard.
in terms of safety...
He meant Arizonan? Azerasians? Arizonan. Like, what? How do you fuck that up?
Features, look, obviously all-wheel drive, huge brakes and wide tyres will do their best to keep you on the road at all times. But what happens when physics takes over? Well, to take you through what safety features you can expect, it does seem only right that we do this in the most German way we possibly can.
Keeping you safe in CR8, you will have forever.
Update dual clutch transmission because plenty of that have driven the old R-Tronic.
He was supposed to say Arizonans. Teleprompter fail.
Yeah, I'm sure it was the teleprompter. Thanks for the donation, retard.
Have been less than complimentary about it. However, the problem here, I think, is that people expect the old R-Tronic to behave like a modern dual clutch transmission. And of course it won't, because it is a completely different style of setup. And also, according to those that appreciate the R-Tronic, or E-Gear, the way Lamborghini call it, if you drive to the transmission's strengths and maybe adjust your driving style a little bit, they think it's a fantastic transmission. In fact, they feel that because it feels a bit more old school, it's actually a more engaging thing to drive. And besides that, any other complaints about the driving experience? No. This is an utterly wonderful car to drive. Actually, you know what? If you're a fan or if you own a second generation R8, you're gonna hate what I'm about to say, But this thing, to drive, is better in every way, in every scenario. In fact, look, I've been so fortunate to drive a whole bunch of R8s. In fact, I had a second gen 2019 example as a press car for a little while. And like, sure, it was faster and it was newer, but who cares? Because honestly, this is better. I remember expecting so much from that car. And look, at the risk of sounding like a complete wanker, I was just left really disappointed. The steering was so light and lifeless, and it was so incredibly well refined that I feel like it didn't really have any character. And look, obviously it was bloody quick and it sounded amazing when you were way high up in the rev range, but you only get to enjoy that sort of stuff very occasionally. This, however, first of all, the steering. Oh my God, it is so good. Even just pulling into a car parking space, it makes you feel involved. And that draws you into the driving experience.
You know, they do suffer from coil and injectors, which causes misfires, but no worse than any other Volkswagen. Oil leaks, look, the valve covers often leak on these. You can change the gasket on the right-hand side, pretty straightforward, but it's recommended if it's leaking on the left-hand side, you replace the whole valve cover because it's got an integrated PCV, which is also problematic. Coolant leaks, they're not too bad, although the expansion tank is really weak and it is prone to just spontaneously splitting open. Audi do have a strap you can retrofit to hold that together. It doesn't stop the leaks though, it just stops the spontaneous explosion. These things have direct injection only now, and they are terribly prone to getting clogged up inlet ports, which can just steal the valuable horsepower. It's done to meet emission standards, and there's the way the breather system's designed, and there's some clever camshaft trickery which sort of exacerbates the problem. They just choke up, and when they do, they most certainly don't meet those emission standards. So you're going to want to get that media blasted, like walnut blasted every few years really to keep it clean. The ball joints on the early V8s, well, Audi don't make them anymore. There are some companies that can sort of rebuild them or recondition them, but if you can't get that, you have to upgrade the whole suspension arm and the hub setup so it's the same as the later model V10, which is eye-wateringly expensive. If you're looking to buy one or if you own one, just check that the release cable for the front trunk actually does work and it is there. If the battery should go flat in these, you can't open that without that, and it's a common problem. Now the V10, look, also remarkably good. There are a few reports of catastrophic engine failure. Yes, that happens, but actually mainly to ones that are heavily modified. If they're standard, they are actually very reliable. Yes, they can have some oil leaks. The dry sump supply and return lines, they can be an issue actually in wet climates. Those pipes can corrode from the outside in and you can end up with leaks, and they can also rub through on their insulation and their mounting points and cause leaks there as well. Underneath the car, right up in the transmission tunnel, under all the covers, there's a heater valve which controls the flow of coolant to the heater. It has it fails occasionally. All heater taps do occasionally, but on these, it's about a $1,000 round trip to replace it. Pretty common problem too. Now, I know Adam already mentioned
LVG is a pussy. LVG is all talk, no walk. LVG loves me. Inverted question mark inverted question mark inverted question mark inverted question mark LVG loves when I inverted question mark 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 inverted question mark.
Oh, well, thank you for that, I'm Niagara. Appreciate the donation, dude. Handsome Pancakes donated $2. Oh my god, I like Handsome Pancakes. Oh my god. What the hell? He does look like a pancake, and he's very handsome. Oh my god. That is a really nice prairie dog enjoying a snack. That's amazing. Oh my god. Oh. Is that a sweet potato? Is he eating a little sweet potato? He looks like a sweet potato. Oh my god. That's amazing. Oh. Oh my god. They're so nice. Look at them. So handsome. Oh. That's a nice turkey. Oh. Wow. Oh my goodness, that's a nice turkey. Oh my god. What a sweet turkey. Aw, look at him. Just spending some time pecking. Aw. So sweet. Aw, I want a pet turkey. They look so nice. Wow, so handsome. Oh. Oh my god, that's a nice sheep. Sheep are really nice. So fuzzy. Oh my god, that's a nice fuzzy sheep. Wow. Thanks for the donation, Handsome Pancakes.
Read for
Retard.
me.
Let me see. Author of the New York Times piece weighs in, and it's exactly what you'd expect. Hi, I'm Emily. Unfortunately, those things that you think are known are not true. While Israel has killed hundreds of people in several flower massacres, that is just horseshit. I'm quite unaware of Hamas shooting anyone trying to access aid. Okay. This confirms it. This guy absolutely fucking lied in the New York Times article. I think all those fucking x-ray photos are doctored. This guy's clearly a fucking insane jihadist. Hamas certainly does not shoot and torture dissidents. Yes, they do. They even torture and kill members of Hamas, while Israel shoots and tortures Palestinians only on a truly industrial scale. As far as Hamas maximizing civilian deaths as a strategy, that's absolutely false. This is an asked and answered question. Amnesty International and Human Rights Watch both addressed it explicitly in their reports on Operation Cast Lead, as did the UN fact-finding mission headed by lifelong lover of Israel, Richard Goldstone, as did the American National Lawyers Guild. Everyone who seriously investigated or investigates the question finds that Hamas does not utilize human shields. So he's lying. I know for a fact, so he mentioned Amnesty International, right? Yeah. Amnesty International doesn't explicitly state that they use human shields, but they very, very strongly imply it. They acknowledge that they set up military infrastructure in places like hotels, apartments, schools. They've explicitly stated this. And they've also acknowledged that Hamas does not build any civilian shelters for any bombings. So they haven't explicitly stated it outright, but he's just lying. All of this is a fucking lie. All of these organizations acknowledge Hamas uses human shields. Everyone who seriously investigates the question finds that Hamas does not utilize human shields. By contrast, Israel has a long and heavily photographically documented history of using not only Palestinians but young children as human shields. I don't even know what the fuck he could possibly mean by that. Okay, yeah. So that New York Times article is complete and utter bullshit. This confirms it. They absolutely faked the those x-ray photos, and they're lying. They're just flat out lying about seeing kids shot in the head every fucking day. By the way, there's literally video footage that was released like a couple weeks ago of Hamas stealing aid trucks so that they could sell it for a profit and make money and shit. They've also gunned down one of the aid workers because she wouldn't give Hamas any of the aid that was meant for civilians. This guy is completely and utterly full of shit, and he's a fucking jihadist whack job. New York Times guest essay shredded online after claiming IDF targets Gazan children. New York Times opinion essay, 65 doctors, nurses, paramedics, what we saw in Gaza, from October 9th blew up over the weekend as weapons and forensic ballistic experts debunked and questioned X-ray images featured in the piece claiming to be 5.56 caliber bullets on the skulls of Gazan children. So, some of those rounds clearly aren't 5.56 caliber rounds. Secondly, they also appear to be stretched or cropped in a weird way. So they don't match the dimensions of a 5.56. The actual impact of a 5.56 bullet was nowhere close to what these images claim to be, but this thread on X, formerly Twitter, gathers various inputs across the platform with no exit wounds present, skull fractures, or change in the shape of the bullets. The authenticity of these X-rays was concluded as being highly problematic. Emily Schrader, oh, she's a journalist. I know, she was on Piers. Completely fake news in order to falsely accuse the IDF. According to analysis from numerous ballistic experts, radiologists, trauma nurses, medics, and more, to be digitally altered or completely falsified. New York Times needs to answer for this. Yeah, they're clearly, it's obvious now, especially with the statement from that New York Times doctor guy. These are fake. I'm convinced now they're completely fake. This suggests, in short, that the New York Times did not verify the information in the piece adequately before it was published, thereby allowing lies to be platformed by the public. Here are two extensive examinations of the X-ray images. As a former law enforcement officer, Ret Special Forces soldier, Green Beret, and sniper, feel confident saying I know the effects of 5.56 NATO M855. New York Times lied or failed to verify the information presented to them. This is based on the MV and BC ballistic coefficient of the M855 ball, currently being used by the IDF. Analysis, Dr. Mimi stated she worked in Khan Yunis. Oh, I think we already read that on a previous stream from that guy, yeah. Forensic medical evidence provided here. So she's a forensic ballistic specialist. Wanted to respond to your post. Some facts that will demonstrate just how deliberately dishonest and accurate both your posts and this article are. Just a second. Avi's messaging me.
LLLLLLLLLLLVG, you are an Avi simp. Avi and cuck yourself are both narcissistic Trump tards. Avi is your daddy, cuck yourself and Jasmine are secretly cheating on you LLLL Richard you are a moron you like to suck Avi's PP more than Jasmine likes to suck Isaac's PP.
No, but thanks for the donation, Avi Simp.
This is literally how every conversation goes with conservatives the moment you bring up how unhinged and awful Trump is. Pivot to immigration and fearmonger over and over and over again.
Sick people, radical left lunatics who should be handled by the National Guard or the military. And then later on in that same speech, he said that one of the lunatics he addressed was Congressman Adam Schiff. That's who he was talking about using the National Guard and military against. Radical left lunatics, enemy from within, people like Adam Schiff.
Again, Jake, I don't think that and again, I can't.
I'm just reading
I can't
his
speak
quotes.
for him. But I do think that you are misinterpreting and misrepresenting his thoughts. I do believe, again, it's all around the fact that we have had an unprecedented number of illegal immigrants come over the border in an unconstrained, unrestrained fashion. The Biden-Harris administration has allowed it to happen. It was their policies. They did not fix it. And as a result, we do see a substantial number of folks who are violent criminals, folks who have been identified as national security threats here. And in fact, just 2 weeks ago, we in fact had senior people from our national security apparatus say that there's 15,000 violent felons in the United States. They have no idea where they are. That is what I believe the president is referring to. I don't think that he's referring to elected people in America. But
I'm literally reading his quotes. I'm literally reading his quotes to you, and I played them earlier so you could hear that they were not made up by me. He's literally talking about, quote, radical left lunatics, and then one of those lunatics he addressed, he mentioned, was Congressman Adam Schiff.
So, yeah. Don't acknowledge anything Trump actually said that could be problematic, and then just complain about immigrants. That's the playbook. Thanks for the donation, Omni Vegan. The damage to the body by bullet shot depends on the weapon and caliber used. Small, low caliber pistol will always have less damage than high caliber 5.56. Most important factor that determines level damage is velocity. 5.56 high velocity rifles used by the IDF have higher velocity, damage to the skull. None of the most obvious types of damage from any gunshot wound to the head. Nevertheless, 5.56 high velocity rifle shot are visible. When the bullet hits the skull at high velocity, it bevels into the skull, which means as it's passing through the skull, the immediate entry is small and clean, whereas the exit at the front of the skull inside the head is wider and flared. It splinters and skull bone on entry and create bone shards that then move with the bullet and cause even more damage. Once the bullet enters the head, especially at high velocity, it heats up and creates a shockwave in front of the bullet, which widens as the bullet travels through the head, causing more damage. The brain is a solid, soft, and highly inelastic organ, which means the damage to the brain is such that it literally mushes. The shockwave on entry causes external gases to enter the head in front of the bullet, and thus significant displacement of brain matter very rapidly, which in turn causes the head to expand rapidly, thus causing primary, secondary fractures in various areas of the skull. None such fractures are visible in the X-ray. They'd be missing half their head if they were shot with the 5.56. Back to the velocity of the 5.56 rifle. For any bullet to stop in the area shown in the X-ray image, the bullets would need to travel at a very low velocity. That means either bullets were fired from a low velocity small caliber pistol, or the rifle shots would need to have been fired from a very long distance, many hundreds of meters. It would have to be like close to 600-700 meters at least, with pinpoint accuracy. When looking at the images, the caliber of bullets are not the same. The first image has a much shorter bullet than the second, meaning it could not be the same caliber. Yeah, these are clearly not the same caliber bullets. Like, the dimensions are entirely different on all of them. So this is shorter, fatter. This is extremely large. And this one, again, very small and slightly thinner compared to this one. Like, it's just ridiculous. Now, if the children were deliberately shot in the head and neck, it would mean it would be from close range with a high-velocity rifle. Bullet would never stop so quickly, ever. For any of the x-rays to be true, these would need to be low-velocity pistols, not high-velocity rifles. Distance of fire would still not be very close range, as the damage is not significant enough. Quite happy for any ballistics expert to come and debate the post, yeah. And these testimonies are not proof that these casualties are the result of IDF fire. Hamas they also execute civilians. They also use 5.56 caliber rifles. They do have some ARs and some AR-18s. Yeah, so this guy is an absolute liar. These images, pretty much 100% guaranteed, are fake. Thanks for the donation, though, retard. Tourette's Syndrome donated $2. How did you meet Dr. Avi N-word? I think Isaac introduced me to him on Facebook. Thanks for the donation, though, Tourette's Syndrome.
Israel deliberately attacked UNIFIL personnel is completely false. It's exactly the opposite. Israel repeatedly asked UNIFIL to get out of harm's way. It repeatedly asked them to temporarily leave the combat zone, which is right next to Israel's border with Lebanon. In fact, on the day that Israel began its ground operation next to our border with Lebanon, we asked them specifically, please leave this area so you're not harmed. Israel is not fighting UNIFIL. It's not fighting the people of Lebanon. It is fighting Iran's proxy Hezbollah, which uses Lebanese territory to attack Israel. Hezbollah attacked Israel last year without any provocation on October 8th, a day after the Hamas massacre. And it's continued to attack us ever since by launching over 10,000 rockets and missiles at Israel. Hezbollah uses UNIFIL facilities and positions as cover while it attacks Israeli cities and communities. These attacks have claimed the lives of many Israelis, including yesterday. Israel has every right to defend itself against Hezbollah and will continue to do so. We regret.
Am I going to watch the new Dexter series? No. Yeah, definitely not.
Any harm done to UNIFIL personnel, and the IDF is doing its utmost to prevent such incidents. But the best way to ensure the safety of UNIFIL personnel is for UNIFIL to heed Israel's request.
What's insane is they are literally acting as human shields for Hezbollah. It's unreal. We're living in literal fucking crazy land. What's so hilarious too, and it just shows you the widespread anti-Semitism within the UN. The UN made a resolution to demilitarize southern Lebanon and to completely remove Hezbollah forces from southern Lebanon. They never enforced it, but when Israel ended up attacking Hezbollah, they literally come in and act as human shields for Hezbollah. So where the fuck were you when it came to enforcing the UN resolution? But as soon as Israel goes to war with Hezbollah, after literally like decades of them not abiding by the UN resolution, suddenly they fucking come in. It's crazy.
Jewish people, welcome back to ancestral. living. It's a term that we often hear about when thinking about people like Liver King, Carnivore MD, and many others that we've talked about on this channel. And it seems, oddly enough, that at some point, everything goes south for carnivore advocates. I don't know why, but it does seem that's the truth. We discussed on this channel how Liver King went from this extremely healthy, embracing guy to someone who's ripping cigarettes and drinking beers. We talked about Godis's attempted murder and now that he's out wanted by the government, and all sorts of other weirdos at this point. Now, I don't think that all of these guys are freaks, but I do think that a lot of them are smoking something of a different strain from what the rest of us got. So let me just show you another individual who has taken things to the extreme. Frank Tufano. Frank Tufano.
Somebody touch my spaghetti!
He is a protege of most of the carnivore advocates out there doing the whole raw meat eating,
Frank
blood
is
drinking
really
kind
gross.
of thing. Selling books in his way of life for a profit. Discussing that we as humans have forgotten our wisdom from long past. Teaching now that the foundation of the carnivore diet is much more healthy.
Retard donated $2. Read the article a little more. It goes into the history of that particular medical organization's inflammatory misinformation.
Questions for you Zeos and your racist followers. What even gives Israel a right to exist regarding of their war crimes? What gives Canada or the US the right to exist? And since prior to 1948 and beyond, what takes away Palestine's right to exist?
So Palestine never existed as a state. There was never any state called Palestine. So I guess that would be one of the reasons. Palestinians had every fucking opportunity to create their own state, but they never did. Even when they were under control of Egypt and Jordan, they never did. There were attempts at land for peace deals since 1952. And again, they rejected every single fucking proposal because they don't care about establishing a state. They just want to kill Jews and destroy Israel. That's it. So they don't want a state. This idea of they want a state and they want self-determination, it's a cynical ploy to get sympathy from the international community when all they want to do is kill Jews. Secondly, Zio is a racist pejorative term that was made up by a KKK member to refer to Jews and Zionists. So funny how you're calling me racist. And what gives Israel a right to exist? I don't know. Let's see. They were buying land in that area of that was referred to as Palestine. So many Jews literally legally bought land there. That territory was owned by the British after the fall of the Ottoman Empire. And there was a British mandate and a UN mandate to allow the creation of the State of Israel. So go fuck yourself. Thanks for the donation, dumbass. To deny that Hamas use human shields and claim Israel does, whilst denying that maximizing civilian deaths is in Hamas's interest, is not only delusional, it is an intentional, blatant lie. There are countries, journalists, international bodies, UN included, which have confirmed the use of human shields. It's bizarre how he'd say. He said the UN said they don't use human shields. The UN has absolutely stated Hamas uses human shields. Hamas leaders like Sinwar have even been outspoken on the role innocent civilians play in the strategy to defeat Israel. PAMA's roots. But more than that, the organization that sent these doctors into Gaza as volunteers, Palestinian American Medical Association, has a history entangled with the Council on American Islamic Relations, U.S. organization that has been tied to terror groups. Let me see. I will question the motives of any organization that routinely collaborates with CARE, the US-based Hamas front group, and hosts anti-Semite extraordinaire Linda Sarsour. Oh yeah, she's a fucking absolute insane whack job. I think she's outright explicitly said she wants every fucking Jew to die. It appears that Palma is no stranger to outright disinformation. The proof is in the pudding for this New York Times piece as well. Proof the piece was authored by a Palma volunteer, as was the person who supplied the images, Dr. Mimi Syed. It's a shame because I'm sure Palma has done important work in Gaza with those tragically impacted by the war, but there's no excuse for joining the disinformation campaign. The article authored by Palma Medical Mission volunteer Dr. Feroz Sidwa, and the New York Times, entitled 65 Doctors, Nurses, Paramedics. What We Saw in Gaza is a must-read. Okay, so right. So they got the x-rays from one single person who is probably working with Hamas. That is crazy. The New York Times has literally become either just absolutely retarded, or they deliberately ran that piece because they're ideologically opposed to Israel, or it was purely cynical and they figured the story would just get a lot of news and make money. But the idea that you would take questionable X-ray photographs from one single person who's Palestinian, who works for a Palestinian organization that is clearly anti-Semitic and supports Hamas. That is just nuts. Dodo donated $2. Scroll up and read main post by Vice Guard, then read the thread. I have family members that think trickle-down economics is the only economic policy that works. That's just how economics works. Trickle-down economics is being completely debunked. Norway wanted to increase tax revenue by $146 million. To achieve this, the wealth tax was raised. The result, however, was slightly different. Individuals worth $54 billion left the country. This led to $594 million less wealth tax revenue. I don't think that's even true. Wasn't just the wealth that left, it was the brains that created it? Yeah, sure. Welcome to Norway. After that flop, they didn't come to their senses. No, instead they made an exit tax. It's pretty basic stuff. If you raise taxes, highest net worth individuals will find a way to avoid them. By the way, this isn't true, especially in countries with an extremely large domestic market like the United States. Even if you raise taxes to like 90%, once you get past a certain post, they don't leave because the domestic market is so large, there's no point. I don't even know if that's true. What's the, there's literally no source for this. So I'd want to fact check that, but these people are fucktarded. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Adam Gugamos, $20. Hey, Richard and chat. On a serious note, try taking it easy on non-vegans that didn't make it to the COVID 1.0 party like we did. They're dealing with vegan 2.0 second generation, which is the SARS-CoV-2. They smoke and weed and cigarettes. Time will tell. Okay. Thanks for... I don't know what that was. Thanks for the donation, Adam.
healthy than other alternatives.
Just about everything we've been told our entire lives is incorrect. From diet to sun, water, and exercise. The modern culture we've grown up in has reduced our quality of life, and for some less fortunate, destroyed it.
He has several courses for sale, such as a fitness routine, which can't be very good in my honest opinion, and of course a lot of detailed instructional things on how to do the carnivore diet. More than that though, which is really impressive, and maybe I need to increase my prices, for an email consultation he charges $150, for an hour-long call it's $300, and for the special price of $500 you'll get 1 hour call times 2 with Frank. Now before we get too far into the weeds, let's back up a little bit and talk about some more of the nuance. Frank Tufano started his YouTube career about 8 years ago. He deleted hundreds of videos, so they're hard to piece together as far as where he started and where he's at now, but rest assured it was somewhere around 8 to 10 years ago. He got on YouTube and started posting about his double jaw surgery. Essentially, he had reconstructive surgery on his jaw to change its position. He made a series of videos discussing the post-op experience.
Hi, what's going on? This is the first post-surgery video. It is Friday, May 27th, approximately 3 days after the surgery.
This young Frank, looking quite beat up and bruised, had a very highly invasive surgery, and you could tell because his mouth was sewn shut for several weeks. Now after these videos, you'll see that Frank quickly graduates to talking more about the carnivore diet. First addressing Jordan Peterson as being wrong about his take on the carnivore diet, him mentioning that Jordan Peterson saying you just need to eat muscle meats is completely impractical and not a healthy piece of advice.
The first thing is the satiation aspect. People are saying eat as much as you want, your body needs nutrition, you need to eat, you need to eat. Okay, your body needs nutrition, but you're telling someone to eat 6 pounds of grain-fed beef? Like, that is the stupidest thing I've heard. Like, you're telling someone to eat the least nutrient-dense animal food because their body needs nutrition. Do you have any brain cells? I'm serious question.
And in this video, you can see that Frank is quite witty. He looks young, has glowing skin, and I would say that it's something most of us would aspire to do, or to look like, or to embody. Now, keep this in mind. Interestingly, a mere few months later, he posted a video saying, ending my YouTube channel, which evidently he didn't do, but in this video, he was saying that people were in his comments saying that he doesn't have the credentials to be showing people the carnivore diet, and therefore he didn't want to get any hate.
For a lot of reasons, I think I'm going to no longer be making YouTube videos, mainly because of my lack of credibility in any professional training, whether you consider a doctor or a famous person or whoever's advice, someone who did something for a long period of time. I don't really have any of those, and I get discredited a lot whenever I make a video or what I say. I don't really have a support group. You know, I don't really feel like I fit in anywhere with my sort of diet or lifestyle, and I just feel like I'm kind of doing things for no reason. I feel like I have this information that's, you know, can help out a lot of people, and I'm just giving it away for free, and I'm getting the opposite reaction that I actually want to.
Frank also felt as if he lacked production quality. He mentioned that professionally, he lost some opportunities due to his YouTube channel.
I never understood how in one hand we had Lenny being into black trannies but on the other token call black people racist terms. He even had a black woman twerk on him with Robzilla recording it on YouTube.
Well, he hates black men, but he likes black women. So, he's also just a massive hypocrite. Like, he thinks being gay is wrong, but he, like, sucks trans girls' dicks. Like, it doesn't make any sense. Thanks for the donation, though, Johnny Bravo.
Channel not being of the highest quality and had to remove several videos, which made me wonder, what would someone have to post on YouTube to get opportunities taken away from them, employment opportunities? It would...
Dodo donated $2. For some reason, when you clicked the image on the tweet, it reset the thread and gave you random comments to read, but I linked a thread where some guy completely debunked it. Yes, the infographic is a lie. Well, I would assume so. I've literally never seen any research ever showing that increasing tax rates causes, like, the wealthy to flee. Never seen that. Factually inaccurate, the highest sourced number for wealth that left is 46 billion kroner, 4.3 billion. Other estimates have it lower. 1.1% of that is 47 million. So by the same math, it increased net revenue. Yeah. So Norway's wealth tax increased raised revenue. Yeah. So figured that was bullshit. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Have to be something pretty damning, pretty serious. Well, here's actually where things get really interesting. Frank has a sister who is mentally disabled, in which he blames the lack of nutrition that his mother had for causing that mental disability. Not because she couldn't eat the nutrition, but just because she didn't have the understanding of how to eat appropriately. This made me ponder some of the videos he was posting, and I can't prove this, however, there is many comments suggesting that these allegations could be real. He essentially made videos where he claimed things like autism isn't a real disease and that you can fix these birth defects by eating correctly and even more specifically using the carnivore diet. Which, hey, there's some truth to that, but most mental disorders, as you and I would know, are mostly congenital. They happen before the birth or even conception has been cultivated. We see the defects within the genetic encoding. It's not necessarily happening as the baby is being birthed or in the pregnancy in and of itself. Now, sure, there's things like drinking and smoking and doing other drugs that can manipulate the fetus, but that is pre and post pregnancy areas where you are highly advised about these things. When we're talking about nutrition, yes, you not having an adequate nutrition can affect your baby's metabolic rate, how much muscle they'll come out of the womb with, and many other things, but it generally won't affect their mental well-being as long as they have the basic nutrients to function as a living human being. Most mental orders are preordained. It doesn't matter how you eat as a mother. However, of course, like I said, living bad lifestyle habits isn't going to help, and it can induce mental disabilities if you're drinking things like alcohol or doing various drugs or completely avoiding food at all costs. However, it seems like some of these radical claims saying carnivore can fix mental disorders in a fetus, that was what caused a critical view by some of his employers. Well,
21st Savage, $22. Dude, just look at what's happening to New York. The tax rate is super high. People are fleeing New York and going to places like Texas and Florida that have no income tax. Look at all the communist countries.
I love the fact that you're calling me racist for using slurs against a nationalist group when you refer people with Arab names as 9/11 sounding and insults their prophet. You must be quite an influencer for veganism, LOL. Fuck Zios and Israel. Free Palestine.
That's great. Go fuck yourself. Thanks for the donation, dipshit. Yeah, so raising the tax rate does not seem to reduce tax revenue. That was the claim. I've not seen any fucking research suggesting otherwise. Yeah, some people leave for better economic opportunities. That doesn't mean raising the tax rate lowers revenue. I'd also like an explanation for other ways you can raise revenue. New York has extremely high fucking, costs to run the city. Especially recently, like they have to fix their transit infrastructure. They're having issues supporting the school system. So yeah, they have to raise revenue somehow, right? Are you going to pull money out of your ass? Thanks for the donation, dumbass.
This, of course, didn't stop him. Even though he made a video saying he's going to quit his YouTube channel, he surely didn't. After he mentioned he deleted several hundreds of videos, he continued to make more not long after he posted this one. A lot more, for nearly 6 years, almost posting daily. However, these videos were a lot more censored and someone might call appropriate. I think he was kind of concealing some of the opinions that got him in trouble before. Now, this doesn't mean that all of his videos were void of some questionable behaviors or statements. For example, he made a video labeled Baby Formula and and facial development. In this video, he claims people are saying that the bags under his eyes make him look unhealthy and has become quite a contentious point within the criticism of his comments.
Some people said, at least online, that I don't look well or that I look unhealthy, but let me tell you something. In person, although, you know, I have very like radiant skin, almost glossy, so I've never gotten that in person, although I guess I could see in some videos why you would say that I'm relatively, well, very pale and have some slight bags under my eyes. I think don't look so good is the opposite of what I am, to be honest. But this video is just going to address the bags under my eyes and just talk about that and things related to that.
He goes on to claim that baby formula gave him poor facial development and describes how he was a triplet, and out of the triplets, he was the one that had a receding chin, and his postulation was that it was because he got fed soy formula as a child compared to his twin brother who got goat milk. He thinks this was a pretty clear reason as to why his eyes and jaw, which did require surgery, were completely malformed.
So here's me, my brother, and my sister, and we're going to look at the jaw structure and the eyes real quick.
21st Savage Night-Tellers, you have no fundamental understanding here. You can raise revenue by taxing the fuck of rich people. But guess what? These people will create fewer jobs than they otherwise would have. The government overpays for everything, and you want them to have more money. Again, there's no evidence for that. During the greatest period of economic growth in the United States, people were taxed 90%. Once they made over $300,000. So if taxing the rich reduces economic growth, please explain to me how the United States had the greatest economic growth with that tax policy during the period between the 1940s to 1970s. Secondly, you didn't provide any evidence for your fucking initial claim that raising raising taxes lowers tax revenue. So nothing you're saying makes any fucking sense, and we could see this with Trump. He lowered taxes. There's been less economic growth compared to under Biden, and he massively increased the national debt. So it created a reduction in revenue. He had to insanely raise the national debt, and it didn't create any greater economic growth. You're a fucking moron. Thanks for the donation, 21st Savage.
Frank's eyeshadow looks way worse than mine. Lol. And I only get 4 to 6 hours of sleep per night, even on my off days.
That is probably not enough sleep. You should try getting more sleep, Grey Knight. But I think it's just the way Frank's face... Well, actually, no. Frank has admitted he has a lot of trouble getting to sleep. He's had terrible sleep his whole life, so... might have something to do with that. Thanks for the donation, though, Grey Knight.
So, my brother, who was fed goat milk formula, has some bags under his eyes, but relatively wide jaw. You could see my sister's face here. As you could see, she has, you know, relatively poor facial symmetry, like her cheeks are bloated, her chin is receding, she has bags under her eyes. Here's me. Although my cheeks aren't as puffy and swollen as hers, I do have some slightly puffy and swollen cheeks. My chin is receding, and if you look at the bag eyes between me and my sister, mine might be a little worse, but they're about the same. Me and my sister were fed soy formula. My brother was fed goat milk formula, so the only thing that makes sense to me is that there are more nutrients in goat milk formula, and that's what attributed to my brother's superior facial development.
However, he is Italian, which eye bags are a common trait when you are Italian. It's not an actually bad thing in some instances. Think about Sylvester Stallone. And truly, I believe this to the bottom of my soul, I don't think the formula had anything to do with malformation of specific structural components of his body. Now, I'm not here to argue that soy milk is as healthy as other variations, especially actual breast milk, because that is very clearly understood. However, I would argue that it's not going to make a big difference in terms of facial structure. Okay, so fast forward, and he continues to do a little bit of contentious stuff still, one of which he was eating rotten meat, raw, why people do this, I don't really understand. We talked about Goatus eating high meat, which is essentially the meat that is rotten and raw, and the reason it's called high meat is because it creates a sense of euphoria after eating it. In the instance of Goatus, it gave him a flesh-eating bacteria, which he had to remain in the hospital for it to get treated. In the instance of Frank, he seems to be fine and did it a little bit better, I guess, but maybe this is just more of a clear depiction of his character versus anything. Because ultimately, shortly after this video, he starts eating raw fish organs, which I think is absolutely grotesque. Now, in complete honesty, in reviewing Frank's content, there is a lot of agreeable things that he has to say. He discusses the misconceptions with red meat being unhealthy, he discusses salt being wrongly taught as bad for you, and he discusses that vitamins are not needed if you are already eating a nutrient-dense diet, as you should be. These are all very agreeable things that have legitimate claims behind them. But at this point, around 6 years ago, Frank didn't have a ton of viewers. His videos didn't get a massive amount of traction. He would sure get the occasional video that had 5 to 6K thousand views, but that's about it. Most of his videos were underperforming around a few hundred views. However, for the most part, his YouTube seemed to just be him posting his unfiltered, unedited thoughts about the carnivore diet and the lifestyle. But just about a year later, he really started to level up his titles and thumbnails. At this point, his thumbnails were a lot more catchy and clickable, and his titles invoked a feeling of questioning, of what could he be talking about. And so the views corresponded. He got about 10K views per video. Some videos in which he labeled drinking blood were in the thumbnail, you could see him with blood dripping down the sides of his face like a vampire. Or other videos where he reacts to people eating like a vegan diet, other influencers. In specific, he talked about a Norwegian female as she was vlogging, and he reacted to it talking about her diet and how it was specifically aging her. This video achieved a substantial 232K views for the first time ever on his channel, and this therefore was ingrained in him to be his newfound tactic for getting promotional views. And this seems to be a tactic that many carnivores take, reacting to people in their diets and talking about how bad and lesser than they are as a human being for eating that specific diet. Also talking about people's physical appearance as an outward show of their internal health, which I think most of you can pick apart the flaws in that logic. For instance, genetically speaking, people age at many different rates. You have some people who age biologically very fast, so they could be 70 years old but die of a heart attack and already developed dementia. You could have other people who are aging quite fast on the skin, but their biological age is quite young, and so they live into their 100s with a clear mind and able body. The biological age that you have isn't necessarily tied to your physical outward appearance. It is more of a marker of internal health and how your organ systems are functioning, which is the main system that keeps you online. And yes, your skin is an organ, but it is a protective organ. It is meant to get damaged just like a shield would be in battle. You're protecting yourself against UV rays all day, multiple forms of toxins and pollutants that hit and enter our skin, and then our skin has to shed itself to get rid of these things. It is by nature an organ that is supposed to age. There is some things that could tie this together when looking at vegan.
The fuck is this shit? That's fucked up.
It's like a spider dog. Yeah, that's a very strange dog. Thanks for the donation, Killing Titan.
In 2023,
vegans, such as the lack of collagen proteins or amino acids like proline. However, I would still say that a vegan is going to be beyond healthier compared to a normal person, a general population person, because they're going to have a leaner body mass index and they're
hey, there you go.
Generally going to have greater internal organ health. And so saying that their physical appearance is bad doesn't really give me any indication that you know more of what you're talking about than the other person. And because a person ages after 6 to 7 years isn't really an outstanding fact. And in fact, a person ages most when they're going from 18 to 30s, and then thereafter, that's where the aging process generally slows down until you get into your later 50s again. But this is now our new meta for Frank. He simply reacts to people's poor diets, critiquing them, and specifically specifically grifting about the vegan diet, even bringing up our old friend from the channel, Vegan Gains, quite a few times actually. He seems to not very much so like Vegan Gains. As we go down this funnel of newfound content creation, we start to see Frank posting more frequently with unique thumbnails and titles. As a side note, this is his workout program. Why you don't need to bench press. Tell me if you think his workout program is worth buying. But shortly after, Frankie peaks around 2018, where he had really high quality thumbnails and stellar titles. We see a sharp decline in his content after this though. His views and overall subscriber count seem to decline precipitously. But why is that? What is changing? Well, it seems from just a brief overview of his channel content, he starts to get more skeptical and say things that are a bit more outlandish than what he was doing before. It seems that his content started to get more volatile. With videos labeled around this time period, Why Did the Tigers Get Sick?, in which he claims that tigers get sick because of cell towers.
Why did the tigers at the Bronx Zoo get sick? I got an idea.
Is that possibly why the tigers at the Bronx Zoo got sick? Because there is a giant cell antenna pointed at the Bronx Zoo.
And supposedly we must all get very ill from this too. He also
What an insane thing to say.
frequents New York, so he should be very sick, but ultimately that doesn't seem to be the case. And in a video titled "No More Nutrition?" spent 30K on YouTube, he talks about his videos being suppressed due to the things that he talks about, in depth explaining that the government is...
Oh yeah, this was when he was on steroids. You know, by the way, look at the shape of his jaw when he was on steroids versus when he came off. The, what is it? The maxilla muscles or whatever in the face, they tend to enlarge when you take steroids. You can tell he has this like big fucking protruding jaw muscle all of a sudden when he was on fucking gear. Like, the muscles in your face don't just get larger from fucking lifting weights.
Keeping him down and suppressing his view counts on his channel. Interestingly, taking no care to admit that the subjects of his videos seemed to rapidly change and the quality of his videos had suddenly declined after his peak in 2018. As well as Frank's character changed a lot over this.
And to answer Frank's question, no, they got sick because they got COVID.
Yeah, probably. That would be a better explanation. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Period of time. He initially was very shy and humble, even admitting in that first video we talked about where he was thinking about deleting.
Thoughts on Hani Rambod? Oh, that guy. I don't really know anything about him, so...
his YouTube channel that he didn't know at all and he didn't have all the credentials in the world, to now posting videos where he is assuredly the subject matter expert and everyone should listen to him, confidently assuring the audience that cell towers make animals sick and that you should buy his fitness programs. He would continue to make content, however, talking about various different influencers and their unhealthy diets, and then discussing almost just about anything: China, politics, animals, trucks, cars, restaurants. I mean, there was really nothing specific in his niche anymore. He would literally talk about everything. And then suddenly, he gets sued by Paul Saladino, the other carnivore maniac. Paul sued him for selling similar products and supplements and stealing his intellectual property. In the video, he talks about this and how he was bankrupt before by another lawsuit that he had from Paul, and he mentioned that Paul was just afraid of Frank and that's why he was doing this. He, in fact, was stealing Frank's idea, and therefore Paul Saladino is the one that's the bad guy and trying to get away from stealing his intellectual property. Yet later he claims in this exact video that he can't defend himself in court because the higher powers are against him. There's secret societies out there that will not let him win in this court battle. But sadly, shortly after this video, he made another video claiming that he has now quit the carnivore diet after 8 years because it made him feel like garbage, and possibly because of the lawsuit. I'm not so sure. I hope you see a trend here. Frank has a history of being a bit less than what you might call stable. He bounces around radical ideas in an information bubble that just has people...
Yeah, look at his jaw here versus when he was on steroids. His jaw got way fucking larger. Absolutely convinced he was taking steroids.
people agreeing with him all day. And something happened recently that completely disfigured Frank, however, and I think a lot of people pointed it out. The loyal audience he had suddenly started to question his actions, which is what we're here to talk about. What I find interesting is the people that claim the most natural lifestyles and the most holistic ancestral lifestyles seemingly do the most unnatural things, like Liver King taking growth hormone. But of course, just like his double jaw surgery, Frank had another surgery to fix his baggy eyes. Again, sort of like Sylvester Stallone had, and made billions of dollars off that look. He was quite insecure about these eyes. He mentioned them a lot in his videos, but oddly, it's something I don't think many people even cared about, as he was notably a very attractive figure. He was a very dapper dude, a lot more so than most dudes out there in the space. That wasn't enough, however. He did get reconstructive surgery around his eyes to improve the situation, but this is where things went terribly wrong.
Alright guys, we're going to do an eye surgery update because it's had such a negative impact on every aspect of my life, business, personal, physical, mental, and unfortunately it doesn't look like the end is in sight.
He had cosmetic surgery in November.
Why does Paul do those girly exercises? Because they're easy. That's it. A lot of people train like that because they don't want to lift heavy or do anything particularly difficult, so they just do those stupid, dumb bitch bullshit, yoga or whatever.
And after the surgery, he said he couldn't see straight and that his vision was so blurry he couldn't drive. There was also another problem. His eyes had become cross-eyed. I'm not really sure what happened, and he isn't either, but he said that he didn't really notice it until people started mentioning it.
Oh, it's been 1 month since the date of my surgery, and I don't look like too much of a freak, so that's a great first step. It's supposed to be a 3-month process, so I'll start getting crazy in about a month if it doesn't look okay. Vision-wise, very blurry. I have double vision past about 15 feet. It means I see two of the same thing, makes driving very, very difficult. And I think I'm slightly cross-eyed. Some of you guys are saying I'm cross-eyed. I can't tell that well, which I was not told about as a potential side effect of the surgery. So again, hopefully some of this stuff corrects itself.
Comments are quite sad, however. After several surgeries to try to correct these issues, it's only gotten worse. Comments like, I kind of miss the old Frank.
Sid donated $2. Can we watch this? Does mewing work?
Jeffrey's breathing so heavily.
Oh yeah, he did a mewing video. There's not really any conclusive evidence that mewing works. There are some interesting twin studies that do suggest the bones in, there's like a, whatchamacall, there's bones in the roof of your mouth that aren't fused together while you're growing. And there's some interesting twin studies that suggest if you do have breathing issues and you don't apply pressure to the roof of your mouth by putting your tongue in a particular position, that it can cause your face to develop differently. But again, there's only a handful of twin studies on this. The idea is plausible, but there's no randomized trials to determine definitively. And on top of that, people who do this mewing shit, they don't do it until they're at least in their teens when it wouldn't even do anything. So I'm pretty sure the guy who came up with the concept of mewing, he was advising people who are 5-6 years old and shit to do that crap. So, no, mewing doesn't do anything.
Close your goddamn mouth, Jeffrey, and breathe from your nose. Does Jeffrey not realize the negative consequences of mouth breathing? A recessed jawline and ill health. Jeffrey needs to learn how to mew. Adonis breathes like a king, through his nose deeply. His tongue is pressed against the roof of his mouth to create the perfect breathing posture. This results in Adonis having the perfect, sharp jawline that all men want. I don't want to waste your time like most YouTubers do. The way to mute properly is to first start off with nasal breathing, breathing through your nose, literally 24/7, even when you're in the gym and even when you're asleep. To do this, you'll literally have to tape your mouth shut when you go to bed. I've done this every single night for years, and you can see the progress of my jawline because of
He's comparing a photo of himself when he was 9 years old and overweight to a photo of himself when he's in his 20s and lean. See, mewing works. Okay, well, mewing isn't going to make you 10 years older and like go to the gym and eat well. Mewing doesn't have anything to do with that.
of this. As a kid and teenager, I was always a mouth breather because I would struggle breathing from my nose. I always had...
So he's lying. He's making this up entirely. It's funny how he made this video as soon as mewing became like a hot topic.
Like allergies, we always had pets, we had hamsters and rabbits. And so I'd always have like a nasally blocked nose, which made it hard to breathe. I was the kind of kid who would sneeze like 10 times.
Yeah, so by the time he would be in his like mid-teens, this wouldn't do anything.
Times in a, you know, like most normal people literally go like achoo when they sneeze, like one sneeze, maybe two. I was the kind of one who would have like 10 times. Everyone's just looking at you weird in your class. And bullshit. I literally just said to myself, okay, this is how I'm gonna breathe for the rest of my life. And I started visualizing myself as...
Well, that's just pathetic. Thanks for the donation, Sid. Preach, donate $2, solid preaching.
Deuteronomy 22, verse 5.
Alright, I'll... Please learn this important teaching 2x speed.
So we're going through our series.
Alright, I'll watch that in a minute. Thanks for the donation, Preach.
What are your thoughts on Canada expelling the Indian High Commissioner to Canada plus 6 other diplomats today? Do you support the Indian government or Sikh separatists?
The Sikh separatists are completely and utterly delusional and insane. And, yeah, I support them expelling the Indian High Commissioner and the other diplomats because they've clearly been implicated in assassination attempts. So, yeah. It's a crazy fucking story. And I'd imagine Modi has something to do with it. Thanks for the donation, James.
Destroyed Frankie boy here.
If you increase oxidation, you can increase... All right, so do you understand what oxidation is?
Well, why don't you explain it to us?
I will explain it to you. Can you answer it?
Sure, okay.
Do you know what excess oxidation in the body is called?
Okay, what is it?
Reactive oxygen species.
Okay.
Do you know what reduces oxidation in the body?
Antioxidants.
Good answer. So, the body is capable of dealing with reactive oxygen species if it has enough antioxidants.
What foods have the highest antioxidants, Frank?
That was such a hilarious part of the debate. What a fucking idiot. Thanks for the donation, Frank. It's hilarious how he managed the courage to debate me 3 times, even though he got rolled each fucking time.
On end. There's another issue besides just...
Dodo, donate $2. I miss Hamza, actually. Can you watch one of his more recent vids?
Jeffrey does all 6
Sure, why not? We'll watch that in a few minutes. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
He wait a minute, that's the preacher who thinks gay people should be put to death, Amber.
No
Yes.
homos will ever be allowed on this church as long as I'm the pastor here. Never!
Those hateful words are from the mouth of a Tempe pastor preaching that God's word says that killing gay people is the only way to get rid of AIDS by Christmas.
Yep, I remember that guy. He's a piece of shit. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Nakedness and modesty. Because even if you're covering your nakedness, and even if you're totally modest, you still may not be dressed properly.
Because there's a gender identity that matters when it comes to our clothing. Amen. And this is another thing that's going out the window today, which shouldn't really surprise us because we live in a gender-bending day. I mean, think, you know, and a lot of people are going to get offended at what I say over the next few minutes. But before you get offended at what I teach over the next few minutes, just ask yourself this question. Is it normal that at Arizona State University last week or the week before, they're installing a men's urinal in every ladies' room? In ASU, this came from a plumber that was working at ASU. A plumber was out there, and he was installing one urinal into each women's restroom at ASU. And he was like,
no,
the guy
they're
wasn't even a
not.
Christian. And he's just, what in the world? Like, what is it? He's just like, crazy stuff, right? So here's the thing. You think I'm crazy, right? But no, it's the world that's crazy. Yeah. Now, I know that nobody here is crazy enough to think that that's normal to put the urinal there. And if you are, then please just get up and leave right now and don't ever come back, okay? But I know that I'm talking to a group of people, I'm talking to 200 people this morning here that all know that that's crazy, right? But I submit to you that you have been influenced by the world somewhat on this issue. Even though you haven't gone that crazy, the Hegelian dialectic is at work. And you have begun to accept things that were never acceptable in time past and that God does not accept. Because of the fact that we've all been somewhat brainwashed and influenced by the society that we live in to call evil good and good evil, put sweet for bitter, bitter for sweet, light for dark, dark for light, etc. And so we need to not get this attitude of, well, no, that just can't be right. No. I just don't.
Well, that's because what you preach is hate, Stephen, and you know it.
Yeah, that's true. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Edible stream soon? I don't know. Maybe.
Agree with that. Well, what does the Bible say? Okay, because a lot of us could have just been heavily influenced by the world on this subject of gender-specific clothing. Okay, now, to start this out, let's just read the scripture first of all. It says in Deuteronomy 22:5, "The woman shall not wear that which pertaineth unto a man, neither shall a man put on a woman's garment, for all that do so are abomination unto the Lord thy God." So the Bible's real clear here that a man should not put on a woman's garment and that a woman should not dress as a man. Now, don't even come at me with, well, that's the Old Testament. So Jesus died on the cross in order to bring in a new era of cross-dressing? No, he didn't. And that is foolish, nonsensical doctrine to say that this is somehow...
So I'm assuming this guy would support the idea of stoning women who've had sex before marriage. That dude's a massive, massive piece of shit.
Times and demons, and we are to be aware of what will happen in the last days. The Bible says in the last days there shall be doctrines of devils. 2 Corinthians chapter 2 also says we are not ignorant of his devices. Now, in the last days, one of the things that's going to be pretty interesting to know what the devil's going to do is that the Antichrist, he's going to be two things concerning sex. Now, sometimes the question is, how is sex going to be connected with the Antichrist? That's going to be something interesting. Now, here's the thing, is that what is noticeable in the Bible is that Satan, he really wants to mess this thing up a lot. A lot of demonism is connected to this. Now, how did God define the sex in the Bible? Male and female, right? Man and woman together, one flesh, one body. He even said that the marriage bed is undefiled, is sanctified and holy. That's how God defined it. But our world today has turned this into such an obliterated perversion now that Christians even blush to even think about this. See, that's how messed up the world is. You know why? Because that's how a lot of demonism is involved in this, how Satan's going to connect this. The first thing that's noticeable is go to Daniel 11:37. Daniel 11:37. So there's going to be two interesting things about this Antichrist. It's either going to be homosexual or it's going to be like a Catholic abstinence. Now, you would think that this is supposed to be something holy. No, this is not something holy and sacred. This is actually demonic. I'm going to show you that it is actually demonic. And homosexuality is obviously demonic too. This is not a normal thing, and I don't care what people say. It is demonic and it is wicked. Go to Daniel chapter 11, and we will look at verse 37. The Bible says right here, neither shall he regard the God of his fathers. So it's talking about the Antichrist, all right? So he's not going to regard the God of his fathers. But you're going to keep reading, nor the desire of women, nor regard any God, for he shall magnify himself above all. So notice right here, the important phrase at Daniel chapter 11 and verse 37. He does not have desire of women. So it shows right here two things, two possibilities. One, it could refer to him being a homosexual, or he can be a pope, who are the ones who practice abstinence, the Catholic Church, right? So it can show that he is the pope. Or it could be both. And yes, you see priests doing two things sometimes too, right? So that is true. Now go to 1 Timothy chapter 4. 1 Timothy chapter 4, verse 1 through 3. Now, you know what the Bible says? In the last day, there shall be doctrine of devils. You've heard me quote that passage many times, right? But what you're going to find out, one of the doctrines of the devils, so if you think this is something not demonic, think again. It is. It's a doctrine of the devil in the last days. That's what the Bible says. In the last days, there shall be doctrine of devil. So there's a good possibility in the last day you're going to see something like this. Go to 1 Timothy chapter 4, and we're going to look at verses 1 through 3. Notice how the Bible reads right here concerning the doctrines of devils. One of it is what? Forbidding to marry. And you're going to see Catholic hints. You're going to see Catholic hints all over here. Verse 1, now the Spirit speaketh expressly that in the latter times. All right, so it's going to happen in the future. Some shall depart from the faith, giving heed to seducing spirits and what? Doctrines of devils. All right, so what is connected with the doctrines of devils? Look at verse 3. Forbidding to marry. Who practices that? Catholic priesthood, yep. And commanding to abstain from meats. Who practices that? Catholic. Which God hath created to be received with thanksgiving of them which believe and know the truth. You know what's connected with the doctrines of devils? It's Catholic. You see that. And notice an abstinence. Abstinence of marriage is a doctrine of the devil. Now, I'm not saying, obviously, we do know Paul said at 1 Corinthians 7 that if you are single, you can serve God better. There's nothing wrong with that, all right? I am not denying that. There's nothing wrong with that. However, when you forbid, when you enforce abstinence with the priesthood, and we're all...
Okay, well, these people are all crazy. 2,000 partners, donated $2. In the first minute, he makes a lot of claims about number of partners gays have. Is he lying?
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Catholic Truth Podcast. Today, we have a crazy show, and the things that we're going to tell you in this show, you've never heard before. Probably never heard before. In the culture, the activists, they don't want you to hear it. Did you know that homosexuals have up to 500 partners in a lifetime? 500. And many have up to 1,000 or 2,000. We're not talking about one or two.
This is true of both heterosexual and homosexual people.
We're talking about the majority engage in large amounts of sexual activity, including
heterosexual versus homosexual lifetime average partners. Median lifetime number of sex partners among those aged 18 to 24 was 4 in heterosexuals and 15 in UMHS and MSM. Unmarried homosexuals married. Yeah, does that stand for unmarried homosexual? And MSM, what would that be? So it sounds like it's roughly 3 times higher. What's the abbreviation being used? MSM, so MHM, men who have sex with, or MSM, men who have sex with men. Men who have sex with men, MSM. And MSM would be, or UMH. Oh, unmarried heterosexual? Urban Men's Health Study, UMHS. Yeah, so it's about 3 times higher for lifetime average. That's, considering lifetime average partners for most people is relatively low. That's not crazy, okay? So yeah, this guy is just he's just a wacko religious idiot. Thanks for the donation though, 2,000 partners. Jay donated $2. Skip to 045 in the vid. This is some weird shit. Let me see. Human bomb sacrificed life to stop Sikh genocide. Assassinated the chief minister of Punjab in 1995, killing him along with 12 others and injured 23 people. He was a member of the terrorist organization Babar Khalsa. Yeah, Canada is experiencing a pro-terrorism problem. Well, that's weird. Thanks for the donation, Jay.
Man, these ReLeagues people are nuts. I hate that this crap is now growing on the internet.
I don't know if it's growing, but they all have their own little communities. And as soon as they step outside their community, everyone thinks they're a fucking idiot. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo. Curious $22, did you know the most deadliest terror attack on Canadians were by Sikh separatists? I didn't know that.
38 years since the bombing of Air India Flight 182.
Oh,
plane
yeah.
traveling from Montreal to London exploded off the Irish coast, killing all 329 people on board, 280 of them Canadian. But a new poll from
Yeah, I remember that. I guess you don't expect the Sikhs to do something like that. That's pretty fucked up. Thanks for the donation, Curious. Retard, donate $2, Barbaric. Let me see.
And you know what else is disgusting? That people in the West enjoy more privileges and freedom than anywhere else in the world romanticize their behavior or their lifestyle as anything other than barbaric.
This is what people think you say about Israel? I know. I know. The most animalistic, barbaric force on the fucking planet as it stands.
Look at me. Look at how proper I am. Yes, I put a suit on so you don't...
Hassan has, like, no self-awareness. This guy is completely delusional.
Don't think I'm an animal.
I gotta send this to Avi.
But
That's pretty hilarious.
I am a barbaric piece of shit.
That was already expected barbaric behavior from Israel. Regardless, it is brutal. It is barbaric. Certainly, even people in the Western world feel against this barbaric monstrosity of a fucking...
What a remarkable moron. Thanks for the donation, retard. Dan Gay, donate $2, liar.
There was no rapes during October 7th.
Yeah, so there were. For one thing, there were eyewitness accounts. 2, there have been hostages that have been released who've admitted to getting sexually assaulted. And 3, there were bodies of women on the ground who only had the lower half of their clothing torn off and their legs were splayed open. Again, what does that all tell you?
They've shown no rape on October 7th. They showed no beheaded babies. All that was all bullshit.
I'll send you stuff. No, there's plenty of stories. It's not all of them.
The Israeli articles that I saw recently said...
Dude, when you're getting fact-checked by Valuetainment, you know you have a fucking problem.
There was only 2 babies killed. One was shot by a bullet and the other one died in a hospital. No babies in ovens. There's no beheaded babies.
Oh, so they only killed 2 babies and they shot them. Okay. How humane.
All that was all bullshit.
Okay, so go back to the part when you said they think they're better than you. You believe that Jews think they're better than everybody else.
It says it in their Bible.
Okay.
Well, they're definitely better than Dan Bilzerian.
But you believe they're better than everybody else. Okay.
I didn't say they're better than everybody else.
They think.
According to their scripture. Okay. And if you look at how they operate.
So, by the way, Israeli society is secular, and most Jews are a-religious or atheist.
They literally caught people raping Palestinian prisoners, and there was riots. But the riots weren't...
There was one recorded instance of an Israeli soldier raping a Palestinian prisoner, and he is getting criminally prosecuted for it. And again, people bring up the fact that there were protests over him getting prosecuted. Putting this into context, this guy is likely a member of Hamas. Israel just experienced the October 7th attack, where children were fucking brutally murdered, women were raped, thousands of innocent people were shot and injured, and 1,200 were killed, and the kidnap victims. Yeah, a lot of people would think, you know, it was justified to rape the Hamas prisoner and would be against the guy being prosecuted because they see that as justice. If the same thing happened in the United States, like if some horrible, horrible person were to go on like a killing spree, kill 1,200 people, rape a bunch of women, like bomb a building, and he was raped by a police officer, you would probably see protests in the streets if the police officer was getting criminally charged. Everybody would say, okay, let's let this slide. That guy deserved it.
Because they were raping the prisoners. The riots were because they felt like they had the right to rape the fucking prisoners. That's why they almost had a fucking civil war, because they felt like they had the right to rape.
There wasn't almost a civil war.
These prisoners. They felt like that was okay because they...
By the way, there were protests, not riots. This guy is just a massive liar.
Willits office LSJWS are as bad as conservatives at this point, right to the point where they're straight up denning facts.
Yeah, I would say they're probably worse than conservatives when it comes to lying about Israel. But thanks for the donation, Dodo. Is Dan Bilzerian gay?
What would you say is the greatest high?
We went all the way down the road to hedonism and documented it. You know, so I think I'm going to probably read the Quran.
So you would consider being a Muslim?
To me, like, my moral code keeps me on track. That's my religion. Do the right thing. You know what it is.
So marriage is out the question for you.
His entire life is a lie, and this is all just a cynical idea he has to get cash from a community that is currently supporting Islam because Andrew Tate claims to be Muslim.
Out of the question, no interest at all.
Unless she's a billionaire, you know what I mean? I'm like, you gotta...
Well, thanks for the donation, Dan Gay. Dan Bilzerian might not be gay, but he is retarded.
Bad habits that make him look weak in front of everyone, especially the hot girls he wants nudes from. He skipped the gym today, he ate junk food, and he even relapsed on his nofap streak. Jeffrey stays up late again, even though he said he was...
Eating junk food does not make you look weak in front of people. Everybody eats McDonald's. That's a normal thing to do.
Gonna wake up at 5 a.m. tomorrow and go on a run like David Goggins. Boo! You look weak, Jeffrey. Adonis. Adonis sees Jeffrey ruining his reputation in front of everyone. It's gonna...
By the way, most of the dudes who are getting, like, you know, these really fucking hot girls, they either don't work out at all, or they don't look like they work out. They might go to the gym, but they either have bad genetics or just don't train hard and consistently. Like, when I go out to, like, downtown Toronto and shit, pretty much all the fucking dudes I see walking around with these, like, really good-looking girls, they either clearly don't look like they work out, or they might a little bit. But yeah, like, women don't really prioritize these sorts of things as highly as you might think. Like yeah, it helps looking like you're in really good shape and everything, but women don't put that on the pedestal that you think they put it on.
I shamelessly watched Hassan for a while. Then that whole deepfake stuff, and he simped for cutie Cinderella. Thought he was acting fake. Then he started simping for Palestine. Don't watch Hassan P.
Well, at least you have been awoken to the truth. Hassan is one of the biggest fucking morons on the fucking planet. I don't know how anybody can watch that guy unironically. He has, by, like, just the dumbest fucking political takes. Are you, like, fucking 13 years old or something? Because the only people who I could see watching Hassan are people who don't watch any mainstream media, aren't particularly politically interested, but for some reason just watch Hassan's stream, and that's the only information they're getting, and they're also young and gullible. So they haven't really learned to, like, just pick stuff out, like, okay, that can't be true. Those numbers sound too high, or there's no way somebody would say that, and then, like, do their own research. I don't get how he can have such a big audience. Like, the guy is a complete joke. Thanks for the donation, though, Nutmuffin.
Why the fuck do so many people follow Isla Miss Paisley in a developed country like the USA?
Well, it's because they're stupid. Whenever you question why somebody does something that makes no sense, it's because they're stupid. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. Hamza Islam donated $2. Is Hamza a faithful Muslim when he's obsessed with sexual validation? He's not. He's been a-religious his entire life. He even admitted when he was a kid and his parents would tell him about Islam, he just didn't give a fuck. Think Hamza might be gay. I wouldn't be surprised if he's bisexual to some degree. He's clearly extremely insecure, and insecure about himself. And when you see him do all this weird shit where he, like, wrestles dudes half naked for fun, and just, like, does these big meetups with just guys, like, it's a little sus. And when he, like, goes on these long rants about how I had sex with this girl and this girl and this girl, it just sounds like a Frank Tufano type thing where he's trying to convince you he's not gay. He's more obsessed with a player image than he is with actual women.
Jeffrey
I'd
is
say
a
that.
racist. For some
Yeah, we've already reacted to this video a year ago when it was new. The only reason he made this video, why I've started reading the Quran, he did not start reading the Quran. He has no interest in religion, especially Islam. He made this video because Andrew Tate came out as Muslim, and he's just, like, again, it's a completely cynical, cash grab. That's it. Andrew Tate said he was Muslim, so now he's saying, oh, I started reading the Quran just like Andrew Tate. It's just big in the red pill movement. Thanks for the donation, though, Hamza Islam. Curious $22. Do you know about the first-person shooter video game released by Hezbollah? I have heard about it.
Soldiers and other, Lebanese people that are held within. Okay, I need to shoot these guys in order to progress through the mission. These are the patrol. I killed both of them. Alright, players would be fighting intelligent AI that would make decisions. Oh gosh. Talk about intelligent AI, not intelligent. And
Yeah, that's definitely not a recruiting tactic. Yeah, I've heard about this. That is just bad. Thanks for the donation, Curious.
It's getting weird. Notice the white chairs they brought out for him? Wonder why Trump didn't sit for the entire duration of this town hall.
So, this has been an honor tonight. We could do another question or two if you'd like, but probably... Do you want to do one? Do you want to do... Let's go. Let's go. But it ends so beautifully. How about this? We'll play YMCA and we'll go home. But listen, whatever you can do, get out there. We have to win. And again, I said it was that we've seen, like, have a good time. We're going to...
He's just lazy. That's it. He's lazy, didn't want to bother, changed his mind, and fucked off and left. Thanks for the donation, retard.
Hamza. Same letter that spell Hamas. Same letters that spell Sham. Coincidence? Probably. Anyways, here's some cats on ice.
Oh. Those are really big kitties, and they're slipping and sliding. Oh no. Oh no. That's really cute. Thanks for the donation, Tyler.
It's gonna be hard to come back from this, right? Wrong. Adonis brings Jeffrey onto self-improvement. Lifting weights, meditating, reading, journaling, all transform Jeffrey into a new person. When he steps back in, everyone treats him with respect.
Palestine Vosh donated $2. Palestine video game.
Jihad. Oh shit.
Oh, they tried to make it like Max Payne. This guy is a massive anti-Semite. I fucking can't stand him. Gaza death toll.
Can form a truly complete picture of how many people died in total. So much time has passed, and so much effort has been put into putting names to the numbers, yet there's still upward of 1 million victims for whom no known record has been found. And
yeah, so he's lying about the suspected death toll, and he started this video by gaslighting people into thinking that because it's been so hard to get definitive physical evidence on all of the Holocaust fatalities, we can assume that the amount of casualties in Gaza are a radical underestimate. So he gave the example, we know 6 million Jews died during the Holocaust, but all the research that is being conducted to tally up each individual person, they've only gone up to 5 million, so there's 1 million discrepancy. What he didn't tell you in this video is the reason we know it was 6 million is because the Nazis kept a record of how many fucking Jews they killed. So they recorded this in their computer systems, and all those numbers added up to 6 million. And the research that was conducted, they were able to put actual definitive names on 5 million. So they were able to track people's like birth certificates, passports, find out who their family members were, stuff like that. But we know it's 6 million because the Nazis actually recorded it. He didn't mention that. And he's using this disinformation to say, oh, well, there's only a recorded 40,000 death toll, but there could be like, 100,000 more people who died. So he's tallying up the numbers of the Holocaust, which occurred over multiple European countries and involved 6 million deaths, and he is comparing that to the Gazan war that's taking place in a bordered off area of land that's no bigger than New Jersey. It's retarded. This guy is just a gaslighting fucking liar. Thanks for the donation, though, Palestine Vosh.
This is the Frankenstein original book audiobook. It's kinda similar to vegan style ethics. Worth a listen. I may actually buy the book. I am also writing a script to pitch to Universal Studios.
Gates of Imagination presents.
Well, I'm not going to listen to that on stream. I think I, at one point, was reading the original Frankenstein novel, but I didn't finish it. Thanks for the donation, though, Axel. Nazi Fresh and Fit donated $2.
You guys usually erase your videos like you erased, there was a video from yesterday you guys uploaded and then erased. Which one was that?
No, yesterday. No, we only did one. We didn't even film yesterday.
I mean, it was a video that was up, and then it was deleted yesterday.
Nope. Was not. We did the Jake Shields interview, and that's still up.
Well, either way, man.
Nice try, though.
No deletion. It's normal. It's YouTube, bro.
But yeah, I mean, we're not running from that. Like, yeah, we delete videos all the time because we're trying to be within the guidelines because our stuff is controversial. So we got to keep.
There was a video where you were dressed up in some anti-Semitic outfit.
Oh, here we
go. Zerka, and it was up 2 days ago, and it was gone yesterday. It's private now.
What? It was never up on the YouTube channel ever.
That is not true. That is not true. You're lying. That's line. I've had the timestamp. Where? Show us. Okay.
I have to. You guys
I got it.
have-
I still got the timestamp. Yeah, give me a sec.
Well, I've got it all here too. Well, you guys want to talk? I mean, Myron, is the timing of going and erasing your anti-Semitism have anything to do with the timing of this conversation?
Anti-Semitism. What are you talking about? Anti-Semitism.
Oh, are you denying being an anti-Semite?
No, I'm not anti-Semite whatsoever.
Are you?
Do I hate myself?
I wonder.
Because I'm an Arab.
Wait, hold on. Why do you wonder that?
I'm Arab. So do I hate myself as well?
Yeah, I'm curious.
He does hate himself.
He didn't sit down 'cause he regularly shits his britches. Reporters in caught him written about how nigger smells like shit. He's slipping hard. He doesn't remember bringing up the YMCA song 5 minutes later.
We'll listen to a couple of songs if you want, and that's okay with me. I like it. So we'll do that. We'll do those songs that we had mentioned, Justin. And if Justin doesn't get it right, he gets fired. Full factory. Anyway, go ahead, please.
Yep. Well, sir, do you want to play your song and then greet a few people, or do you want to? Well, you had said you wanted to close with a specific song.
Okay. But we'll listen.
That does sound possible. Yeah. Especially white chairs. If he shits himself, that would be very obvious. I feel like that story has to be true. So many people have anecdotally reported Trump smelling like actual shit, like in court, during The Apprentice. So he might have done this because he was afraid of shitting himself if he sat down. And he couldn't even remember that he said play YMCA. Thanks for the donation, forgot my namification. Or I mean retard. Forgot my namification, what did you tell her sup dude? Did you react to this yet? UN says no food has entered northern Gaza since start of October, putting 1 million people at risk of starvation. So this story is completely false. They were relying on the WFP. The WFP literally does not have any data on food trucks coming into Israel. And even UNRWA says that the numbers they list on their website aren't accurate. They don't actually track every truck. And the Israeli Defense Force literally uploaded videos of food trucks coming in October. I think at the beginning of October, there was something like 60 food trucks that came in. And on top of that, there's less food coming into northern Gaza because a lot of the people left. The IDF is currently sieging northern Gaza, and they told as many people to leave as possible. So there aren't as many people in northern Gaza, hence there doesn't need to be as many food trucks coming in. And there's also more information that corroborates this. There's a bakery in northern Gaza that's providing over 1 million pieces of pita bread per day. I think it's like 1.3 or 1.4 million pita breads per day for the people of Gaza. How are they making those pita breads if no aid trucks are coming in? So this article was just a complete and utter lie. Thanks for the donation, though. Forgot my namification.
I didn't ask if you're Islamophobic. You guys want to talk about this? So here.
So yeah, Myron hates himself. He's actually trying to become friends with literal neo-Nazis. He wants to be white.
Here.
You don't have to be a Muslim to be an Arab.
Yeah, I'm aware of that. Are you okay?
Islamophobia. Like what? There are Christian Arabs. And there's Jewish Arabs.
Right. Yeah. Okay. So you say you're not anti-Semitic. So here's the clip this is the one that he erased from the other day. This is from YouTube. Here it is. And then you can tell me if this is anti-Semitic or not. You're sitting with Nick Fuentes, by the way, a known neo-Nazi. You agree with that, right? He's a neo-Nazi.
No, I wouldn't agree with you on that.
He's a groiper.
Wouldn't agree with you on that.
He has an alt account that he communicates with you with called Autumn Groiper or something. Like he literally is a self-described groiper.
Kids love Hitler.
Kids love Hitler.
What does that have to do with, like, what's your point here? You're taking one clip. You're fantastic at taking sound bites and trying to run with the narrative. You're fantastic at doing that. We've bumped you a bunch of times trying to do that. What's your problem with Nick?
Right. Okay. He's a great, upstanding guy. There's nothing anti-Semitic about him. Let's watch this clip.
He's gone. I already told ADL. He's fucking gone. He's anti-Semitic. What the? Byron got the call. 6 million died.
So at this point, what is this you're dressed up as? And what does 6 million died refer to?
I can't see what you're showing.
Oh, really?
I can't see it.
It's you dressed in a long black beard and a black top hat and a suit. And you're talking, yeah. So
Yeah, fresh and fit. At least Myron. I'm not so sure about Fresh. He is clearly an anti-Semite. He is a Holocaust denier. He's friends with Nick Fuentes. That's probably where he got these ideas from. But yeah.
And best of all, Jeffrey gets a girlfriend. Adonis, you've done it again. I remember being in high school in the locker rooms for our sports class, and I was on my phone playing some game, and my best friend comes up to me. He snatches my phone out of my hand and kind of, runs off in like this goofy way, wanting me to like chase him. But for some reason, I'm in this like really sensitive mode that I'm genuinely really hurt and offended, and like I'm kind of withdrawing into myself. I kind of chase him a little bit, but he's faster than me. He's being playful. He's doing this, and he kind of passes my phone to another guy. He kind of hides it behind his back, and like it's almost like everyone's in on it. Everyone's kind of watching me. I'm feeling like just overwhelmed, like a pretty socially anxious, introverted kid at this point, right? Eventually, everyone can see that I'm actually getting like really upset. My friend comes and gives me my phone back, and I start like whimpering and crying. And another friend looks at me and he's like, "Why are you crying? You got your phone back." And I couldn't really explain it, but I was just so sensitive.
Good God, why do so many people follow Ilham Epsasely in a developed country like America?
Well, I've already explained this. It's because they're dumb. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
And as much as, you know what, straight when people saw that I actually was quite hurt by this, they kind of, stopped making it worse. Of course, you're going to look weaker to people. And if you don't want to look weak to other people, then you have to avoid these 6 bad habits. If you've got a pair of balls, then do this action step. Scroll down on this video and go to the comments and write the story of a time that you looked weak. Go up here and make the video full screen again. Now, when you avoid all 6 of the bad habits that I'm going to walk you through, especially the last one, you will start to appear more strong to other people. The first bad habit, which is what I did wrong in that story, is being overly sensitive and upset at minor things. Like, that makes you look like a complete and utter wuss. Now, is there truth in having the sort of emotional intelligence to feel and honor the emotion that arises? When you study more into like mental health and trauma, you'll realize, oh yes, there is. But either way, if you're getting sensitive and you're starting to like cry and get proper offended that, your friend's goofing around with you and that, someone said something that isn't even that offensive, but for some reason you're so offended at it, it will make you look weak. You need a bit of a tougher outer shell because people are going to say some shit to you every now and then. Someone's going to look at you weird. Someone's going to bump into you. And if you take everything as like this personal offense, it shows that you have this weak mind where you have this kind of personality of like, oh, the whole world's targeting me. The stronger mindset is to know that anything that anyone does to you is not actually a reflection of you. It's a reflection of them. So let's put you in this scenario, right? Scenario 1, you're walking across the street. Some guy pulls up in his car, rolls down his window and swears at you. In this scenario, you get really offended and the rest of your day is ruined. Scenario 2, you're walking across the street. Some guy pulls up in his car, rolls down his window, swears at you. You're making sure that, nothing violent's going to happen. But when he drives off, you just kind of think, oh, what a dickhead. And you just think, oh yeah, he's probably having a bad day. Be honest. Which version are you normally? Would the rest of your day be affected by that? Would you be there like...
I think this shows that Hamza is an incredibly insecure person. He clearly has had something like this happen to him and it actually made him upset. Like, why the fuck would you care if some random dude swears at you while driving by?
I was meaning off stream to listen to the book. Also, who do you think would win in a fight? The Frankenstein monster, or Jason Voorhees? I think Frankenstein, but I am pretty biased with my current fixation on the story right now.
Jason Voorhees would absolutely annihilate the Frankenstein monster. He has magical powers. He can't be killed, so Jason Voorhees would annihilate the Frankenstein monster. Thanks for the donation, though, Axel. Trent Horn donates $2. Trent Horn is realizing he made made bedfellows with a bunch of Nazis.
I've seen lots of people online saying Adolf Hitler wasn't really so bad, or that the Holocaust was just a myth. This has been spurred on by interviews from people who downplay what the Nazis did during World War II. So in today's episode, I'll talk about what's wrong with Holocaust denial and why Christians should reject this malicious form of pseudo-history. But first, we need...
Yeah, why do you think you're seeing so many Nazis post on your social media, dude? I wonder if it has anything to do with his conservative beliefs. I wonder. Thanks for the donation, Trent Horn.
Also, it's funny how much Hassan repeatedly calls out Raksim and yet supports an anti-Semitic tacit or Gazitoin like Hamas.
Yes. Like, Hassan's a retard and a hypocrite, so what do you expect? Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. Do you think Canada's taken in too many immigrants? Yeah, probably. And that's why they're reducing immigration.
6 hours later on your computer watching Hamza videos, still kind of weirdly upset that that guy said that. Because the truth is, that guy would have said that to anyone, and if you were getting upset at this, you were getting upset at basically someone who's just like had a bad day, and he's randomly lashed out, and it just so happened to be you. The stronger version of you doesn't take offense and get sensitive to these things. He understands that people are having bad days, and as much as you don't want shit thrown onto you, you don't want people to chat shit, whatever, it's life. A lot of humans have got a lot of trauma, emotional baggage that they haven't healed from, and respectfully, you should respond to a lot of people, including adults, like they're little children. If a little boy came up to you and shouted at you and said, "You're a poo-poo head," would you still be there 6 hours later watching one of my videos thinking like, "Man, why did he say that? Oh god, I can't believe it, bro. Oh man, like you're journaling about it. Am I a poo-poo head? Like, why would he?" The truth is, a lot of people, including a lot of adults, honestly have like the emotional maturity of like little children. Most people have never read a book on healing trauma. Most people got traumatized when they were young, never healed from it, never done a single session of meditation, journaling, trauma therapy, or anything like that. And then they just go out, just lashing out to other people. And the thing is, you can, think they're bad people, but you have control to not let them affect you. The second thing that makes you look weak is not being muscular, or at least being in good shape. Because really think about this. What's the opposite of looking weak? Really answer it. What's the opposite of looking weak? It's looking strong. How do you look strong? You physically build up your body. When you physically build up your
So this is absolutely true. If you're a bigger, stronger looking person, people definitely treat you differently. Friedman, donate $2. Did you watch? Timestamped.
The following is a conversation with George.
I don't think I really care. Power propaganda, Nazism, religion, communism, belief in God. We'll maybe watch a little bit of this. Lex Friedman has the worst, most boring interviews imaginable. Thanks for the donation, though, Friedman. Jordan Peterson on Andrew Tate. I guess we can watch that. Thanks for the donation, Friedman.
Also, my god, what's with all the Holocaust denial on the internet these days?
Well, there's a lot more Nazis than you'd think. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
your body, you also build up your mind. You don't have to become like a big bodybuilder. Shape, and I can't believe how lazy people are that they just won't do that because they'll be like, oh, I don't really like lifting weights. Like, that V-taper that's so attractive in a guy. Bad habit number 3 that makes you look weak, and you might be surprised by this. It's by being needy and being too available. When someone is needy, like for example, you're replying back to a girl too quickly all the time, or you're always available to speak to her, you'll stop any of your pursuits, your goals, whatever, your work, you'll stop it to like speak to this girl or this guy, or you'll drop everything for someone who isn't actually that nice to you. That isn't a sign of strength and of kindness. That's a sign of you breaking your back and lowering your priorities just to get accepted by someone else. Now, should you be an asshole and not reply to people and be detached from humanity? No, of course not. There's a fine line. The way to reply to girls, by the way, because this is always a question of like how fast should you respond. You should just respond when you're on your phone and you see the message. If you're living a good life, naturally there'll be times when you don't check your phone for like 6 hours, but then there'll be also times when you're on your phone and a girl will send you a message and you can reply back right away. So you send messages in this like massive variance.
So he's sort of right about this. He could have explained it a little better. There's like dudes who are ultra simps who will bend over backwards to get approval for anything, right? So they'll check like a girl, like every Facebook post a girl makes, like every single one of them, message back is like no matter what they're doing, wherever they are, they'll pull over to the side of the road when they hear a notification on Facebook or Instagram. That sort of behavior shows that you're a really needy attention-seeking person, and it also coincides with some other bad behaviors where people who do this also tend to be manipulative, where they shower somebody with praise and attention and everything, and they're hoping to get something from you. So if you just act like a normal person where you have your own personal interests and you're not going to just bend over backwards to do whatever anybody wants, and you're always at somebody's beck and call, and you're always looking for attention, and you, again, just act like a normal person who isn't trying to get something from somebody, you just come off as a more trustworthy, stable person just in general.
Like I said, we are such a garbage species.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with that. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Indians in Canada donate $2. I love Brampton. Come visit.
And it's like a mini India.
I've already seen that video. Canada should accept more Indians.
Like that. I'll tell you that. You're not like that. Does the exact range you have to give $20 is good? Like you think I'm a clown. Call your workplace.
Hi there. It's order number 65.
Store number 42. So did customer mention that he will pay with the cash or something else like this? Yeah.
On the app, I press cash, you dummy. You nice, you tried it tonight. Tried it.
Right, nothing, right? So customer was just giving me a shit, like he's abusing me.
Yep.
And he just gave me $20. I told him if
I want my change,
then pay with that.
I don't have my exact money. I paid like this before. I want my change like that.
I wouldn't give that guy a pizza, and I'd just drive back and not deal with that. He can learn to be polite and cordial. Thanks for the donation, Indians in Canada. Fridman donated $2. Let me see. Antidote to nihilism. Nihilism is a reality whether you like it or not.
Kind of fascinating. The 19th century produced such powerful ideas. Marx and Nietzsche.
Oh, fascism too, for that matter.
Fascism. Mm-hmm. So, you know, if I was sitting there, like, especially if I'm feeling shitty about myself, a lot of these ideas are pretty powerful as a way to plug the nihilist hole.
Yeah, right, absolutely. Well, and some of them may actually have an appropriate scope of application. Like, it could be that some of the foundational axioms of communism, socialism/communism, are actually functional in a sufficiently small social group. Maybe a tribal group, even.
Communism and socialism are pretty distinct. I don't know why you'd say communism/socialism.
Like, I also have I'm not sure this is correct, but I have a suspicion that the pervasive attractiveness of some of the radical left ideas that we're talking about are pervasive precisely because they are functional within, say, families, but also within the small tribal groups that people might have originally evolved into.
Did you like Freddy vs. Jason? It was an alright fun movie. It wasn't too bad.
And that once we become civilized, so we produce societies that are united, even among people who don't know one another, different principles have to apply as a consequence of scale. So that's partly an engineering response, but I think there's a deeper way of going after the communist problem. So I think part of the fundamental problem with the communist axioms is the notion that the world of complex social interactions can be simplified sufficiently so that centralized planning authorities can deal with it. And I think the best way to think about the free exchange rejoinder to that presumption is, no, the sum total of human interactions in a large civilization are so immense that you need a distributed network of cognition in order to compute the proper way forward. And so what you do is you give each actor their domain of individual choice so that they can maximize their own movement forward, and you allow the aggregate direction to emerge from that rather than trying to impose it from the top down, which I think is computationally impossible. So that might be one engineering reason why the communist solution doesn't work. Like I read in Solzhenitsyn, for example, that the Central Soviet authorities often had to make 200 pricing decisions a day. Now, if you've ever started a business or created a product and had to wrestle with the problem of pricing, you'd become aware of just how intractable that is. Like, how do you calculate worth? Well, there's the central existential problem of life. How do you calculate worth? It's not something like a central authority can sit down and just manage. And there is a lot of inputs that go into a pricing decision. And the free market answer to that is something like, well, if you get the price right, people will buy it and you'll survive.
This is a fascinating way to describe how ideas fail. So communism perhaps fails because just like when people believe the earth is flat, when you look outside, it looks flat, but you can't see beyond the horizon, I guess. So
yeah, right.
In the same way with communism seems like a great idea in my family and my people I love.
This had nothing to do with nihilism.
Andrew Tate, everybody.
I might have already seen this. Thanks for the donation, though, boy.
And his brother. Very good. Let's have that last one. Woo! Date from Tate this week. My Andrew Tate, by the way. Remember? Back up. She was photographed with. Do we have that photo? Could anybody find that photo? It's with Andrew Tate. They were in some hookah lounge, and there's this really creepy photo. Andrew Tate was doing something where he looked like he was holding his dick or something like that. And that's what led us to interview Andrew Tate. That's what finally, we go, who is this guy? Does he know anything about Michaela? Is Michaela going to Romania to learn from this guy how to start her, lion diet club? Did she want to learn from him? He's in the webcam business at that time. Did she go to meet him for some sort of business meeting? Did we find the picture? It's coming up. Hello? I got you. You're good.
It's a next up.
Next up. Okay. Look at that. Okay, here he comes. Remember this picture. So this is how we found out about Andrew Tate. We were looking at Michaela, and we see this picture of the two of them in Romania. We go, why is she there?
Carnitar donated $2. Let me see.
All right, due for a little rant on fiber. Let's talk about fiber. Now, people say fiber is an essential nutrient. What I would argue is fiber is exactly the complete opposite of a nutrient. And why do I say that? Well, because what does fiber do? We basically cannot use it in our body. We have very, very little use for fiber. It makes us crap out like 6 times, some studies suggest 6 times as much volume of waste product because we can't absorb this. Yeah, yes, our microbiome can have a small, tiny effect on that, but that's not an essential part of our diet. In fact, it's been estimated that we can ferment.
So fiber helps you produce butyrate, which is anti-inflammatory, and on top of that, fiber consumption helps to lower your cholesterol, which prevents against heart disease. It's also protective against type 2 diabetes. And the reason why fiber helps to avoid constipation is because it increases the volume of your bowel masses. If you have too small of a clump in your intestines, you can't force it through your intestinal tract. But if it's large, because you're eating a lot of fiber, it's easier to pull it through your digestive tract.
Roughly between 4 to maybe as much as 10% of our calories can come from fiber. Again, it's a tiny amount. It is certainly not essential. And the other thing that's important to know about fiber is fiber actually blocks the absorption of nutrients. So protein, fat, and carbohydrates are blocked by fiber. So it's the exact opposite of nutrition. It is making you lose nutrition. Compare that.
So this is not true. Fiber doesn't make you nutritionally deficient. It can slow down the digestion of nutrients, but it doesn't block absorption.
To things like beef and eggs and seafood and dairy products where you absorb all that nutrition. Why we eat is to nourish our body. Now, here's a kicker here. The diet quality has deteriorated so badly in the United States and the rest of the Western world that fibers actually have that benefit in that situation because it's blocking you from absorbing all the garbage, all the refined carbohydrates, all the sugar. Remember, they first started talking about the benefits of fiber back in about the 1930s. This goes back to Dr. Dennis Burkett when he was studying Africans and noticed they didn't have the rates of diseases. And he assumed it was because they were eating more fiber. But what he should have correctly assumed is because they were eating a hell of a lot less sugar and processed grains and refined garbage food, right? So this is the difference here. And people say, oh, but the microbiome, you need the microbiome for your colon. Guess what? There are people alive that live full normal lives without even having a colon. They get the colon whacked out from trauma or something like that at a young age. They live the normal life expectancy. The other thing about that is that this study here, metabolic flexibility of the gut done 2 years ago, shows that the gut is perfectly fine without fiber. It can do all the magical fiber things with the short-chain fatty acids, with proteins through low-carb diets where they develop ketone bodies floating around in circulation. So fiber.
What was that study? So this is just talking about microbiome, not the benefits of fiber specifically. Like, if you eat more fiber, you live longer. That's the simple fact. So he's telling people to not eat something that will make them live longer.
Fiber is not nutrition. I would argue that it is the opposite of nutrition. And the fact that we keep, the standard Western advice is just eat more fiber, just eat more fiber. It should be stop eating as much crap, right? You get a better benefit and eat more real nutrition. Beef, eggs, dairy products. You do so much better. Anyway, that's my thoughts.
Yes, eat the foods that are associated with chronic disease. Brilliant.
All right, a little while ago, I had mentioned that, I think fiber is kind of overrated and that, basically I think it works by just blocking your ability to absorb nutrition. And, people push back, but it has all these metabolic effects and so on and so forth. And, I said, well, you can probably see sand and get the same effect if you're looking at that, kind of tongue in cheek. Well, it turns out that actually, believe it or not, there are scientists that have looked into basically eating sand as a way to improve metabolic health.
Engineered particles of purified sand could be the next anti-obesity therapy, as new research shows that porous silica can prevent fats and carbohydrates from being absorbed. That's not how fiber... This has nothing to do with anything. So, fiber doesn't prevent you from absorbing calories. You idiot.
That have looked into basically eating sand as a way to improve metabolic health and improve obesity. And yes, indeed, the ingestion of sand, and basically just engineered silica particles, which is basically sand. They've shown in both animal studies that it leads to less weight gain in mice. In human studies, it's shown to improve metabolic factors such as hemoglobin A1C and so forth. And so, if we want to just say, well, instead of eating wood pulp, just eat sand. Same sort of difference. And so my argument would be that, if you're saying, oh, I need to eat this wood pulp or sand so that I don't absorb so much nutrition, so I don't get so damn fat, and so it helps me, then my argument is, well, what's the point of eating in the first place? Are we eating so we can block our absorption of nutrition, or are we eating because we're supposed to be taking in nutrients? I would argue that the reason you eat is to take in nutrition, and to eat things that block that are only beneficial if what you're eating is garbage, right? If you eat a lot of fiber, you're not.
No, overeating would cause obesity, inflammatory issues, raise your cholesterol, make you more prone to type 2 diabetes, certain forms of cancer. So you can overeat good foods. And even if you're eating only, quote unquote, good foods, if you're overeating, that puts you at risk for chronic disease and early death. Nothing this guy says makes any fucking sense. He's just a complete waste of time. Thanks for the donation, Carnitard.
But I'm thinking about this picture last week after all the stuff, Tate's in jail now, all these bad tapes about Tate are coming out. And I'm thinking back, why was Jordan Peterson's daughter, Michaela, visiting Andrew Tate? Shouldn't this be re-looked into? What was the reason? What did he say? Jules, when we had him on the show, what did he say the reason she was there for was?
I don't think he really gave a reason.
Remember, we were asking him all sorts of questions about Michaela.
He just vaguely said that she was visiting as a friend.
Does anyone in our chat know? Does anyone in our chat remember why was Michaela Peterson in Romania visiting Andrew Tate? I mean, maybe this thing needs to be reopened here. Maybe we got to look back into this.
When Hassan was watching some clip of this video. What was that? Oh yeah, where it had all these girls and it was like, you can be a famous model. Let me see if I can find this.
Yeah,
Hold
see
on
if
a
you
second.
could find that.
And then, oh yeah, I have it here. It's in the same thing.
Sure. Okay.
And you're like, was this what Michaela?
Well, obviously, we don't think she was going there to be a model, but I think she went there to learn his techniques and bring them back to the States and use them against her own, unwilling supporters. Could it be that she was, goes to visit Tate, he teaches her the ways of the pyramid. She comes back and she's using those techniques now on her own.
Someone says he said it was strictly business and advice.
Well, business and advice, I can't.
Boring video.
You've interviewed a lot of people, and you have a really powerful mind. You have a good read on people. So how do you know when you're sitting across from a psychopath?
Haha, who sent in this clip? This show rules. Red Bar is my favorite show. Shout out Mike and Jules.
People have sent me stuff before. A lot of his videos are kind of rambly and boring. He can be funny, though. Thanks for the donation, Bill.
I wouldn't say that I do know. In normal social circumstances, we have evolved mechanisms to keep people like that under control. Let's say that you and I have a series of interactions and you screw me over once. I'm not going to forget that. Now, I might not write you off because of the one time, but if it happens 3 times, it's like, we're not going to play together anymore. And in normal times, most of our social networks are connected and interacting. So like if you rip me off 3 times and I noted that, I'm going to tell everybody I know, and they're going to tell.
XD donated $3.
Fuck it up. Sometimes you gotta learn respect. I use my pimp hand to correct. It's called a bitch slap, bitch slap. Come get your face clap, face clap. Come get your.
It's not good to use violence if you don't have to. Thanks for the donation, though, XD. Hey, donate $2. Yesterday, I spoke of Boo Elliott, the remarkable Halloween girl. Her unmatched kindness, intelligence, and selflessness touched everyone. She was pure, incredibly sweet, and endlessly supportive. I love deeply for the light she brought into my life. That sounds gay. Thanks for the donation, hey.
Tell everybody they know, and soon everyone will know, and that's the end of your tricks. But that assumes that we know who you are and we're in continual communication. Well, all of that's gone online. So anonymity does that, and so does the amplification of emotional intensity by the social media platforms and their algorithms. I think what we're doing, this is happening on Twitter continually, is we're giving the 5% of psychopaths a radically disproportionate voice. And what they're doing is there's a bunch of them on the left, and they're all, we're so compassionate. And there's a bunch of them on the right, and at the moment they're all, we're so Christian and free speech oriented. It's like, no, you're not. You're a narcissistic psychopath, and that's your camouflage. And you hide behind your anonymity, and you use fractious and divisive language to attract fools and to elevate your social status and your clout. And not only that, to gain, what would you say, satisfaction for your sadistic impulses.
See, the problem is, it's hard to tell who is a psychopath and who is a heterodox truth seeker.
Yeah, well, if you were charitable about Tucker Carlson's recent interview, you'd say that was exactly the conundrum he faced. And it is hard. Like, I've thought about, for example, interviewing Andrew Tate. And I thought, I don't think so. And then I thought, why? I figured, it's not obvious to me at all that he wouldn't charm me. So I knew this guy.
Steven Anderson donated $2. Did you know Steven Anderson got 5150 this weekend?
I have to demonstrate some of these things. I'm going to need a volunteer to come up and be me. And I'm going to be the crazy people. Okay? So I got to just show you. First, he just starts asking me normal questions, but he got about this far from my face. Okay? So I'm standing there. The guy walks up to me and basically says, like, what's your name? Just answer me, like, with your answers. Like, what's your name?
Corbin.
Where are you from?
Michigan.
What do you do?
Air conditioning.
Why do you want to shoot me? Why are you trying to kill me?
I'm not.
Why do you? So who's trying to kill me?
I don't know.
Someone here wants to kill me. Who is it? Tell me who it is.
I have
what?
no idea.
All right, you can go ahead and say. I'm going to need you again, though.
Well, I don't care. Also, check this out.
What is going on, guys? Today's video is on the book Man's Search for Meaning by Viktor Frankl.
Okay, I'll take a look at that. Thanks for the donation, Steven Anderson. My feet smell like Pikachu. Donate $2. Richard, would you hang out with President Sunday IRL, and why or why not? He is from Canada. I'd rather not. The guy's a dishonest crybaby, and he seems like he has the maturity of like maybe a 12-year-old. Thanks for the donation, though. My feet smell like Pikachu. Ben donated $2. Did you hear the newest thing that is making Mega outraged? So, They're mad she's doing a Fox News interview. Okay, thanks for the donation, Ben.
Viktor Frankl was a professor of neurology and psychiatry, and this is probably one of the most powerful books I've ever read. The book chronicles Viktor Frankl's experiences as an Auschwitz concentration camp inmate during World War II, and during his time in camp, he's tortured, he's beaten, he's worked to the brink of death, not given enough food or proper clothing or shoes during freezing temperatures. He's subjected to vermin, frostbitten toes, and edema. He paints a truly horrific existence of his day-to-day camp life. Daily, people drop dead all around him from disease and starvation, and are executed for no reason at all. His mother, father, brother, and wife were all killed in the camps. With all this in mind, how could he find life worth preserving? So let's jump into the first main takeaway from the book, and that is, you have to find meaning in suffering and in your life. As Nietzsche says, he who has a why to live for can bear almost anyhow. Even though Frankl was living in extremely difficult circumstances and had been stripped of almost all his humanity, he noticed something. His ability to find meaning in even the direst of circumstances.
This video is just fucking stupid. XD donated $3.
This is a swamp production. Yeah, corrupt shrekin named Donkey.
I see some soldiers from far away. They trying to tell me this is their swamp.
No, Donkey. This is my swan. My swan. Yeah, Donkey, this is my swan. My swan. Yeah, Donkey, this is my swan. My swan. Yeah, Donkey, this is my swan. My swan. Yeah, Donkey. Came out of swamp, I'm donkey. Sipping that lean is boldly. Smoking that green is lovely. Yeah, yeah, Donkey. What's in a bag, pumpy? We got a mag, drumpy. 94 back like Humpty Dumpty, yeah.
Damn straight. I get so high, never lane straight. Hop out the back of the lane straight. They know this shooter got guns in his tool, but I think that this bitch got a blame straight. Look at my coat, we can band change. We thumbing through hundreds and whipping this on you. How can we be humble? They looking, they telling me damn straight.
That was good. Thanks for the donation, XD. Richard Loves Israel donated $2 VG. Can you give me a list of reasons why Trump would be a bad president, and would you vote for him? No, I'm not going to bother. And why are people so enamored with him? Because they're retarded. Thanks for the donation, Richard Loves Israel.
Robert Hare. Robert Hare was the world's foremost authority on psychopathy. He established the field of clinical analysis of psychopathic behavior. And Hare was a pretty agreeable guy, so he would give people the benefit of the doubt. And he interviewed hundreds of serious psychopaths, like imprisoned violent offenders. And he told me in one of our conversations that every time he sat down with a violent offender psychopath, and he had a measure for psychopathy that was a clinical checklist, so he could identify the psychopaths from just the, say, run-of-the-mill criminals. Every time he sat down with them, they pulled the wool over his eyes. And it wasn't, he videotaped the interviews, and it wasn't until later when he was reviewing the videos that he could see what they were doing. But in person, their tricks were more sophisticated than his detection ability.
Well, okay, this is fascinating because, again, you're a great interviewer. I would love it if you interviewed somebody like Putin. So this idea that you are a fool in the face of psychopathy, it just doesn't jive with me.
I'm an agreeable guy. That's the problem. I'll give people the benefit of the doubt.
Right, but that's good because the way you reveal psychopathy is by being agreeable, not weak, but seeking with empathy to understand the other person.
I prefer
and in
red
the details,
apples.
in the little nuanced ways that they...
Why was that police officer so gay? Tyrannical AF.
I don't know. I guess he got, he's done this before. He tried to kick Rebel Media off of Parliament Hill during a pro-life, or not pro-life, pro-choice protest. Guess it's just what he's being told to do or something. Thanks for the donation, though, XD.
Struggle with questions.
Yeah.
The psychopathy is revealed. So, so from we're kind of just to separate the two things. So one, overrepresentation of psychopathy online with anonymity, that's a serious, fascinating problem. But in the interview, one-on-one, I don't know if the job of a human being in conversation is to not talk to psychopaths, but to talk. I mean, like, how would you interview Hitler?
Well, I've had very difficult clinical interviews with people in my clinical practice. And
so how do you approach that?
Well, I really probably approach that the way I approach most conversations, and it's something like, I'm going to assume that you're playing a straight game, but I'm going to watch, and if you throw the odd crooked maneuver in, then I'll note it, and after you do it 3 times, I'll think, okay, I see. I thought we were playing one game, but we're actually playing another one. And if I'm smart enough to pick that up, that usually works out quite successfully for me. But I'm not always smart enough to pick that up.
But see, here's a nice thing. This one-on-one conversation that's not recorded is different than one that's listened by a lot of people. Because I would venture I trust the intelligence of the viewer and the listener to detect even better than you.
Yes, and I think that's true, by the way.
I'm not gonna bother watching this. Lex Friedman's just too fucking boring.
That's what I know of basically every single guy who I respect. That's the way he uses his phone. He doesn't sit there and think, oh, she sent me a message, I'll make her wait. That's shit you do in like high school when you've got a small dick. Once your dick gets to it when you're on your phone, but then for help with something. Don't be a dick, help people. Let's say you plan to go to for someone else. That can be a bad thing if that other person wouldn't do it for you. So let me give you an example. Let's say you plan to show up and she'll bring like a lovely attitude with herself. If she says no to every time that you like you back. The fourth bad habit that makes you look weak is speaking softly. I've done both. I've had times where I speak with like this deep pronunciation. That's where you end the last word of your sentence at a... Don't be intimidated enough to like kind of, like wink, look away. The worst thing you can do is make eye contact with someone and look away right away. Think about how much of a difference it can be when you stand up tall, like you're proud of yourself. And then the final bad habit that makes you look weak is taking disrespect from people. Now, there's a difference between taking disrespect and having like a joke with someone. So in the story I told you where my best friend took my phone and he wanted me to chase...
Yeah, I'd agree with that for the most part.
A TikToker inhaled 1 kilogram of whipped cream propellant every day for 6 months. This is what happened to his brain. GG is a 20-year-old man.
You know, it would only be a TikToker.
And presenting to the emergency room
Or
with
Steve-O.
cognitive impairment.
Well, I think it's time to sing this. I hope you are fully recharged, and I tried to find one that isn't copyrighted.
Alright, thanks for the donation, Ben. I'll sing this for you. I did my time and I want out. So effusive fate, it doesn't cut. The soul is not so vibrant. The reckoning, the sickening. Back at you, subversion, pseudo-sacred with psycho-virgin. Go drill your desserts, go dig your graves. Then fill your mouth with all the money you will save. Sinking in, getting smaller again, undone. It has begun. I'm not the only one. And the rain will kill us all. Throw yourselves against the wall, but no one else can see the preservation of the martyr in me. Psychosocial, 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 psychosocial. There are cracks in the road we lay, from where the devil fell. The secrets have gone mad. This is nothing new, but we kill it all. Fate was all we had. Who needs another mess? We could start over. Just look me in the eyes and say I'm wrong. Now there's only emptiness, but a message to bring. I think we're done. I'm not the only one. And the rain will kill us all. Throw ourselves against the wall, but no one else can see the preservation of the martyr in me. Psychosocial, 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 psychosocial. Oh, those are good chickens. The limits of the dead. 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 Okay. Thanks again, Ben.
I see our favorite small business person is maintaining radio silence.
Yep. Sounds like his mental breakdown hasn't gotten any better. Thanks for the donation, Sam.
Singing garbage Slipknot covers completely monotone for a few pitiful dollars. Richard, look at what you've become.
I want Chinese food. Thanks for the donation, Bill.
Impairment and leg weakness. He couldn't stand or walk without help. Gigi was a student at the local college, but he was someone who loved clout. He'd post videos online of him doing crazy things for likes and subs. Gigi lived in the apartments on campus with his friends. They had been roommates for years. One of the guys, Jake, liked to make desserts. He had a whipped cream dispenser that used little cans. They push gas into the cream, creating that airy whipped texture. This nitrous oxide is the perfect gas for this application, but it's also known as laughing gas. It has legitimate medical use, like at the dentist, but it's sometimes used for something else, and the roommates started to notice. Jake would use flavored gas. This made his whipped cream delicious, but those cans were huge. One day, Gigi told the other roommate to hold the phone. It was time to make a video. He took the big can, he held it up to his face, put his mouth on the nozzle, and twisted. Immediately after inhaling the laughing gas, Gigi felt his vision go dark. He tried to speak, but his voice was a totally different pitch. He started laughing and he just couldn't stop. He tried to grab the wall, but then he lost control of himself and his body went limp as he collapsed to the floor. Everyone thought it was hilarious. When Gigi was able to get up, he couldn't believe what happened, and this was the start of something horrible. At first, he'd just check it out on the weekends, but quickly, the entire week was the weekend. He was doing it all the time. It became the first thing that he'd do in the morning before getting out of bed. One evening, Gigi felt like he was going to have a panic attack. He cleared almost an entire box of whipped cream chargers. On the floor, almost passed out, he tried to sleep, but he couldn't. He couldn't remember what day it was, and he couldn't remember where he was, but there were no...
You look well rested. Did you work out today? I will be happy to be your upscale muscle.
I did not work out today. Today's a rest day. Wouldn't say I'm well rested. I am really fucking exhausted from dieting. Oh, I want it to end. Thanks for the donation though, Sam. Cute Gains, $22 for you, sir. Let me see. Oh. Wow. Oh, that's a nice friendly donkey. Oh. The little kitty has a donkey friend. That's so nice. Aww. Kitty loves his donkeys. That's amazing. Aw, that's nice. Those guys are nice. It's weird how they squeak. That's a nice donkey. Oh. Oh my god. Oh, cat and donkey are friends. Cat likes the fuzzy donkey. Oh, that's nice. Look at that little kitty on his donkey. Oh. Oh, that's not good. No, not a little kitty. That's bad. That bird is bad. Don't let him get the kitty. That bird needs to be arrested. Thanks for the donation, Q Gains.
What group is this? I like the masks.
I don't know. It's just a banjo cover of the Slipknot song, Psychosocial. Thanks for the donation, Sam.
Thoughts going through his head. When he tried to get up to use the bathroom, he stumbled. He thought he could feel a weird tingling in his feet, but things were only going to get worse. Gigi got to the point where this was the only thing that he would do all day. His roommates thought it was funny to just see him slouched over on the couch. They would egg him on, but then they started noticing that when he would try to get up, he couldn't stand without holding onto something. They laughed at him, but when they saw him try to walk, he stumbled and smashed his head on the table before falling to the ground. When the roommates saw blood coming from his head, they called for an ambulance, and he's brought to the emergency room, where we are now. At examination, the
That guy's friends are absolutely terrible.
medical team noticed that Gigi was disoriented. He could speak, but he couldn't tell them where he was or what his name was. Clearly, something's wrong with his brain. If he fell and hit his head, this could be a head injury. The trauma can cause a brain bleed, causing swelling as the brain starts to crush up against the sides of the skull, causing permanent damage. But when they took a closer look, his brain looked normal. There was no bleeding or swelling, meaning that something else was going on. Gigi couldn't stand or walk on his own. Doctors noticed that. When they tested the reflexes in his legs, they find that he didn't have any. Reflexes are bodily responses that don't require input from the brain. The impulse goes through the spinal cord back to the muscle. A missing reflex could mean something's wrong with his nerves, but this wasn't his only problem. Gigi was still confused, and he said nothing that made any sense. When they asked him what this three-sided shape was, he said hamburger. This cognitive impairment with absent reflexes means that Gigi has problems in both his brain and his spinal cord, but it still isn't finished. Looking at his blood cells under a microscope, they find that his red blood cells are larger than normal. They couldn't really hold on to a lot of oxygen. Doctors didn't know about Gigi's laughing gas misuse. He didn't tell them about it, and he couldn't because he was so incapacitated. But putting together his problems with his blood, his brain, and his spinal cord give them some clues as to what's happening. Red blood cells are made in the bone marrow. If they're released too early in production, they come out too big and they can't function normally. But why was this happening to Gigi? Red blood cell precursors are some of the most quickly developing cells in the body. Sometimes a hormone will tell the bone marrow to release developing cells early, but that doesn't seem like it's happening to Gigi. For him, it seems that his red blood cells just aren't developing fast enough and that they're being released unfinished. So this means either a toxin is inside his body disturbing his blood cell production, or he has a nutritional deficiency. And in the case of nitrous oxide misuse, the answer is the toxin causes a nutritional deficiency. The name tells us why it's a problem, starting with nitrous. Air is about 80% nitrogen. It's actually not majority oxygen, so our bodies are used to this mix. Nitrous oxide dissolves in blood at a rate 35 times more than nitrogen, but it doesn't like to stay there. The reason this becomes a problem is that it leaks back out in the body and becomes a gas again in air-containing places like the gut. That's fine because the gut is stretchy, but not all spaces in the body are stretchy. The ears have air, but if you increase the pressure, you'll blow out the eardrums. This means that nitrous oxide can displace oxygen and take up extra space. This will cause users to suffocate. That'll cause permanent brain damage and death, but Gigi isn't dead yet. But it looks like he actually has brain damage now because after a couple days in the hospital, Gigi can talk, but nothing makes sense. And he can't stand or walk on his own, but he didn't suffocate, so what's wrong? This brings us back to nutritional deficiency and the name nitrous oxide. A lot of times when oxygen-containing chemicals that aren't supposed to be in the body in large amounts are put in the body in large amounts, they can oxidize metals. This inactivates them. Some of these are pretty important functions. Red blood cells contain iron, which carries oxygen. Oxidizing iron makes it so that blood cells can't carry oxygen, but that probably isn't happening here because it would cause Gigi to turn blue, and it would show up in his blood test. But one metal that's involved in red blood cell production and the maintenance of myelin, the fatty sheath that covers the nerves and the brain, is cobalt inside of vitamin B12. If Gigi's incessant nitrous oxide use caused the cobalt in
Doing
vitamin...
whippets can be dangerous, even fatal. How is your horse these days? You should upload some vids.
The horse is doing just fine, and we're not going to upload any vids because we're worried about the location getting doxxed and then people fucking with him, so we're not doing that. We got especially worried when we saw a animal sanctuary. Some sicko went onto their property and slit their animals' throats during the night. So we don't want anything like that happening to Jake, so we're not doing that. Thanks for the donation though, Sam.
And B12 to get oxidized, inactivating it, then this makes sense why he has big and useless red blood cells, why the reflexes in his legs are absent, and why he has cognitive decline, but something's wrong. A blood test finds that he isn't deficient in vitamin B12. His levels are normal, but this doesn't explain what's happening. Vitamin B12 is a coenzyme, meaning that it's a chemical needed by an enzyme to function. Enzymes make new chemicals, and they consume things that ought not build up in the body. If vitamin B12 isn't working anymore, then the enzyme can't function normally anymore, meaning that either no chemicals are made or the wrong chemicals are made. Vitamin B12 coenzymes for two specific enzymes. In the cell nucleus where the DNA is, methionine synthase is one part of the process that makes DNA. Without vitamin B12, DNA synthesis is impaired. In a cell that's supposed to grow and develop quickly, development isn't normal anymore. So when it's time for them to be released into the body, they're not developed and they don't work like normal, kind of like red blood cells, explaining what's happening. In the mitochondria, powerhouse of the cell, vitamin B12 coenzymes for methylmalonyl coenzyme A mutase, which generates a chemical that's used to make ATP used as energy by cells. This is why you'll see vitamin B12 supplements saying that they aid in the conversion of food into energy, but the reality is the resulting chemical is a very common one. The body makes it from fats and proteins. The problem is when methylmalonyl coenzyme A mutase doesn't work anymore, the chemical that's supposed to be consumed builds up in the spinal cord. It replaces a chemical that's used to make the fat in myelin. The right fats aren't made anymore, and the myelin starts to degenerate, causing spinal cord damage, explaining why Gigi was missing reflexes. But it wasn't just the myelin that was affected. The white matter in his brain could also no longer make the right fats, causing degeneration there, ending in cognitive decline. Gigi's vitamin B12 levels in his blood were a little low but still normal because the B12 was still in his body. It's just that nitrous oxide had inactivated it. When they ordered another blood test for methylmalonic acid, a chemical that's not supposed to be high if vitamin B12 were present and functioning, they find that the levels were double the upper limit of normal, meaning that Gigi has all the problems as if he had a vitamin B12 deficiency. Not getting enough B12 is
React Trip Big Lenny.
Yes, I'm finally doing it. Today we are...
He got the procedure. He doesn't need rubber.
Alright, I'll take a look at those vids in a minute. Thanks for the donation, Death of Rabbit.
Is more common than you think. Sometimes people just
How's the
don't
night
eat
going?
enough of the nutrients that they need. I had
All I can think about is food. I really want to eat. I want this. 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 Definitely want that. Yeah. God damn. Oh. I don't know how people are anorexic their entire fucking lives. Like, it really sucks not eating. It really, really sucks. fuck me. I need this. Have to wait until Sunday. I'll probably be under 220 by then. I weighed in at 224 this morning.
I had a B12 deficiency once when I was dieting. Animal proteins are a good source of B12, but to lose weight, I ate a lot less proteins than I had had for at least the last 10 years before. My neurologic problem with B12 deficiency wasn't cognitive impairment, at least not that I knew of, but rather it was insomnia. And ironically, I figured out I had this problem when I started drinking energy drinks at nighttime because they contained vitamin B12, and I could weirdly sleep well after consuming a couple of cans. I did order my own blood test for methylmalonic acid, and it was in fact high. For GG, if he has inactivated vitamin B12, then the answer would be to give him more vitamin B12.
Yes, I'm obviously still
dieting. You can't
dieting.
really overdose on it because it dissolves in water and gets excreted in the urine. And he would have to stop misusing nitrous oxide. This misuse has been happening for a long time. Imposing restrictions on it.
Do you think U.S. presidency should be based on popular vote or electoral vote? Electoral vote. I think the electoral system in large territories is a good thing. The way we do polling is stupid, though. It's a first-past-the-post system. So rather than a... What is it? There's first past the post, and then there's approval voting. So it should be based on who gets the most approval, not who is first past the post.
It seems really difficult because there's a legitimate culinary use for it. It's even found in off-the-shelf whipped cream cans. There's a legit medical use for it too as an anesthetic. But the galaxy gas meme that came from 2024 TikTok is a new generation of something old. Sometimes the gas cans are contaminated with other gases and they can do things like oxidize the iron in your red blood cells. Other times people will get nitrous from a balloon, and when the gas knocks them out, they choke on the balloon and die. Compressed gases also become really cold when released, so this can cause frostbite and permanent damage to the mouth and throat. But maybe the biggest reason why you wouldn't want to do this, because the permanent brain damage thing doesn't matter as much here, is that it'll shrink your balls and reduce your sperm count. For GG, after several months of abstaining from nitrous oxide and taking his vitamin B12 supplements, he was able to think again a little. He was able to function semi-normally, but he still had trouble standing and walking on his own. His vitamin B12 problem was much more severe than a deficiency because a deficiency happens slowly. The liver has stores of vitamin B12, but taking something that deliberately inactivates B12 will shut down critical parts of the body at a much quicker rate and cause permanent damage, as GG was able to kind of make a recovery. Thanks so much.
Yeah, that's remarkably retarded.
We are talking about one of the most hated people on the internet, Jack Doherty.
Little Bro, what you gonna do? What you gonna do, bro?
Now, Jack is in the news right now because he crashed his very, very expensive McLaren. He just totally wrecked it on the side of the road. It was a pretty brutal crash. I don't know if this is like a bad thing to say, but it was a very funny crash, okay? I found the crash funny, you know? I'm glad no one got hurt. If someone got more hurt, I probably would have been slightly more upset, but only if it wasn't Jack, I think. You can see him driving, and he was ultimately just too distracted by chat to really pay attention to the road. The children in his kick chat were much more enticing than his own physical safety, and so he started hydroplaning on like half an inch of water, so he ended up drifting into the other lane and just smashing right into the guardrail.
Oh, no, no, no!
If there's any way at all that we can like legally enforce some kind of punishment where he's not allowed to drive a car ever again, and also maybe he gets sent to some kind of internment camp, I think that would be a good idea. Maybe that's just me, but I think that would be cool if he had to do like some kind of forced labor in some kind of war-torn country, maybe like...
What was the name of the restaurant you're looking at? It's called Yugi Rolls. It's in Ottawa. And it's not exactly a restaurant. It's really weird. You can't dine in and eat, and they're only open 3 days a week. And on top of that, they're located in a Jewish synagogue, and you have to order ahead of time. And then you go there, and they bring the food to you, like, to you at the door. It's a really weird setup.
Like Liberia or Siberia. One of the areas, one of the mysterious areas I don't know anything about, but it would be dangerous for him to be there. I think that'll be good. But I guess the best punishment we can hope for or just take from all this is that he got banned from Kick. So, W Kick for once. And it's so funny if you actually watch the video.
Haven't played T8 in almost a week, ready to get smashed in some matches. Sure, if you want to play T8 right now, I'm down.
Jack is far more concerned with making sure he gets to film the crash and makes content out of it than he is for his friend who just got his face up because they crashed a McLaren going like 70 miles an hour.
My car's total, guys. How does it look down there? Oh my god, you're bro.
I think it really goes to show where this kid's priorities are at in life. He doesn't care about people. What matters is the content. That's it.
How does it look down there?
But this isn't even close to the first time that Jack has been talked about in this way. So it really got me thinking, what made him this way? He's not even 21 years old and he's already like a completely degenerate clout goblin with no concern for other people, no concern for society. He only cares about himself and making as much money as possible in the stupidest ways possible. How did he manage to become more detestable than most 50-year-old lolcows before he's even able to legally drink? How did this happen? So I got to going through the entire history of his career to find out where it all went wrong, how this child became such a fucking demon. Jack began posting to his YouTube channel all the way back in September of 2016, which is like almost 9 years ago now. But the videos he posted during this time period were pretty innocent. He was just hanging out. You guys remember that whole bottle flipping?
What the fuck is going on here? There we go. We'll just do a few T8 matches, okay? Shut up. I can have fun too, alright? Yeah, I really have to learn some new combos. I just haven't had the free time to, you know, learn anything new. How long? We'll leave it at a 3-match max. How about that? No, haven't spoken to a lawyer.
Kazuya Mishima. Get ready for the next battle.
I'll look at that link after the matches. Thanks for the donation, Tommy.
Fight.
Damn it. Damn it, what? I blocked! Damn it.
Round 2. Fight. Round 3. Fight. Round 4. Fight.
Fuck. How do you like that, fucker? Damn it! Ah, what the fuck? How did that happen?
Round 5. Fight.
That should have made contact. I don't know how it fucking didn't. There we go. One anyway.
Round 6. Fight.
No! Ah! Fuck!
Round 7. Fight.
Hell yeah.
Round 8. Fight.
Oh my god, that was bad.
Final round. Fight.
Yes! Oh yeah, hell sweep for the win. Fucking gotcha.
Round 1. Fight.
Fuck. Damn it! Damn it!
Round 2. Fight.
That was weird. What? Fuck you. Fuck you and your cheap ass character. Oh my god.
Round 3. Fight.
What the fuck is that shit? What? Oh my god! Yes, fuck you, you cheating bastard. Fucking horse shit. Fucking horse shit. Fuck you. Oh! Fuck you.
Round 5. Fight.
What? Damn it! Oh my god. Fuck you. Shit!
Round 6. Fight.
Yes! Haha! Fuck you.
Round 7. Fight.
Hell yeah.
Round 8. Fight.
Hell yeah. Haha! Coming back, bitch.
Final round. Fight.
Shit. Oh, what? Yes! Oh, get fucked! Yes! Do one more. That was such a good win. Dude, I came back hard.
Round 1. Fight.
No, oh my god.
Round 2. Fight.
Oh, what? I blocked it. Give me a break. Oh, that's fucked.
Round 3. Fight.
Fuck you. God damn it.
Round 4. Fight.
Fuck, dude. I'm getting rolled this. Damn it.
Round 5. Fight.
Fuck. Damn it! Oh man, I didn't even win a single one that time. Alright, well, good matches.
Master Skywanker, there are too many of us. What are you going to do?
I will kill all of you.
It's treason then. It's over, Anakin. We have the moral high ground.
You underestimate my psychopathic tendencies.
Don't try it.
Holy shit. Do something, Fred.
I will do what I must.
All right, let's find out what happened at the temple.
If into the security recordings you go, only pain will you find.
Now, young Skywanker, you will die.
That would have been better. That would have made those movies significantly better. Thanks for the donation, Tom.
Flipping trend. Everybody was flipping bottles. Check out my epic flip, guys. I flipped Rick. Well, Jackie Boy here took it upon himself to flip just about anything he could find, from markers to pens to fruits. And this led to him getting a video that got 30 million views of him just flipping things. And with that video, he got hundreds of thousands of subscribers. So we got a lot of attention on YouTube at a very young age. And if you watch this content, it's not really
No, we're not gonna play Shenmue 3 now.
anything special. It's pretty much exactly what you would expect from a child who just started YouTube and doesn't really have a fully formed brain yet. But what's important here is he got the attention that he wanted. And once he got it once, he wanted more and more and more of it. He was hungry. So he kept doing more flipping videos. He even flipped himself on a trampoline. Shocking, revolutionary content idea, I know. He did some pretty harmless pranks, like trick-or-treating the day after Halloween. You know, it's like not really, it doesn't really matter. It's not really that interesting, but you know, it got him some views. But that wasn't enough. He was a YouTuber now, and he had a lot of YouTubers that he was looking up to, that he was watching that inspired him. So he wanted to collaborate with them, and he would kind of force his way into their lives. For example, back in the day, if you guys remember the "you can wear my sweatshirt," that kid? Well, some of the phone numbers of his family got leaked, and so Jack decided to film himself calling them at 3 a.m.
Guys, the thing is, I'm not even leaving my number blocked or anything. I'm just like, so pick up. Hello? Hi, is this Chica Sartorius?
This is not Jacob Sartorius.
Damn. Oh, really? No, wait, no, please, sing Sweatshirt.
But that wasn't enough, okay? He wanted to actually meet the YouTubers he looked up to in real life, which is why he decided to go to the FaZe house in New York and harass them.
I want them to come out so freaking badly. Guys, like, you don't understand, like, this is where they make videos. Look, this is their house.
At one point, FaZe Rain even shows up to the house. You can see him, like, driving by in his R8. He sees that Jack is there, and he just leaves. He just goes down the street. He's like, I'm not dealing with this child.
FaZe Rain! FaZe Rain! Guys, it's freaking FaZe Rain! Get out here!
Now, the obvious question to ask here would be, how did a 12-year-old get to the FaZe house? How is this 12-year-old at this random person's house he doesn't know, knocking on his door? And the answer is that his mom actually drove him there. His mom physically drove her son to a stranger's house in the middle of the day to meet a random YouTuber to demand their attention.
Why are they so famous? They all have, like, YouTube channels. They have millions of subscribers and everything. Gaming videos. Like, games. They do, like, gaming videos and stuff.
This 12-year-old was basically just harassing these random YouTubers he doesn't know in real life at their house. He did not get invited. They did not know who the f*** he was. He just went there to meet them to try and get them in a video. Now, considering the fact that he was 12, I think you can forgive him a little bit for this at the time because, I mean, kids don't really understand what it's like to be an adult, you know? A kid watching YouTube at the time is probably not gonna understand, like, hey, you're not supposed to just go to a YouTuber's house to talk to them. But apparently his mom didn't see an issue with this because she drove him to the FaZe house and drove him away and had no problem with it. And she, to your surprise, is actually not 12. She's like 50. His parents also drove him to the Team 10 house to try and meet Jake and Logan, which is really funny.
Logan!
What's up, guys? How are you?
Good.
I gotta go. I'm so late to the airport. I love you guys, though.
In fairness, this one is a little bit different because at the time, Jake basically made the address to the Team 10 house public because he wanted children to go there to engage in the content and film him and post to their social media to make him go more viral. This was like part of his business strategy with Team 10.
Jake Paul actually has the Team 10 house on Google listed as a business where you can just show up with hours of operation.
I'd imagine that was kind of a nightmare for all the other people living there, but hey, that was what Jake was doing. But the fact remains that Jack's parents were driving him to meet random YouTube adult strangers who could have done anything to him, frankly. They didn't know who these people were. They drove him to these houses to try and film YouTubers and basically stalk them.
I'm going to try to finish Silent Hill 2 tonight, but we'll see how it goes.
It's kind of weird. Like, it's like a little bit weird. I think if I had a kid, I probably would not be driving them to random men's houses that they recognize from the internet. And we would be able to see people talking about how weird this was, but ultimately Jack turned off the comments because he got a lot of hate. But he went to meet up with Jake and Logan Paul because he looked up to them at the time. What Jake was also known for most of the time was being obnoxious in public. Jack saw that he was doing that, and he decided, what if I just did that for myself? Jack's content when he was in middle school and early high school was basically him just going to a random store, doing something annoying, and getting kicked out, and then posting that to YouTube as like an epic prank. There are so many different examples of him doing this, like when he went to a trampoline park multiple times to argue with entire families and the staff until they're just sick of him and they're like, get out.
Yeah. Does that matter? I know it doesn't matter.
No, it doesn't matter. Obviously I care about it.
And you know, the flipping on the main court is one thing, the phone case, but when there's little kids involved, dude, now you're crossing the line.
He also got kicked out of Walmart one time for just generally being a nuisance, throwing around footballs and basketballs and just being, once again, a menace to society who just freaking exists to annoy anybody who's trying to do their normal daily job and just get by. He is there heroically to make their lives hell. One time he went back to Walmart in this really, really infamous incident that I don't see a lot of people talk about, where instead of a cop telling him to leave, a Walmart employee asked him to stop filming and leave.
What? You need to get out the store. I'm sorry, I was just playing around. You need to get out the store. You need to get out the store. Okay, sir.
And Jack refused to stop filming, and when he was being walked out, he kept filming the employee's face. He kept getting the camera in his face.
Rate SH2 on a scale of 1 to 10. What the hell is SH2?
Don't take pictures of me. I'll break your camera.
Jack starts mocking the guy, being like, you're not going to do anything. I'm 15 years old. You're going to go to jail if you even touch me.
I'm 15. Go to jail. I don't care if you're 15. Go to jail. You respect me.
And the guy, naturally, because Jack keeps filming him, tries to take away his camera.
All right, and you respect me. Oh, hey, Ricky!
What do you think of this Squidward AI cover of the song you sang earlier today? I thought it was fitting and funny, lol.
I felt the air rise up in me, kneel down, clear the stone of lace. I wander right where you can see. Inside Michelle, I wait sadly. I felt the air rise up in me, kneel down, clear the stone of lace.
That's great. Maybe even better than the original. Thanks for the donation, Ben.
It made it so that appointments must be made for the
Yeah, Destiny's doing a debate.
The border, making it harder for the border workers to do their job. In fact, they're being sued by...
Oh, rate Silent Hill 2 on a scale of 1 to 10. I think I'd give the game a 3. It's not good.
Now, Jack obviously deserved to have his camera taken away. The dude was filming a private business. He's filming a private citizen. He's just trying to do his everyday job. He didn't want to be filmed. Jack acted like a little shit about it, which resulted in this guy trying to own him. And in reality, this employee is just trying to protect himself from being seen on YouTube by hundreds of thousands of the children who watch Jack Doherty every day. But Jack, because he was so upset about being mogged, would then claim that this dude choked and punched him.
Okay, so I just want to say at this point, I did have the right to freak out because as you'll see later on, he put his hands around my neck. You can see the marks. He scratched me. He even punched me in the stomach trying to reach for my camera, trying to like get me to let it go. And keep in mind, he's like probably 40 years old at least, maybe even 50, and he's punching a 15-year-old, choking him and stuff. And he had my camera in my hand. And I thought at any second he was just gonna smash against the ground.
But then you watch the footage that Jack tells you to watch, and that just did not happen. He did not choke him. He did not punch him. He just held the camera above Jack's head, and Jack is like 5 feet tall, so he couldn't grab it.
I was not recording you. It was not going. I have no idea what's happening. Give me my camera. Okay, I'm not using that. I saw my camera. No, you can't say you won't use anything. Exactly. No, but you're recording it. Sir, you're not. Sir, you're not right there. Sir, you don't have sex. All right.
So basically, Jack falsely accused this random Walmart employee who was trying to go about his day of assaulting him because he was mad that he couldn't get the YouTube video he wanted. And Jack probably also did it because he thought it would make for a better video and he just didn't care about lying about this random guy. And in fairness, it got 6 million views. But once again, comments are turned off and, you know, I really wonder why that happened. And as you go through Jack's old content, you start to see a clear pattern forming, which is that the more obnoxious he gets, the more views he gets.
You are disgusting. International. Outside this place. Take this out. The place of my room.
Okay, so guys, that guy, I really feel bad for him. Coming to bounce, I feel bad because he's about to get sued, but we have the video footage. I didn't even touch the kid. I didn't even touch the kid. That was so dumb.
Sure, people in real life at these businesses freaking hated him, but the people on the internet liked it. So what does it matter? What does it matter that this local random guy doesn't like what Jack is doing, right? I mean, he's making money on YouTube. Who cares? At the end of the day, in Jack's real personal life, he didn't actually face consequences for any of these actions. Getting kicked out of Walmart? Boo-hoo. You get to make a video about it that gets millions of views. You make some money off of it. Sure, you get some hate comments, but Jack can always just turn those off so nobody can see it. Nobody knows how hated he is. Which kind of begs the question, where was his mother that was driving him to the Faceland house? Why was she not stopping him from doing this? And where was his father? Well, it doesn't seem like at this point, at least, they were doing anything to stop his behavior, so he kept it up. And his next little arc was to start terrorizing this random woman who lived next to him that he called Karen. Now, typically a Karen describes someone who like sticks their nose in everything and is just a complete wet blanket. So you would think that Jack was just minding his own business every day and she just couldn't help herself. But no, that's not what was happening. Instead, she was going about her day and Jack was in his little lair with Dr. Doofenshmirtz and Gru, devising evil plans to harass and terrorize this woman and get her on camera to make fun of her on a YouTube video.
This kid is such a dipshit.
I'm not harassing you.
You're gonna do your head down. I'm suing you for all money making.
Dad, I'm here. It's the Karen.
He's harassing me.
Look, house is right there. You young bitch. She finally comes outside. You just did it. I'm so scared. Have a ring doorbell. Hello.
Are you kidding me? I'm telling my husband.
Now, a lot of this stuff, like riding a dirt bike that's really loud or ding-dong dishing someone, is kind of normal teenager shit. It's not the most egregious thing in the world. Even being annoying in public at a store is kind of typical expected teenager behavior. But the unordinary thing about what Jack was doing is that he was not punished for it, and in fact, he was rewarded. He was making money. Normally, when you do something like this, you have parents to come in and stop you and make sure that you don't do it again. Jack's parents didn't stop him. And on top of that, he got directly rewarded for what he was doing because he filmed it all and posted it online with ads. His delinquent behavior that to any other parent would probably get him punished instead directly benefited him. And as a result, he was conditioned from a very young age to be annoying as to everyone around him and to get more and more dangerous and outrageous with the videos he was doing.
Bento Club does not look like me. I think I know who that is. Isn't that like a fat Chinese guy? Oh no. I discovered somebody else.
I went on.
He does not look exactly like me. Like, there's similar features, but he does not look exactly like me.
He was making so much money, in fact, and getting so many views that at 15 years old, he managed to meet Logan Paul, where he told Logan that he had purchased various investment properties.
What'd you say just now? I bought a house. How is that, sir? How is that
I don't really want to rate your Julington.
possible? You're 12.
It's my money, but like under my dad's name.
Listen, did you just say you're laundering money for your father?
So he was making a bunch of money, but regardless of that, I think it's clear that the way he was making it probably wasn't worth it. Like, there are ways you can make this much money without being a complete menace to society. So his parents' solution to this, instead of like punishing Jack or getting some kind of family therapist to explain to him that what he was doing was wrong, or what my parents personally would have done, which would be send me to military school forever and never see my family or friends again until I became a normal person. Instead, his parents decided the best method of dealing with this would be to go on Dr. Phil to talk about it on national TV in front of millions of people. A teenage social media star.
Accused of being disrespectful, rude, advocate for bad behavior.
Now, during this episode, Jack is still in high school, keep in mind, but regardless, Dr. Phil doesn't really hold back very much. He confronts him about his behavior, and we get kind of a deeper view, a deeper peer, a deeper analysis into the mind of a teenage clout goblin. And he openly says in this episode, hey, people may hate me for this, but I get to post it to YouTube, so I don't really care.
A lot of people call me rude and obnoxious. He was fighting.
Leave my house now.
Oh, you're tired of that? I'm tired of you. You're the one who started this whole thing, actually. But I think the majority of people think it's funny and really entertaining.
At one point in particular, Jack had done this prank where he basically bought some non-alcoholic beer, the fake beer that alcoholic guys drink to feel like they're fitting in, and he was sipping on that drink in public and acting drunk. He was like stumbling around, he was slurring his words, he was trying to make it seem like he was as intoxicated as possible. And he did all this in an effort to try to get the police's attention to prank them. They obviously saw what he was doing. They saw that he had a beer and they thought it was real, and Jack said it was real directly, so they told him, hey, you're a kid, stop drinking beer. They didn't really even want to arrest him, they just told him to throw it out and go about his day. But he just decided to make the situation worse for himself and antagonize and pester them and try to get some kind of reaction.
I'm freaked up. I see that. Try guns?
17, you're not supposed to have that.
He keeps pressing them and acting drunk and trying to convince them that he is drinking as a child, and they obviously are like, hey, that's illegal, you can't do that, so they decided to put him in cuffs.
Officer, you can't push me like that. Like 0% alcohol. Hey, yo, chill. Yo, what the f?
I'm not funny anymore, right?
At which point he starts playing the victim and trying to explain to them, oh, it's just fake beer, guys, it's just a prank. Normally something like this would be a bit of a wake-up.
That has got to be the stupidest fucking thing I have ever heard. You know, I'm sure some of this is like the white privilege thing. If a black kid did this, he'd probably be shot already. Shoot, I need $2. Let me see.
You guys bought it in March of 2023, March 23rd,
Yeah.
if I'm not mistaken.
Mhm.
Okay, how many people from Pornhub, employees and executives and directors and VPs, who for sure knows at the time that these types of content was there, have been fired?
So in terms of major personnel changes, so prior to the acquisition, this is probably the biggest one, tells you about a difference in direction. Prior to the acquisition, a few months prior to the acquisition, the previous two owners who were owner-operators, they were the CEO and the COO, they departed the company. Okay? Change was required. There have
the CEO and who else?
And
the
COO. Right. They were also the minority shareholders of the company.
Were they fired or they were bought and they just stepped away?
They departed prior to the acquisition.
So you guys bought in March. When did they depart?
The summer.
Okay, so 2022.
2022.
Okay, I got.
But once again, when we were acquiring the company, we were looking at the executives.
Two MindGeek, a parent company in Portland, have resigned. Allegations that the site does not immediately never remove content involving non-consensual underage sex. MindGeek confirmed the departures of CEO Ferris Antun and CEO David Tassilo. Can you see what their background is, Rob? I'm just curious to know what their background was prior to doing this. Okay, so they stepped away June of 2022, resigned, after these stories are kind of getting public.
Yeah, I mean, look, they had their reasons for stepping away. I can tell you that in terms of the executive group, when we evaluated this opportunity, we spent time evaluating the company and the executives, including executives like Alex, but the leadership group. They had really taken the company in a different direction in the years prior, and we wanted them to continue taking the company in that direction, but we wanted to invest in them, to provide them with the resources to do this kind of work, full moderation, full verification of age ID consent of all uploaders and people appearing in content. The company needs to evolve. It needed to evolve, and our view is that under our ownership, they're going to continue to evolve.
So who else do? I mean, I've been in business for many years. You got C-suites, you got VPs, you got directors, you got a lot of people that are involved that know this kind of stuff. So who else that was aware that this kind of stuff existed got fired after you guys bought them?
So I just want to be very clear. It's important to make a distinction here, okay? Every single online platform that allows for user-generated content is going to have criminals who try to exploit it. Facebook is going to have criminals who try to post illegal things for sale, we're going to post death threats, we're going to post non-consensual intimate imagery. That is the nature of an online platform. It is, okay? Platforms, of course, need to take reasonable steps to guard against that. We can have a discussion about what those reasonable steps look like. I think our steps that we take today go above and beyond anyone else. That's not to say that in 2020, this company was not taking reasonable steps. That's the subject of litigation. That will get a just outcome one way or another. So I don't want for a moment to leave you with the impression that our view is we look back on this and say, oh, it was just the Wild West back then, because that's not true. Even back then, Pornhub was doing moderation, was working with child protection NGOs, was scanning all content against lists of known bad content, but they were grappling with...
That's not possible, though, because you're saying you guys removed 8 million pieces of content, right? If you're dealing with moderators...
No, but just be clear. That doesn't mean those 8 million pieces of content were problematic or illegal or underage at all.
Why would you remove them then?
Because we did not have it was before we acquired the company, because the company did not have the ID of every single one of those uploaders. That's why. So it's important. It's very easy, especially if you come from a position where you want all porn gone. And you saw even in that article how these groups are described. Okay, I just want to be very clear. The group that became Trafficking Hub used to be called Morality in Media, and they were protesting against sex shops in New York in the 80s and 90s. So they have an ideological perspective, which is they don't want any porn to exist.
I don't have a problem with that. I actually don't have you have to realize you're not talking to a guy that is this square guy that I was an atheist till 25. My past friends who know me, they know, but I was an adult that, I'm interested in, whatever I'm consuming. My concern is purely one thing. It's underage.
So then you and I and Alex.
Why you not want to rate my joint? Let me roll another and send it to through VG. Okay, no ifs, no buts.
Okay, fine. Send me your fucking joint. Thanks for the donation, Bootycum.
We have exactly the same concern.
But there's a difference. I know you say this, and it's like the right thing we have to say. However, this place had underage stuff for many, many years until now. So even when I'm asking the question, it's still not been answered because I'm still trying to find out how, it's mathematically impossible. How can you get a video to know the person when they shot it wasn't underage to allow that video to be uploaded? I understand you're asking me for my ID today, but how can you verify? We understand there's deep fake, and that's one side, but how can you be able to authenticate to say, when you shot this, you were over 18? How do you do that?
So there are technological solutions. I'm happy to talk about some of the trust and safety. There are actually ways, whether it's examination of metadata or looking at cues in the video. But at the same time, what a platform has to do is take reasonable steps. Okay? Will a criminal, imagine, it's funny, we're in a bank vault today. Okay? Imagine you walk into a bank and you say, can you guarantee me that this bank will never be robbed? You say, well, no, we got alarm systems, we got security, we got armed security, we've got, sensors. We're fighting the criminals every single day. Okay? The same is true on our platform. We have an extraordinary security system that goes above and beyond. In fact, one of the things that we did as new ownership, and I'd be happy to do this with you or anyone from your team, is we walk people through the back end. We actually show off the trust and safety. We don't show all the alarms. We don't show where all the sensors are, but we show that we are doing more than any other platform to keep it safe. Let's ask Instagram, for example. Okay? Instagram can let you post all kinds of sexy content. They have to have ways of ensuring the age ID consent of people appearing, right? They have to.
There's a difference, though. So in other words, what I'm getting from you, I asked 3 times now, there is no way to verify at all. There is no 100% proven way to verify
what they're saying.
If any of the porn that is on Pornhub isn't underage at the time that it was shot.
There are many ways to verify. So we have humans who watch every video. Let's start there.
Well, you can watch a video and you won't be able to tell if somebody's under 18 or not.
Of course, you certainly can. You can tell if somebody is well under. You can tell if somebody is of age. We can look at the ID. We can look at the time of upload. We can look at the circumstances of the making of the video.
Mathematically impossible for you to be able to know if at the time that the video was shot, the person was underage.
He's not even listening to what they're saying.
Tell me. There is a software that is known, that the world knows.
Okay, bro. If someone uploads a Pornhub video, and let's say let's say they look like this. He's literally saying there's no way to know if this person is 18 or older. Like, bruh. So, no, there absolutely is a way to know if somebody is above the age of 18 just from looking at the video, you fucking moron.
Knows about, that is able to detect it, I will say, great, let's give it credibility. But if everything else is for me to watch and say, guys, I think this is risque, let's not put this one up and let's not approve it, that still makes Pornhub the god of deciding if this video was shot at a time where the person was above age or underage.
Well, it's not about being the god. It's about, any kind of reasonable approach to trust and safety means that you must protect the platform. You must keep things that are, let's start with a spectrum. Clearly unlawful, of course, those go. Then you have ones where we identify risk characteristics, we ask for additional documentation. That's something we do all the time. If there are suspicious circumstances about video or ID or documentation, we ask for further documentation. We hold material, we remove material, right? Because as a platform, we have to take reasonable steps. The other side that we haven't discussed here at all, which is essential and very, very different from what was characterized in that New York Times article, is our policy now with respect to removal, which is we have a take down first, ask questions later approach. Anyone who identifies I'm in this material and either I was not of age or it's non-consensual, we take it down immediately, which Facebook doesn't do, which Instagram doesn't do. Okay. So this idea of holding porn to an impossible standard, I reject that premise.
First of all, you have to realize, I'm literally trying to think from compliance standpoint, from a guy who's been in the financial industry since the day before 9/11, building an insurance agency with 60,000 agents, dealing with Department of Insurance and regulators from every single state, because we were in every single state that we have to deal with that, and with FINRA, and with NASD, and with SEC. I dealt with everybody, right? So you have to know how to prevent certain things happening in the financial industry. The real only way to have this being done is there needs to be, while the video is being shot, there needs to be someone saying, before we do the scene, this is what it is. I am at this age. We're shooting it at this age. Here's how old I am. And here's how old he is. I am 22 years old.
No.
He's 24 years old. I'm 21 years old. He's 19 years old. This is what's about to happen. Then you could say, yes, 100% we know. And then you have to see, is that ID being verified on an ID website? I got a big announcement to make. The property I'm on right now, we've been working on buying this.
This dude is literally fucking retarded.
5th, which is election night. That was, imagine to me, that's the main podcast. Looks like better park it yourself.
Okay, he literally was not listening to anything they were saying.
A call for any kind of 15-year-old to not do this kind of content anymore. I mean, getting arrested in high school for pretending to commit a crime is not a place you want to be, even if you did pretend to commit a crime. The problem being that Jack got 700,000 views on YouTube, so he just didn't care.
I did a video where I went walking around drinking fake beer and I pranked the cops that I was drunk. My stomach hurts. I'm gonna puke so bad. The police handcuffed me, threw me in the back of a cop car, and detained me for over an hour. The police contacted my dad, and my dad tried to talk him out of it and explain that it was my job, and they kind of just eventually let me go. No money, right? But looking back on it, it was extremely worth it because I got a great video and never went to jail.
Now, obviously, there are a lot of problems with this. I mean, you're basically wasting tax dollars or wasting police resources on committing a fake crime, so they have to spend time dealing with you when they could be dealing with anything else. I mean, these guys could be responding to some other serious crime. There could be, who knows, any kind of shooting a few miles away. There could be some other crime taking place a couple blocks over that they should be dealing with, but instead they're having to deal with this child who is pretending to drink beer. But Jack doesn't care at all. He just brushes this off and is like, oh, well, they weren't busy anyway. I mean, they're just cops, whatever.
You see any problem with that?
It's not a problem with that. I just thought it was a good opportunity for the prank because they weren't really doing anything. They're just in a circle talking.
That's 7 cops talking to you, and there may be somebody getting mugged or raped or something 10 blocks over, and they don't have police protection because you're scamming 7 cops over here, and so there's not police coverage somewhere else because they're jacking with.
Well, I mean, and they were just talking in a circle, nothing was going on.
Yeah, well, you don't know that.
And during this episode, we also get to hear from the Delray family, the Delray lineage, where they kind of describe how they feel about Jack, and frankly, their reactions are hilarious, but probably not for the reasons that they think that they are.
If it's up to me, I will tell Jack to stop doing all these videos.
Last month, he bought 0% alcohol beer.
Woo! I'm hammered. Oh my bro!
And he was acting drunk, so they put him in custody.
Booty come donate $2. Once I finish the one I'm having, I'll roll another up and I'll tell you in chat when I've sent it on IG. All right, thanks for the donation, Booty come.
Got me arrested, guys. Are you ready?
Why would I be excited you got arrested? Police eventually called me if they detained Jack. And I believe if they didn't call me, Jack would go into jail because of his attitude.
Jack needs to understand when he's 19, it's not going to be mommy or daddy help me. He's going to have to face the consequences.
You realize, lady, hey, listen to me. You realize you are his mom. You literally can make him stop. He is your child. He is a minor. You basically own him, okay? Children are basically property of their parents. You can tell them to stop. You can take away his camera and take away his computer so he can't make YouTube videos anymore if you don't like what he's doing. It's hard for me to tell if the mom is being intentionally disingenuous here or if she has some kind of cognitive dissonance about it. Or she's like, oh, well, my son is being so annoying, but at the same time, he's making money, dude. I can't tell what her problem is. But I just have to question what is wrong with her if she feels like she can't stop him. He's 5'3", okay? He's not gonna be able to physically stop you from taking away his stuff. You can just take away his camera and he won't be able to make videos anymore. It's as simple as that. Ground him. He's a child in every sense of the word.
He knows I'm not proud of what he's doing. We have a lot of fights about school. He promising he's going to do well, but it's not good. Yeah, I really beg him to finish the high school.
And the parents even acknowledge here, they're like, yeah, he's failing high school. His grades are really bad. It's a pretty dire situation. And Jack seems to just not care because he wants to spend his time making YouTube videos instead, which is his true passion. But in this episode, we get to learn what the real priorities of his parents are. And those priorities really come down to one word, being money.
It's hard to punish Jack by taking away his phone or shutting off his...
I think you'll find this interesting. React to this.
That is why Where are you from? Where are you from? Chinese. You're Chinese.
Let me stop you just in case something happens. Yeah.
Join the Taliban in Afghanistan. If you're a true Muslim, the Taliban follow the Quran. Kill all Muslims who are heretic, Sunni, Shia, Alawi, all the Muslims who aren't following the Taliban in Afghanistan. Afghanistan is next to Iran.
So his policy, is war.
Yeah.
So you spend the rest of your life trying to get to the Israel. By force. By force. You take it back.
How?
How are you going to take it back? How are you going to take it back?
They just killed Hassan Nasrallah.
How are you going to get back? How are you going to get back? We will see. You will die never seeing it. And I'm telling you, you'll die never see it. And that's the wicked and the bloodshed you have in your mind to think that Israel as a nation should not exist. Israel existed long before Iraq. No, when I say as a nation, long before. In the Bible, in the Bible, in Bible. What battle are you going to lose? What battle? Give up. Give up. Give up. You will die trying and never win. You will die. You will die. You'll die. My friend, you will die never seen that battle won, my friend.
You're an old man.
You're an old man.
Fight your way out of the
You're an old man. You never have that. You never have that. Israel has to exist as a nation, my friend. That's what they told you. Everything that what they're telling him.
Round man, speak with.
Thank you very much. What is the battle? What is the battle?
The Arabs are killing each other.
But the Arabs are killing each other, my friend. Solve the problem. Solve the problem. No. You guys need to. You guys need to know more history, my friend.
No, Allah Akbar. Nasrallah dead. The party of God. Kaput. Israel military.
Hey. God bless. God bless. God bless. What history? The Romans gave them their identity. What history you have? Where are you from? Which country from? What? Iraq. Why are you here? Why are you in the West? No, I need to ask you. You don't answer. A land of milk and honey, Islamically developed. You have your Sharia law, you have all the laws there. Why you come here?
If you want a civil war, we're ready. We're ready.
The Sharia law they want in Europe, they don't want it in Iraq. In fact, to see your land, my friend.
You say Allah Akbar, and we will kill you. We will kill you like dogs.
I beg your pardon? Hey.
10,000 years, man.
Good to see you. Good to see you guys in politics today.
Looking sharp.
Oh, thank you. Yeah. My friend.
Look, do you know about the history? Tell me how about Iraq?
You don't have an history for yourself. You don't have an history for yourself. If you know your history, you should know that God has blessed Israel among all nations of the earth.
Say that in the Bible.
And in Quran.
In the Holy Bible.
In Quran too.
Yeah.
And the Jews are most blessed nation upon the earth. God made a covenant with Israel.
You are second class.
It doesn't matter, sir. It doesn't matter.
Okay, whatever. It's not that interesting.
Because that's how he makes his living.
I feel guilty when we turn his phone and computer off because I feel like I'm a bad mom.
Social media has really taken over his life.
Yeah, but you say, I can't take his phone or his cameras away because that's how he makes his money.
Yeah.
And I mean, he's working like a 30-year-old, and so, I'm not going
It's difficult to figure out a way
down.
to discipline him. It is.
They just saw dollar signs. He was making hundreds of thousands of dollars a year when he was very young, which is like, a little bit of credit to him because most kids don't figure out how to do that. The problem being that the way he's doing it is completely evil and retarded. But they saw that he was making money, and their wishes, if they ever did exist, for him to be a functional, normal, member of society, just went down the drain. They didn't care about him terrorizing local businesses and making their family the most hated in the neighborhood and the entire area. They just wanted him to keep making money. That's all they cared about.
At the end of the day, you have to remember that this is what you raised, and this is what you guys got.
And this clip in particular is so awesome because, Jack is kind of joking here, but he's also right. His parents did make him this way. They did let him become this total shithead, and they did nothing to stop him. They can pretend to care that he's becoming a menace to society and kind of feign outrage at the fact that he's making really bad content that is, bad for the world in general. But at the same time, they're also posing in his YouTube channels, pretending to be sad about what he's up to. Now, at the time, there was this narrative from Jack that he was using a lot as kind of a get-out-of-jail-free card. He was like, hey, I may be annoying now, I may be a menace now, but, I'm just a kid. As soon as I turn 18, I know there's going to be real consequences for these actions, so I'm going to have to stop because then I may be facing real jail time or something for, drinking beer in public or stuff like that.
And you say you need to get out all your obnoxious behavior before you turn 18 because then you become an adult.
Yeah, that's true.
And then your accountability gets to be a lot higher, right?
Yeah, that's the problem, yeah.
But at every step of the way, when he should be getting punished, instead of taking it on the chin and just accepting it, instead he thought, how can I turn this into content? Which is why when he got an in-school suspension, instead of accepting that punishment, he decided to film himself in the bathroom and in the classroom in detention for his YouTube audience. It is fucking insane.
It's 7 periods, currently 105, and I have 2 more periods after this of just sitting in the classroom doing nothing because it's so pointless and boring. Yeah, I guys this is so boring. I can't take this anymore. If I get suspension from this video, I'm going to cry because in-school suspensions stink like they're the worst.
So it's probably not a surprise that when his parents refused to discipline him and the school was unable to get them to hard wrangle their idiot son, the school decided they were just done with him. And before he was even 18 years old, his shenanigans managed to get him expelled from high school permanently. But Jack wasn't even mad about this. He literally was not mad at all. I mean, was a little mad because his parents apparently screamed at him and his mom was upset a little bit. But ultimately, he now had zero real-life normal person responsibilities. He could just be a YouTuber, like he had wanted to be since he was 12 years old. He got to be just like his idols, Jake and Logan Paul. So right after being expelled, he bought more rental properties and made content about it on YouTube. He got pulled over for driving a Tesla without a license, which is once again, how did his parents let this happen? But the money was still rolling in because he posted this all to YouTube and made AdSense dollars off of it. And his dad didn't even care about the fact that he was dropping out because Jack bought him a $15,000 watch, so it didn't really matter to him. But at this point, after Jack gets expelled, his views also started to take kind of a dip. You know, for all of the faults of someone like Jake or Logan Paul, throughout all their controversies, they still had a fan base. They were still getting views. They had a real audience that watched them for their personalities. They didn't have to just exist based on sparking up a new controversy every few months or commentary channels to talk about and everybody on Twitter to rage about. They actually had an audience that did watch them, even in the downtime when that stuff wasn't going on. Jack did not have that at all. By 18 years old, he was already a soulless, personality-less, just void of clout. Someone who could only get views off of clickbait and being a pain in the ass to members of the public who didn't want to deal with him ever again. So his views started dipping from 500,000 or 600,000 on average to like 200,000 or maybe even, you know, barely cracking 100,000. He needed some way to make more cash. He needed some way to sustain his expensive lifestyle and continue buying more properties and make his money because YouTube AdSense just wasn't covering it. By 2023, Jack's views were still pretty low compared to where they were just a few years ago. Despite this, he was making a ton of money. He had managed to rent out a massive mansion in Miami where he was paying $30,000 a month in rent, like absurd amounts of money just leaving his bank account.
Holy mother of a fuck. Bro, I could have been a millionaire driving fucking McLarens if I just went outside and acted like a complete asshole. Why did I decide to be like a decent person? I've made the worst life choices. I should have just harassed people, filmed myself getting kicked out of Walmart. I could have been a millionaire.
Account. He had a real estate portfolio of 21 rental units that were taking a bunch of cash for him from the tenants that were paying him rent. He owned multiple watches worth tens of thousands of dollars. He's got multiple supercars, and he claimed to be making upwards of $500,000 regularly per month.
If you don't mind me asking, like, in a month, how much money could you make? You don't have to go into depth. All right, Logan Paul, not kidding. Take a guess and I'll say higher or lower.
Wow, you've been PR trained, you've been media trained.
750,000. Good guess, honestly. But yeah, low-key around that. Sometimes a little more, sometimes a little less.
Meanwhile, he also had another passion, which was IRL streaming. IRL streaming kind of blew up in 2016 and 17 because of Ice Poseidon, but around 2022 to 2023, it saw a huge resurgence with people like John Zerka streaming their crazy lives, basically. And Jack saw this and saw it as a good opportunity. I mean, it makes sense in terms of business, which Jack, you know, seems to think he's very good at. Instead of making actual YouTube videos that you have to plan out and then edit into a nice little piece of content that you post, Jack started streaming on Kick, and there he could collect donations while he was live, and then he could clip the best moments into content for his YouTube channel. Now these best moments are pretty questionable, as it was mostly just him being really annoying again.
We got out of there, motherfuckers. Let's go.
Watch your language, there's kids around.
I didn't say any curse words. What'd I say?
Just watch your language.
What'd I say?
You got a stupid shirt on over there.
Yeah. Your kids can't read, though. Your kids can't read, can they?
I'm sure your kids watch.
You start talking to me, buddy.
Get away from me.
You get away from me. Watch your kids. Go, walk away. Back up.
His entire bit for a while is that he would go somewhere in public, he would go out of his way to annoy someone or piss them off, and they would get mad at him, and he would then hide behind his giant black security guard who would intimidate whoever he just pissed off. This happened so many times, and the security guard would even fight people a few times that just didn't need to be fought, like they didn't even touch him, and he would just go out of his way to mess with them.
Wait. What are we gonna do?
And ultimately, this got so bad that it all came to a head with one particular incident on the beach, where somebody pissed off Jack and the security guard because they were just like calling him annoying, which is true. And the security guard then proceeded to Superman punch this guy in the head completely unprovoked. Now, getting punched by a 6'7" giant person for doing absolutely nothing is obviously not anybody's idea of a fun Friday night. That's not a position you want to be in. You can actually see that he got punched pretty damn hard based on the injuries that he sustained. And this would end up catching Jack a serious lawsuit. The victim's lawyer would write, "This was a disgusting, unprovoked assault on a young man by a professional boxer at the direction of his social media influencer employer. Chase was minding his own business, enjoying a fun Halloween party with friends when he was brutally attacked by a man several times larger than him. This sort of behavior by Jack Doherty and his cronies needs to end. Chase suffered serious injuries that could derail his life and career." Now, Jack tried to get out of this lawsuit in a very creative way. He said, "I actually don't have to pay for this, despite the fact my security guard punched the guy in the head, and I was like kind of okay with it, and there's been like 10 other incidents where this kind of thing almost happened." He said, "I'm not responsible for this. No. You see, instead, the insurance company, State Farm, should have to pay for it because Jack paid them for renter's insurance."
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
I don't know how they thought that would work. Maybe it was just a Hail Mary to try and get out of paying for this, but, you know, to no one's surprise, it didn't really work. And State Farm basically came back at him and said, "No, actually, it's not our fault that your giant low IQ bodyguard decked some guy. It's not our fault at all." TMZ actually finishes this article in a really funny way by saying, "As it turns out, State Farm is not always there." So by this point, a lot of these moments had gone viral, and Jack was widely hated across YouTube by pretty much everyone. His videos didn't get a lot of views, so they're not making a lot of money. If you go to his comment sections, he just gave up on trying to turn them off, and he gets hate because every single comment is a hate comment, so he just gave up on trying to hide whenever people hated him. Meanwhile, when he was on Kick, his streams were supposedly getting an average of 10,000 live viewers. I don't really believe that number because if he was getting that many, I think you would hear about him from like his actual fans a lot more. For streaming, 10,000 live viewers is an insane number. That puts you in like the top percent of streamers. And he didn't really seem to be that popular outside of these crazy moments that would get clipped and posted on Twitter and Instagram and every other platform. And Kick also notoriously has a big botting problem where somehow everybody on the site is getting like 70,000 to 100,000 live viewers when their chat is not really moving that fast, and like when they go in public, they're not really being recognized. You gotta understand, if you're getting 70,000 live viewers, that is like an insane amount of people watching you live, right? That is like Kai Cenat levels. If you go in public anywhere and you're getting 70,000 live viewers, every person in every room is gonna know who you are. And that did not happen with Jack. Most people didn't know who he was when he went in public. So I wouldn't really be surprised if 10,000 is not the real number and it's like 2,000 or 3,000, maybe at the max. And the point behind me going on this kind of diatribe is just to point out that between YouTube and Kick, these income sources don't really add up to $700,000 or $800,000 a month. It just doesn't add up to that. So it kind of begs the question, how is this guy actually making his money? Well, as a lot of people have talked about, what Jack did was actually a kind of smart, kind of genius in like a Machiavellian slimeball evil guy kind of way. He took advice from Andrew Tate.
Have you ever dated an OnlyFans chick that's giving you 100% of the money?
All the time.
No way.
I'm describing to you right now. All the chicks give me all the money.
In recent years, Jack took up a new career opportunity of being an OnlyFans manager. He basically helps these girls run their accounts. He tells them what kind of content they should post. He makes sure they're posting consistently. And as a result, he gets a cut of whatever money they make from the simps that are paying for their paywall dudes. All the stuff we've seen from him on YouTube in the past few years are essentially A, him killing time, or B, him trying to promote whatever OnlyFans girls in the content so he can make money off of them. By growing his brand and his name and having these girls around him, he can funnel people who are basically addicts and want to, subscribe to this kind of stuff to go and check out his OnlyFans girls pages, and then he collects his percentage. One of these schemes he devised in particular to get the most attention possible was seen on YouTube Shorts, and he got a few shorts that got a lot of views.
Wilson versus Spalding. Which ball will explode first?
This content is absolute cancer. I do not know who is watching it. Maybe it's children watching it. I really don't know. But naturally, because it's cancer, it managed to get 100 million views on YouTube. I don't know what I'm doing. And if you check the description of this short, you instantly see him promoting this girl's OnlyFans. If you check another short, it's the exact same thing. In this next one, he's with his mom, and they also promote this girl's OnlyFans.
My mom hates my new girlfriend, so today I'm gonna try everything in my power to change her mind. First, I had my girlfriend McKinley go tan next to my mom to see if she could talk to her.
Oh, whoa, excuse me. Put some clothes on, please.
Now, this girl in particular in this video, the girl that's not his mom, she doesn't have an OnlyFans as far as I know. But I think if Jack thought it would make him money and his mom thought that it would, then I think they would probably do that like tomorrow, yesterday. I think he would totally put his mom on OnlyFans if he could. But this girl, his girlfriend, is named McKinley Richardson. She has 7 million subscribers of her own on YouTube, mostly stuff she got from being in Jack's content. And her channel's also pretty dead. She's got 7 million subscribers, but she averages like 100K views on her actual videos. The only videos that actually get attention are the shorts.
Today, when I was walking in Miami Beach, I noticed a weirdo looking at my app. I'm gonna go hunt myself.
Obviously, it's not really advisable to imagine what kind of relationship they have, considering, that Jack is like managing her OnlyFans and managing all these other girls' OnlyFans and looking at their content every day. I would imagine they might have kind of an Adam 22 situation going on, but I don't really know. One really funny moment during the IRL streams is at one point FouseyTube, the goat of YouTube, came over to the house. The I felt gay guy.
I felt worthless. I felt ugly. I felt gay. I felt that note like that.
He found out that Jack was doing OnlyFans and that his girl did OnlyFans, and he just basically roasted him and called him a degenerate freak for letting his girlfriend do this.
Are you gonna tell your wife she's a pussy? She didn't tell pussy. When she said pull pictures, song pictures, oh, you think that makes it better? You think that she's hiding pictures like this, bending over and guys? Dog, porn ruins men.
Shout out to Fousey, by the way, for being the god of content. I'll probably do a video about him at some point soon because he's just the most entertaining person to ever exist. But as is the case with a lot of OnlyFans and sex work related people and managers, we would eventually see some serious allegations be made about Jack and his business practices. Now, I do want to preface here that these are allegations. They have been made by a few people, but regardless of that, we don't have direct proof of Jack doing anything illegal. So please just take all of this with a big, dry, hard, giant rock of salt, okay? We don't know how true any of this is. Now, these allegations initially came out with a girl named Natalie Reynolds. She herself is a pretty controversial person. She's a kick streamer, so you can imagine the kind of stuff she's getting up to over on that site. She's best known for a few really hated moments. My particular favorite one is when she rented a big white van, wrote free candy on it, and did a prank where she asked real-life children with their parents shopping at Walmart if they wanted free candy, and it went about as well as you would expect it to go. People were like, what's wrong with you?
You want some free candy?
Oh guys, look at the prank, epic prank, I pretended to be a pedophile. At the beginning of 2024, Natalie decided to accuse Jack publicly of grooming. She essentially claimed that Jack would meet these 17-year-old girls, he would become friends with them, he would kind of talk to them in some kind of sense, and he would then try to convince them to do OnlyFans as soon as they turned 18. She reiterated this same claim again in another tweet regarding this particular girl who had just turned 18 and was like, I'm 18, go sub to my OnlyFans. But at the time all this went down, Natalie didn't post any direct proof. And make no mistake, this kind of allegation is somewhat believable on the surface given that Jack himself is pretty young, and he's also got a really warped, retarded mind, so maybe he could justify this kind of behavior. Unfortunately, because Natalie is not very smart, she didn't provide any proof at all, so, she really helped out those victims if they do exist. She would also claim that Jack was scamming these girls with predatory business contracts. She called this girl that he's gifting a Rolex his OnlyFans demon. True. Basically, she's claiming here that this Rolex that he bought this demon is with money that he got in first place from making money off of her OnlyFans through this supposedly predatory business contract. Now, it is probably true that he bought them Rolexes with the money he made from them, but at the end of the day, this is not really a scam, assuming that the girls knew the contract they were getting into and they were above age. And Natalie didn't have these contracts. She didn't post any real proof of it. She just kind of shit-talked Jack and made a bunch of claims without any proof. So once again, if there are real victims here, we wouldn't even know. Like, we would never even know. Not from Natalie, certainly. And she's ultimately harming people's chances of coming forward in the future if something like that is happening because she just made this claim seemingly out of spite. I do like, though, that in this little shot here, you can see Jack's dad in the back just being like, I'm so proud of my boy. That's my boy. That's my Jack. He did such a good job. I'm so proud of my boy. Oh my God.
Wage Slave donate tellers, hey Richard, do you like Rajang's theme? No, it's annoying. Thanks for the donation, Wage Slave.
Would you be interested in watching some of this?
Let me take a look, Nutmuffin.
Porn destroys your mind.
No, these videos are stupid. Thanks for the donation, Nutmuffin.
That's my son, my beautiful, rich, talented YouTuber son. Basically, it seemed like Natalie was making these allegations less out of the intention to help any kind of victim and more because she just didn't like Jack. Jack had personally beefed with her and spited her, so she was like, hey, I'm just gonna shit talk you. But the focus was really taken away from the victims, which I think is not a good thing to do if you're gonna make some kind of allegation. At least if you're gonna do it for the right reasons, which I don't think that Natalie was doing that here. And Natalie herself is a very kind of questionable person, as I said before. At one point, she did this really crazy stream where she encouraged this random woman to jump in a lake. The woman said that she couldn't swim, and then Natalie was just like, all right, bye, and just left her to drown.
You should just jump in right now.
I'm gonna jump in with my shoes on.
Okay.
Ready?
Yeah, ready?
Oh,
you said you wanted to swim.
You told me to jump in.
I didn't tell you to jump in.
I can't swim. I can only float.
Oh, she literally died.
She's drowning in the lake.
So she is a very, very questionable person herself. Pretty much everyone involved here, actually, with Jack Doherty in any way. Anyone who's been close to them at any point and tries to expose him. Frankly, I'm gonna give them kind of a side eye, kind of a... What's going on there, buddy? What's wrong with you? Because if you're close to Jack Doherty in any way at any point in time, you probably are a weird person yourself. It really makes you question, like, you're exposing him now, but how did you get along with this little psychopath in the first place? But Natalie is not the only person to make allegations against Jack. He would also be called out by another streamer named Norway. Not the country, not the place. The entire country of Norway didn't call out Jack Doherty, as believable as that would be if he went there for one day, because they would probably throw him in some kind of detainment center, hopefully. But no, it was a guy called Norway. And Norway claimed that Jack had housed a 16 or 17-year-old girl, in his words, at the OnlyFans penthouse he's running in Miami.
Jack said she was actually 17, but don't tell anybody. Jack, I'm gonna tell people she was 17, Jack. The Sophie girl. Oh, not Sophie, Sophia's still 16 or 17. That was the house. And then you said that they're never going back to the house. 4 days later, Jack, Ace invited...
Dodo $90, my cats are watching you stream. Oh! Oh. Oh my god, those are actually your kitties? Oh my god, they're so handsome. That's amazing. Make sure you're nice to your kitties and you pet them whenever they want. Those are nice kitties. That's amazing. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
The 17-year-old and her friends over to the house. And I also have messages of Sophie messaging me, Daddy, please forgive me, or Daddy, please come over, or something. The girls were begging me to come over to the other house while I'm in the guest house next door. But I didn't want to come over because you're 17-year-old. And Jack, I messaged you, I told you to kick them out, and then you didn't do shit about it because you're in Dubai. But yeah, Ace was chilling with 17-year-olds in your house without the NDA. That's crazy. He didn't even sign the NDA, he just pulled up. That's why you got scared when I called the cops and the girls when they were drink driving because you were 17.
So there's a lot of claims floating out there around Jack, about Jack, a lot of claims being made of his salacious, sneaky, sussy, baka behavior. But it's really unclear how real any of it is in terms of proven allegations of him getting underage girls drunk so they've signed some kind of contract or agreement to do OnlyFans in the future. If he did do that, then there's eventually going to be some kind of legal consequences for him, which I would love to see, obviously, but there's no proof that he actually did that. So it's just kind of, it's up in the air, you know? And now we get to bring it back around a little bit to his parents, because throughout all this behavior, all these allegations, all the internet hate, Jack's parents are still around, and they're not there to punish him or be like, I don't like what you're doing. They just go on his streams and pretend like they disapprove of his lifestyle, and then he gives them like a wash, and they're like, ah, you're not so bad, kid.
You want me to take you for a little ride in the can now? No, absolutely not. Why are your mom so scared?
Because you like to scare the crap out of us.
Yeah, dude, that's right. I know.
But make no mistake, they're still present every single step of the way and see what he's doing, and they don't care because he's making money. And I think the thing I really want to hammer in here is that his existence is largely their fault. If when Jack was 14 years old and he was terrorizing people at Walmart, he was harassing this random Karen in the neighborhood, if he had been seriously punished for those actions, if he had just had his internet access taken away, frankly, there could have been some chance to save this dude from himself, from becoming a complete menace to society.
Dodo donated, sorry, I should be more clear. I am the cat on the right, and my boy is on the left, to the right of me. He is smaller than me, so you can tell. So you are this cat, and that is your friend cat. Okay, got it. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Instead, what they did is they allowed him unrestricted internet access, they let him have access to whatever business opportunity he wanted, and they let him be rewarded actively for all of his bad behavior. And that's how he turned into who he is today, a complete scumbag. Someone who exists seemingly solely for the misery of others and funnels simps to OnlyFans accounts to squeeze money out of them. And as much as someone like I will criticize him, as much as like maybe Kick will ban him or something like that, it doesn't really matter. The money just keeps rolling in. And to him, his mom, and his dad, that's really all that matters.
If only I was raised worse, then I could be a millionaire.
So you're gonna get Junior over there on the weights, Brad?
Where did I get the rubber at?
You can make let's make him a science experiment, the young men. Let's get him on the program now. Start injecting and force feeding and force squatting.
You hear what he's saying? Yeah, perfect.
Imagine.
Boomer. When Lenny talks about force feeding, I get creeped out like he's talking about semen. That's the water filtration system. Because this is on well.
Ooh, yeah.
So you got to do that. Look at this Freddy Krueger mitt.
So, Brad, you're still going to drink that water, or are you going to...
Well, we've already seen this. You linked me this like a week or two ago, I swear. Like, we watched this really fucking recently. Yeah, we literally already saw this.
Pre-eye surgery. Essentially what had happened is he had a prosthetic implant underneath his eyes. The goal was to lift his eyes and make them appear less saggy. However, one prosthetic didn't sit correctly and was a little bit higher than the other. This caused his vision to fall out of alignment and therefore his vision to become very blurry and uneven, and possibly what led to his eyes getting crossed. Following the initial surgery, he had 4 additional surgeries to correct the fuck up. So why am I even telling you all of this? What is the point? You can really see fame affect people in the weirdest of ways. Some individuals on this very platform that, in this...
No name for now, donate $2. Damn, I didn't know Asmongold was based. Also, did you go to fight that UFC trainer yet? No, I can't. I have a really bad strain in my adductor, and I've already torn an adductor already, so I can't fight anybody. If my other adductor muscles tear, I could be crippled for the rest of my life because they typically don't reattach them. We already watched this clip. The one stupid thing is Asmongold does think Israel's committing a genocide, which is fucking retarded, but at least he's saying, you know, they started it. They're the ones who were genocidal first, so I guess it's better than nothing. Thanks for the donation, though. No name for now.
Instance, felt more motivated to change their physical appearance because of mentions in the comments than to just live their life and ignore what people have to say.
Asmongold doubled down and apologized like a little bitch. What a pussy.
Frank felt so motivated to change his eyes since all of these comments had mentioned it, and this was from nearly 8 years ago. From these constant comments to his rapid gain in notoriety, I'm sure it was difficult to balance out for a guy who was just taking his phone out every once in a while to record a quick video. As someone who has been posting online for numerous years, I can tell you that comments online do some really weird things to the psyche. You are hearing more of people's true thoughts that are completely unfiltered than you would anywhere else in life at any given time. Thankfully, I have a wonderful group of subscribers and an amazing set of people helping me out. However, when we have someone like Frankie posting nothing short of extremist views, saying really big things, claiming as if he has it all figured out, there's going to be some people who criticize him for this. And while there is a lot that buy in, there's also going to be many that disregard what he has to say and are very open about doing so. People start to launch hate towards their way about any little string of thing they can find, and soon all these catapults start launching towards your castle walls, and eventually they break, and so does your self-security. Now, as someone who's watching this, I assure you likely think people who post content and look attractive and feel good about themselves, quote unquote, don't go around feeling insecure or wondering if their appearance is enough for other people. But I assure you, that is all too often the case. In fact, it's probably more of the case because those people have more eyes on them. I would actually say that about 90% of the time, these people are in shambles about their physical appearance and self-security. Even Godis, someone me and Frank both spoke on, got a hair transplant after claiming you should live naturally and just go bald if you're going bald. You might think that there's an air of confidence around these people who post content so confidently and live these very specific lifestyles, but at the end of the day, they're just people like you and I, and they have many, many flaws. And with enough pressure, they feel driven to do very insane things, and they feel entitled that their audience gives them some way of life that others might not have. And so they get the positive feedback loop that they're always right about what they talk about and ignore some of the negative because it seems to be something that is just pure criticism and not constructive. And their audience tells them all along, you're doing a great job. And then we get people who are extremists, like Godis, committing or trying to commit murder. Ultimately, the goal is you have to find people who support you through whatever you're going through, but also aren't afraid to tell you the truth, to say, whoa, man, listen, you're doing things far too much. Oftentimes, you have to avoid the comments, both positive and negative, because they don't really equate to much in your life. Sure, there's a little bit of truth in what everybody has to say, and that's just a hard fact of life, but at the end of it, what matters most is the people you surround yourself with and how they allow you to be as a human being. And ultimately, the goal is just to stay away from everything.
Well, Frank is tarded.
Americans spent over $40 billion on fast food pizza. Over half of that $40 billion was spent on just 12 nationally recognized restaurants. The restaurants that we're talking about today aren't just your standard mom and pop. So what is fast food pizza? These restaurants are called QSRs, also known as a quick service restaurant. They're built for speed and scale. Are they really that good to consume that much of the market? It's high time we find a true king. So today we're gonna put all these pizzerias to the test to see which one is the best. Starting with Papa John's. This is their classic cheese. It just smells like close your eyes. You're at Chuck E. Cheese right now.
I smell the ball pit right now.
Now that we're at our first stop, let me explain some rules. To keep things fair, we're eating 2 pizzas at every stop. A baseline crust with cheese and whatever their most classic pizza is. We're then going to rate them on the classic internet tier list according to the best experience we had overall. So may the best pizzeria win. Cheers. Surprising that there's a crunch in that, but not much.
Solid start, not so solid, but just a start.
This is their pizza with the works. We flipped this one over because it fell apart when we were trying to take B-roll of it.
Sometimes when there's too much ingredients.
Papa John's is fucking terrible. It literally tastes like cardboard.
Even though they're better ingredients, better pizza, that happens.
These are not better ingredients. These are the same average ingredients you get at any other goddamn pizza shop. What in here is better? Like the pepperoni? No. The flavor of both of these pizzas is like if a violinist was like, I'm gonna play for an arena, and then they didn't hook their violin up to the goddamn speaker system. What I'm trying to say is the flavor profile of this is pretty low. It doesn't taste bad though. I wanted to clarify that. It tastes good. The pizza sauce isn't too sweet, but the flavor to me is just lacking.
It smells better than it tastes.
I wasn't delighted by this experience. It was a solid flat C.
Yeah, we'll go C.
Papa John's, C tier, moving on. We're at Jet's Pizza. I've never been here before, but I do think it's very funny on the
I disagree. I'd say D tier. It literally tastes like you're eating cardboard.
They put so many words. I think they did that because they couldn't decide what the to say because their slogan is better because it has to be. This better be good pizza because it has to be. It's a Detroit style pizza and this is their classic cheese. Here we go. Oh no. Burn the fuck out of me. I will say it's good. This is their super special Detroit style pizza. All right, well, see how special it is.
It's like Spider-Man hanging, dude.
I didn't like that one as much. That tastes like Chuck E. Cheese pizza for some reason.
100%.
The cheese one was like 10 times better than the super special whatever. But that said, cheese quality nice, good amount of chew, they caramelized it nicely. I don't like the sauce. It's a little too ketchup-y of a sauce for me. I feel like if there was a little more flavor, I'd be happier, but maybe the cheese one is different because I did really enjoy the cheese. I'll give it a solid B+.
Before I rate this, I heard Jess was known for the ranch.
Where,
they give you a bottle of ranch.
Where was that? And then so you just take this guy and you just... Did that amplify?
It did. We're not gonna sauce everything because Papa John's has that garlic sauce that gives me even B.
Why did they give us a whole bottle and where was this originally?
Smell it.
Jets Pizza, B tier, moving on. Here we go, we're at Blaze. I will say, visually this pizza does look better.
Oh, dude, Blaze Pizza is fucking terrible. That's fucking F tier. That was the worst pizza I think I've ever had in my fucking life. Did you see Delray Misfits post on their community page? No. Is it just about Lenny dying? Because, like, I already fucking know. Oh. Delray Misfits. Yeah, I already know Lenny's dead.
I'm gonna...
Better. I don't like that there's not much puff in the crust. It feels a little too like commercial pizza, but on a positive note, the cheese looks legit. The toppings aren't falling off like the Papa John's one. The dough's noticeably better. The next one is some sort of barbecue chicken pizza. Cheers.
This would have been cooked a little longer. I think the cheese one was cooked great.
I do have some critiques. The flavor is better and more noticeable, but still a little flat. I do appreciate that this has a crisp
Blaze Pizza's trash. Never go to Blaze Pizza.
bottom, just like me. The texture of the dough is a little too chewy. I feel like they could pull back the chewiness by like 10%, but that's just me being a real about it.
Your tongue touches the bottom, which has that nice like roasted taste. So Max, my son, I watch him eat pizza and he always eats it upside.
The pizza dough from Papa John's tastes bad and it is always undercooked. I've had to finish it off in the toaster oven every single time. Fuck Papa John's, your local pizza spots are a million times better.
Yeah, they are. Papa John's is fucking horrific. Whenever I get pizza, I've always had to put it in the oven to have it cook longer. They always underbake it. But I remember I wanted to try Papa John's because H3H3 was super into it. And I figured since he's a fat guy who seems to like food, he'd have some good taste. But no, it just turns out he's a retarded glutton who shoves anything into his mouth. Papa John's is fucking awful. It's literally cardboard. And Blaze Pizza's even worse. It's like worse than cardboard. It's like eating fucking tracing paper. Thanks for the donation though, Elroy. Bootycom donated $2. No, if you clicked see more, you would realize it was more than that, just explaining a thing. Let me see. When I got home from work yesterday, sat outside my driveway, blah, 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 comfortable. There were so many thoughts. Emotions getting the better of me. When I think of Lenny's death, two things immediately come to mind. One, sad as it is, Lenny no longer with us, probably lived at least 4 or 5 years longer than he should have, considering his documented health issues, suffering from systolic heart failure for years, and was basically an untreated diabetic. He wasn't even taking insulin? What a fucking whack job. Year after year, Lenny seemed to outlive his younger bodybuilding peers and proved everyone wrong, even the many doctors who predicted that he'd never live to see 50. He wasn't lying when he proclaimed to be a freak, and it's truly because of the status as a freak as we're all allotted years of bonus time with him in this world. For that, we should all feel grateful. Nobody else with his myriad of health issues would have lived as long as he did. As many of you know, Lenny had been living with his sick mother for the past few years. Lost her battle with cancer at the end of August, weeks before Lenny died, although he didn't like to talk about it publicly, caring for her and making sure that all of her needs were met as her condition deteriorated had basically become his full-time job. Truly believe that Lenny, with all his own health issues to deal with, literally willed himself to outlive his ailing mother so that she always had someone to take care of her. When she passed away, Lenny knew that it was finally okay to let go and commence his journey to paradise, which is where he has always wanted to go. Well, he's not in paradise. His mother was cared for and kept comfortable up until the very end, and his work in this world was officially complete. Finally, I've already stated this in my IG statement, but it was you, the maniacs, who literally gave Lenny something to live for. We talked about it when I went with him to visit his mother in hospice. He said that once his mother passes, the only family he'll have left are the DRM and the maniacs, and that he loved each and every one of you. As much as he may have motivated and inspired all of you, you guys motivated and inspired him even more. Well, that's all nice. Thanks for the donation, Booty Cum.
Upside down, I thought it was weird, but he has a point. All the toppings are on the top. Your tongue touches the toppings first. I mean, it's a thin crust pizza, but when we're eating it, it reminds me more of a flatbread than an actual pizza. I want it to be an A. Yeah. It's not as bready as most USR pizzas, but it's good. It was a B+.
You know what? I think this is deserving of a solid B tier.
Blaze Pizza's F tier. It's terrible.
Little Caesars, #3 grossing pizza in America. But it certainly didn't help them with this undercooked, flaccid pizza now, did it? $4.4 billion. That's what that got you.
He's mad, everyone. That's just
Have you seen Big Boy Drake's 350 and one-arm bench? I don't know who that is.
mush.
Yeah, it's mushy. The dough is not good. Crazy, because the dough is made in a distribution center that they can then make perfect and ship out to all of their individual stores, right? And even then, when they had the opportunity to do so in mass, at scale, with all that money, they f***ed it up. They didn't put enough salt, they didn't put enough sugar. How the f*** do you let that happen?
This is called a 3-meat treat, stuffed crust.
It's all right. It's 100% relying on the saltiness from the bacon. If this didn't have all the bacon, pepperoni, pre-made ingredients that they didn't even make in-house on top to save it, this pizza would be just as bland. But it tastes good with the pepperoni and the bacon, right? That's all you really taste. You're not tasting the pizza. I'm giving it an F.
I was gonna say D+.
We'll just average this out to essentially a very, very low D. Congrats. You stayed off the bottom of the barrel barely. We're at Hungry Howie's. Supposedly they were the first to
Never had a Little Caesars. Kid Beer donated $2. Let me see.
Kamala supports taxpayer-funded sex changes for prisoners.
Surgery.
For prisoners.
For prisoners. Every transgender inmate in the prison system would have access.
Hell no, I don't want my...
That would literally be like 3 people over 10 years. Why is anyone freaking out about this?
Taxpayer dollars going to that.
Kamala supports transgender sex changes in jail with our money.
Kamala even supports letting biological men compete against our girls in their sports. Kamala is for they, them. President Trump.
Yeah, thanks for the donation, Kid Boo.
invent the flavored crust pizza. First one we're starting with is just regular cheese, no flavor crust. Cheers. It's very focaccia-like, not pizza-like. The dough is undersalted too.
That's why they invented the seasoned crust, because the dough is just bland.
Anticipatory, yeah. Pepperoni pizza with the garlic cheese butter crust. It does look good.
It smells good.
I like the crust.
The crust was nice.
It's good.
That salty bite I had of the crust was really nice.
Pepperoni's crispy. It actually wasn't crispy.
It looked crispy, but did not have a single crunch.
Yeah. Everything else on this pizza is very mid. I mean, out of all the pizzas we've had so far, the flavored crust is not saving this for me. This is like a C.
It's C.
Moving on. We're adding a bonus pizza, the Costco pizza. It's too important not to include this, okay? They definitely don't win in the grossing department because this is not their main business technically, but it's Costco pizza. If we didn't include it,
Little Caesars is probably the bottom of the barrel when it comes to commercial pizza chains. Also, mushroom is the king of pizza toppings.
Yeah, mushrooms on pizza is just fucking goated. I haven't had Little Caesar. What's amazing is, like, Domino's for the longest fucking time was absolute fucking dog shit. And they stayed in business somehow. Like, people just still buy disgusting pizza. It's weird. Thanks for the donation though, Elroy.
I feel like we get yelled at, to be honest with you. We've got cheese and pepperoni, the only two they offer. Starting with cheese, bada bing, bada boom, ba.
Oh, yeah.
Cheapest pizza in the video tastes identical to many of the pizzas we had so far. But look at the ratio of cheese to bread. There's so much cheese on this. Damn. All right, pepperoni.
That's gross.
You know what's funny? I can barely taste the pepperoni.
Dude, I fucking hate cheese.
Pepperoni's super subtle.
As Andy Herndon would have put this,
pretty unoffensive, bro.
It's okay. The sauce isn't too sweet. It's undersalted though. Not that flavorful. There's a lot of cheese, but it doesn't taste like much.
I mean, with overall experience, I'm paying $9.99 for one large
That's
fry.
a good point. It's a good point.
For the quality of that price, I'm giving this a B. B for bang for your buck.
Yeah, you know what? I agree. B.
Costco, I miss the Supreme. Bring it back.
Costco, good work. B tier. Moving on. Our next stop is Godfather's in Houston, Texas, but I'm not going back there unless I absolutely have to. So it's time to bring in the big guns.
Hi, I'm Maya. I'm the head of post-production for the channel, and I don't usually get out of my little cubby hole in front of my computer. Joke's on me because apparently it's about to rain, so let's hope this pizza's good. Today I'm gonna be trying the classic cheese on original crust. All right, cheers. I say this lovingly, but this reminds me of like your cafeteria school pizza from a nostalgic point of view. It's pretty doughy. It's also very bready in my opinion. There's not as much of a proportionate ratio of cheese sauce and dough. It's just not the pizza that I really would gravitate towards. I'll also be trying the classic combo on original crust, which features pepperoni, beef, sausage, onions, black olives, mushrooms, and mozzarella cheese. This is better than the classic cheese pizza, but only because there actually has like more toppings to it. There is no difference in terms of like crust or how the actual bread is cooked or baked. There are people who really like this type of pizza who would enjoy more of a bready type of bite. To me, it's more of a C-tier pizza. I'm sorry, I feel bad.
All right, we're at Papa Murphy's. When I came out with the pizza, my first thought was, wait a minute, this isn't baked. It's a take and bake restaurant. I'd never heard of this before. I didn't even know this was a thing, but it's done $750 million. I guess we don't get to eat it now. We have to take it all the way home. This is a crazy concept. They literally didn't do any of the work. They're just like, here you go, yourself. There are baking instructions on this.
It's just a huge paper plate.
This can go in the oven. Leave the pizza on this tray. That's concerning. 12 to 18 minutes, and we'll see you in a second. This better be good. This is DiGiorno's quality.
This isn't DiGiorno. This is the struggle.
Try the other one. Maybe this will redeem it for me. The toppings taste good because it's bacon and ranch. Of course it's gonna be good. But that's the only thing it has going for it.
Dough sucks.
This is the freshest dough we've had. We've proofed it here and we baked it fresh. That should be the greatest dough that we've had all day. And it is by far the very worst dough I've had. It's under seasoned. It's got that like frozen DiGiorno's flavor. Like it just doesn't taste like fresh, good quality bread. It tastes like plasticky and I taste no yeast in it. I will say I like the crunch on the outside. That's kind of fun.
Chickens, whatever, ranch is okay.
I had high hopes for this and I really wasn't expecting to dislike it as much as I do, but I would describe the flavor as almost Hot Pocket-like. Which I guess if you like that, that's great. But this is a competition of who makes the best pizza, not who makes the Hot Pocket. It's an F in my book. This is horrible.
It's an F.
That's an F. I will never do this again. We're at Cece's Pizza.
Chi-Chi.
Yeah, he's been calling it Chi-Chi's Pizza.
Chi-Chi's.
Cheese pizza. This is clearly a frozen crust. It's very stiff, but not in a good way.
Cheers. It's not as bland as some of the tat.
Texturally, it's a nightmare. It's so soft, no crispness, but it is garlicky, which I like.
Yeah, this is called a zesty pepperoni. Instead of marinara, it's gonna be ranch.
I don't taste the ranch at all.
It's also supposed to be brushed with butter and Parmesan. I'm not getting any of that.
It makes sense that they have an all-you-can-eat buffet because it's the only way that they can get rid of the food. No one actually wants to buy it, so as long as you can just keep eating it for a small price, at least they'll get rid of their ingredients.
Look at the box. What does it say here? The best pizza value anywhere. Tell that to Costco.
They know their product is so that they won't even say the best pizza. They just say the best pizza value. We'll give this to you, the cheapest mother you'll get. This is a solid D for me.
Sengoku donate $2. Fitness influencers who say the scale doesn't matter, do they have a point or are they just pandering? Well, if you're 500 pounds, the scale is absolutely gonna matter. I don't know what they mean by that. You'd have to give me like a specific video they're talking about, but like the scale doesn't necessarily tell you everything. Like it doesn't tell you your body composition, blood pressure, your cholesterol, your stress levels. Like those things also matter. But if you're overweight, like that's going to be a health issue. Thanks for the donation though, Sengoku.
Should I shave my mustache? It gets in the way of sucking cock.
Well, sucking cock is pretty important, so I'd say, yeah, you probably should. Thanks for the donation, Poppy Mango.
Not an F, but a B.
It's edging the F though. So we're at Sbarro, the original New York pizza. I think a lot of people would be really unhappy about that statement because that's not what this is. It's not New York pizza. But second off, they filed for bankruptcy. Thankfully, they're on a positive upswing today. It had a gas station next to a jail, but I'm not judging Sbarro by that. I don't judge a book by its cover. I judge it by its taste.
VGBBG Habibi, how much longer in the cut?
I'm not entirely sure. My goal weight was 220, and I'm probably going to hit that in a few days. I do feel like I want to get leaner, though, so like next goal is probably going to be 210 once I reach 220. And then I'll see, and if I still feel like I want to lean down a bit more, I'll go for 200. So, I don't know, maybe another month or so. Well, the range of motion isn't great. You know, I really need to get a leg press. I have the knee issues that I have are making it very fucking hard to train legs. And I think I'm actually going to have to, you know, order a leg press. I don't see myself being able to realistically progress like my quad growth without getting some kind of machine that's just easier on my joints. $700. That is pretty fucking crazy. That's a lot of fucking weight, dude. That looks very hard. Yeah, that guy's fucking strong. I don't know if that's a world record or something. That's pretty crazy. Thanks for the donation, Death of Rabbit.
It starts off with a funk, like almost like someone chewed it and spit in your mouth. Like throw up
Why
almost.
did you say that to me?
That's just not pretty.
That's just bad. It's got chew, but it's not a good chew. It's like a rubber band chew. And there was no salt present, period. The Supreme version, I guess? You know, this is like bringing down the energy.
You know what's worse than no flavor? Bad flavor. That's what this has. At least you could fix no flavor. I don't think you can fix this. Honestly, I think it's an F.
It's an F, but we're not finished. We still have a few to go, including two of the biggest in the country. Moving on. All right, Pizza Hut, listen. They say no one can out Pizza the Hut, but in my opinion, everyone is out Pizza the Hut, including me. Remember that time you commented on my post and you said, we have your location, Joshua? Well, you never pulled up because you're a bunch of cheese pizza from Pizza Hut. You know, if I was doing 5.5...
I've never liked Pizza Hut. I remember when I was a kid, Pizza Hut was really big, and it was some pretty sucky-ass pizza. And that's when I was a kid, right? Like, I didn't even have a very developed palate, and Pizza Hut was pretty mid.
$5 billion in revenue just selling pizza. I also wouldn't give a shit about my product.
It's actually below
I
mid.
usually chew my food. That was like 3 bites and it just disappeared.
It's got a crunch, but the inside's just no chew. Now we're on to their most popular pizza, the stuffed crust pepperoni. You know, funny enough, this is better, only because it's got so much cheese.
It tastes exactly how it did back then, so they're consistent.
Pizza should have like a chewy, stretchy, nice toothsome texture to it with some crispiness on it. This has very little crispiness, very bready, like Wonder Bread, almost cake-like.
And the crust is pretty bland.
I know I'm talking a little bit of mess here, but neither of these pizzas taste bad. They're just not pizza. And this is on the lower end of what a pizza should be. Sure, it tastes good. Of course I could eat this pizza, especially if I was intoxicated. The pepperoni...
Dodo donated $2. Some of this guy's videos are good, but a lot of them are fear-mongering, and he's scared of bricks. Like, what the fuck? What time are we gaming tonight?
What if the US dollar stops being the global currency? Couldn't be.
This guy's a fucking idiot. The thing that would be most worrying is US national debt and another Trump presidency, but BRICS is not a threat to the US dollar. Like, it's a complete joke. China's going bankrupt. Russia already is bankrupt. None of the countries in BRICS even like each other. Like, it's just a joke. We're probably going to game in like 30 minutes, if that. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. Kid Boo donated $2. I know you don't like black conservatives, but he's actually into lifting, and he's pretty strong, especially for his body weight. Who do you mean? You didn't give me a link. Thanks for the donation, though, Kid Boo.
Be that big of a deal, right? No, it is a huge deal. Right now, the US dollar is what most of the world uses for trade. People trust the US dollar. It is stable, and the US uses it to pay its very high debts. It has been this way for a very long time, and it has been one reason why the United States has kind of remained the epicenter for economic power around the world. But that's kind of changing. There's this group of big countries: Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa. They're all rising.
South Africa's a shithole, China's a shithole, Russia's a shithole, India's doing okay, and Brazil, okay. Like the idea that BRICS would overthrow the US dollar, give me a fucking break. There may not even be a state called Russia in given enough time.
Countries, and they're kind of like, why are we obeying the US dollar? Why don't we create our own currency? These countries represent a huge amount of global trade, so if...
Yeah, dude, especially with China in BRICS, they'd completely destabilize the fucking currency. It's just ridiculous.
They decided to make their own currency. Other countries might start using it, which would diminish the power of the US dollar and thus the power of the United States. This is just one of many ways we've been looking into that the US-led global order is starting to have some competition, and we're moving into a new Cold War.
Yeah, that guy's dumb. Kid Boo donated $2. Here's the link. Let me see. Oh, that's that guy I hate. Testosterone check at 179 before voting for Trump.
I'm very sorry, and I apologize for the inconvenience of me not giving up. I just pull up and I'm flexing.
been busy counting blessings. Shawty asking for directions. Told her meet me in the bedroom. Coming back with a vengeance. I've been working on my mental.
That's pretty good. He's stronger than I thought he'd be. In his videos, I couldn't tell that he lifted. The best I've ever done on incline press was 275 for 5, with better form. And I did it for multiple sets, but I think I actually could have gone to like 290. I just had the pec strain, so I couldn't keep upping the weight on my incline press like I wanted to. But that's pretty good, especially considering his body weight. Thanks for the donation, Kid Boo.
Pepperonis are good.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think the best thing about this one is the pepperonis.
Pepperonis are good. I mean, that's it. This is the exact kind of pizza that Italians look at America and laugh at us for. I'm just gonna rate it. It's a C tier.
It's below mid, so I'm gonna give this one a D.
Oh, I forgot there's D tier. I meant to say D. Ultimately, this boils down to a D tier. Moving on. We're at Chuck E. Cheese, and I am shocked. This is right underneath sales of Blaze Pizza, and as a delivery service, over $300 million in sales is crazy.
Who wakes up and goes, oh, you know what, I'm craving pizza. Let's order Chuck E. Cheese.
I'm afraid to eat this because it's coming from the general vicinity of a bunch of children that are touching all these knobs, and I just feel like the people that work there are touching all the stuff that the kids are touching. We're gonna eat it anyway. If I get a stomach virus from this, I'm gonna be really pissed off.
It's gonna taste like ball pit.
This tastes like almost nothing.
I was gonna say, this is the closest to cardboard I've ever eaten.
The sauce is there texturally, but the flavor isn't. The cheese is there texturally, but the flavor is barely there, and the dough tasting nothing. Normally we expect like a sweet sauce or something like that, especially since there's kids, except the sauce is sort of just not there.
It might be just tomato paste.
Honestly, I think tomato paste would be more flavorful than this.
Oh.
This is probably gonna taste better. This is the 5 meat because it has 5 meats on it to help carry what is not there.
Gross.
Would you look at that? It tastes like bacon, ham, and pepperoni, which tastes good, but the pizza itself does not.
After like the 5th chew, it all disappears.
Yeah. Out of all the pizzas that we had today, I'm gonna give this one a solid fat F.
It's an F.
And it's Chuck E. Cheese. Moving on. All right, we're at Mod Pizza, basically the Chipotle of pizza in a way, right? This is one of the better looking mods, but I got one issue. We ordered this in a timely manner, and it is ice cold.
The fuck?
At least it's not sweet. I appreciate that. I don't like the crust at all. If you took a thicker tortilla and put it in their pizza oven with cheese and sauce, it would be the same thing.
It's good. It's not great. I do like Blaze's crust better.
The Mad Dog. I kind of like this one. Flavor on this is really nice. I will say. So sauce still lackluster, crust I don't like it, but the flavor of the topping is wonderful.
I kind of like the crust.
You like the crust?
It's not like a flatbread, but almost there's just a crisp to it versus just a chew. Blaze is better, but I'm starting to like this better than Blaze the more I eat it. This one's beating the cheese one for sure. I like the flavor of the meat on there. What do you think?
Yeah.
It's like the crust grows on you.
Like if this was more like an ideal Neapolitan style crust, I'd be happier with it personally. Less tortilla-like. I don't like how thin it is. It's not bad. The flavor's pretty good. I'll give it a B tier.
Overall, this is a pretty B experience.
Not bad, Mod Pizza. B tier. Moving on. We're at the highest grossing pizza place in the world.
America.
In America? $9 billion in sales annually. What could it possibly be?
It's the 555 deal. They still have that?
I don't think they do. But it is Domino's. This is probably the most anticipated place right next to Pizza Hut, but Pizza Hut was a total flop. So hopefully Domino's pulls through. Cheers. There's no crust in the world that could save that atrocious sauce. That's rough. Crust by itself, not bad. It's kind of garlic bread.
Butter, yeah.
I like that. No pizza purist on planet Earth would verify this crust to be good. It's like very, very, very mid, almost below mid. But the flavor of it's nice. I do like that garlic bread flavor. The cheese is almost, you can't even notice it. There's a little bit of like a fake parm flavor, which I guess is kind of nice.
Probably on the crust.
This is their New York slice. Their most popular. Cheers.
Texture of the crust is good.
Crust is way better. The sauce is not.
Has that chew you're talking about, but not too chewy.
It disintegrates a little too early.
Well, look at that. It's like a cracker.
But it is thin. This New York style surprised me. I didn't think it was gonna be that different. I thought they were just gonna be like, oh, we put some pepperoni on it. F you. If I was in New York tasting this, like we did in our New York pizza video, where we found the best New York pizza, it'd be below mid, but it wouldn't be at the bottom of the list. The sauce killed this pizza though. So honestly, all things considered, if you like ketchup on your pizza, then you'll like this pizza. But if you don't, it's a solid C tier.
It's better than Papa John's, but it's a C.
It's not high enough to go to the B territory just because of what we have rated.
Yeah, I haven't been able to try the modern Domino's because their pizzas aren't vegan.
B, so this is gonna have to fall into the C category. All right, the big three are all done. We haven't even cracked an A tier yet, which brings me to Marco's Pizza. Could this be our lone A tier? I have never even heard of this place, and I'm gonna be honest, on the outside, it looks old, but I think I might be wrong because this pizza looks like one of the best ones we've had, just visually. All right, the cheese.
Have you heard of Hell's Pizza? I heard they might operate in Canada, even though it's originally NZ based. No. Not heard of that.
Oh, yes, please. Wow, dude. I really like that ratio.
It's a good crust to cheese to sauce ratio.
The cheese is beautifully brown and burnished.
No one gets it that dark on the cheese.
Yeah.
They care.
The pepperonis are crisp. 2 kinds of pepperoni. I'm kind of hype about this pizza. You want me to feed this to you?
Damn. 2 types of pepperoni is where it's at. You got the slightly chewy flat pepperoni and then the crispy puffed pepperoni. You need that. Try that crust. She's light. You're so crisp.
You see what I mean? No, this is like the type of chew I prefer. This is like there's resistance, but it melts like a nice steak. Crisp bottom. The dough feels good. It's got a little bit of a QSR flavor. Like it does still taste kind of like commercialized pizza, but the sauce isn't overly sweet. It's seasoned nicely. It's not like got tons of oregano in there. It's nice and balanced. The cheese flavor is nice. The cheese texture is nice. The pepperonis taste perfect. Papa John's wishes that they could do this.
Never had a QSR pizza that hit me like this sober. It's an S tier pizza. Go.
That is an S tier pizza. Unreal. That means that Marco's is the one and only S tier QSR fast food pizza that we had ever had. We tried every single one that exists in America, and Marco's somehow stood on top. I judged the book by its cover. I was wrong. I looked at the outside, I saw the branding, and I said, this place is stuck in 1972. There's no way this is good pizza. Turns out, Marco's won. The moral of the story is, although there was a winner today, I would like to ask you to go and support your local pizza places.
Dodo Donatellos, you should invite Sarah Payne for an interview. What kind of history or geopolitical questions would you have? I don't know. Or do you not have any? Bro, you need to secure some interviews. I don't know what I'd ask her. Maybe if she has any photos of Putin naked? Thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
I assume that it's not exclusive.
The text that I read is saying me and Justin are not a situationship, so.
Yo, this broad is a slime. All right, some folks recommend this video.
So I basically slid in DMs, but physically. We just started texting a lot and FaceTiming a lot and just kind of hit it off.
We dated for about 6 months, and then right after that, things kind of fell apart.
I was still immature, had a lot to learn, and then the way it ended was really messy. I really, really hurt her.
We rekindled like my first year of college, and then we also rekindled this year, which is my 4th year of college.
I called her, is it me? Can I just not get over my first love?
I got out of a relationship a few months ago. Right after that is when me and Justin started talking again. Hello? What is something you regret that you failed to do or say in a past relationship?
My most recent relationship, and what I regret or failed to do, was stand up for myself. I just destroyed myself, my whole identity. I cut off my friends because I was told that for whatever reasons they weren't really my friends. They didn't really care about me. I was told, don't talk about your interests, don't talk about this stuff, 'cause I don't care. I let it drag on because if I did that, then the relationship would continue and my partner would be happy and she'd be happy, and it happened for a reason. It made me who I am now, and
It's so interesting. This guy's basically talking about how he was a pushover and whipped and all this stuff, and I'm looking at her face, and there's zero sadness in her face. Maybe she's just a poker face person, but it really looks like she don't give a shit.
Formed boundaries for myself and how to stand up for myself and knowing who I was and forming my identity. So
I mean, maybe I just can't read sadness on an Asian person's face, so maybe it's my problem. I'm just being honest. I don't spend enough time around Asians, East Asians.
Figure out what's real.
How do they express sadness?
Just play the video.
In my friendships while I was in a relationship, I prioritized my significant other a lot. I don't know, I was just like tunnel vision on like my partner at the time, and then it wasn't until like I was outside of the relationship that I realized that like.
Okay, see the difference? You see the difference?
Bend over, Donatellers. Check out these pics from Pete's place near me that has vegan options. Should I try those? Let me see. That looks okay. That looks not so great.
I love Joe Biden.
I'll take a look at that in a second, Dick on the Moon. Thanks for the donation. That looks good. Yeah, I mean, you might as well try. Why not, you know? They got vegan options, worth a shot. Thanks for the donation, Ben.
Mr. President, what do you say to Vladimir Putin's threat? I say to you, be quiet till I speak, okay? That's what I say. Good idea?
What do you say to Vladimir Putin's threat of war, sir? It's a serious threat.
You gotta be quiet. I'm gonna make a statement here, okay? All right, anyway. Mr. Prime Minister, welcome. Welcome back to the White House. Often said, there's no issue of global consequence where the United States and Great Britain can't work together and haven't worked together. And we're going to discuss some of these things right now. First, Ukraine. I want to thank you for the UK's leadership in this front. The United States is committed to standing with you to help Ukraine as it defends against Russia's onslaught and aggression. Clear that Putin will not make it clear Putin will not prevail in this war, and the people of Ukraine will prevail.
Based. Thanks for the donation, Dick on the Moon.
Generally, if you really
like this.
And his reaction as he's talking, he's affirming her, he's reassuring her. Now, my experience was
in the beginning, was she saying that she likes to, she doesn't like to do all the talking, and it's hard for her to open up? So
maybe that's it.
Maybe that's it.
I personally think if you really care about someone and they're expressing the fact that they're really hurt, you are showing signs of affirmation. That's just my opinion. I think, objectively speaking, I think he's more attractive than she is, but he is.
Dodo $9, I believe some good question to ask would be like how she thinks Ukraine has changed the idea of escalation in a conflict by invading Russia itself. Like, I already know the answer. How that's changed things and what should be the grand strategy for ending China and Russia's regimes. Yeah, I mean, does she do interviews with YouTube channels? Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
super invested in her, and she does not look at all invested in him. No. That's what it looks like.
When was the last time that you really cried?
Okay, for me at least, it was on the FaceTime that we had a few weeks ago, and we had talked about like, oh, what are we? What should we be? And I got really emotional. I think mostly I had decided that we should have ended things. I don't know, I felt really sad that I decided to do that, and I also felt like I didn't express myself in the best way possible. Yeah, I think as I was just like talking about it and like telling you like how I felt about the situation, like, and like you, I think that's when I got emotional and started crying.
Last time I really cried, yeah, was that same situation. It was the drive back. We hung out all day, and then I was about to walk into my car, and then you got in the car, and you're like, I got something to tell you. And we all know what happened, but I felt like I had no say in it. I felt very blindsided and let on at the time, and that's how I feel that it was. But I forgive you now, of course. I was just trying to be stoic, and then as soon as you walked back and I saw you got back into your apartment safely, I just drove off, and I instantly called my mom, and just I couldn't even get the words out. She's like, what's wrong? I just couldn't even tell her. I just started crying. And
I will say, I don't know too many guys who would cry to their mom.
Yeah.
That's a first for me. And I know some people are gonna be in the comments.
She left me and then everything is But some people got different relationship with their moms. Like, I have a different relationship with my mom than you had with your mom, you know what I mean?
Yeah. But I could understand your relationship with your mom way more than I could understand that shit. In all my years of being on this planet, I've never seen someone go and cry to their moms about their partner. I've never seen that. Now, maybe it happens more than I know, so it could be my ignorance, and I want to plead the fifth on that. I just never heard of that. That, to me, is a very bizarre thing. And considering he's it seems like a hypersensitive guy who's, like, incredibly caring and, like, you know, all this other stuff, I feel like he takes up after his mom a little bit, but I could be wrong.
Search your name in the other person's messages. Do we have to do this?
I'll do it.
If you don't have to do anything.
Okay, fine.
All right, you guys get 5 more seconds. Okay.
Damn, look, she deleting messages. Wait, deleting stuff?
Go ahead. And we're only going to get 10 seconds to look for the other person's phone.
No.
Okay.
What did he say?
Is your phone? You guys talk before we launch it. Anything you want to say about that? All right, moving on then.
I think you know what I was gonna say.
What were you gonna say?
So much you guys talk.
Like here and there.
Do you say you're just hemorrhaging out?
I guess kind of both. Are you sure?
Ah, man. When you find out shit is really over. But it looked like it's someone he knows.
Yeah. It's a guy that was reaching out to her, according to her, but she was really into it, so he wasn't threatened by him. But she now realized she lied to him, and she was talking back to him a lot more, and they was getting flirty in those messages. And he only found out in 10 seconds. Imagine how many more shit he would have found out.
Imagine the shit she deleted.
Yep.
What's your favorite pizza, or where you usually get pizza? Best pizza I've had so far was at a vegan event where they had a wood-fired oven. I've only really been able to get pizza from, like, bigger chains generally. So, when I was living in Guelph, what's it called? I can't even remember. I think it was called Pizzaville, or something like that. Something with Ville in it, but it wasn't the bigger Pizzaville chain. It was something else. I think it was something with Ville in it. That was the best pizza I found in Guelph. When I was living in Toronto, I don't even know if I had any pizza when I was living in Toronto.
My forearms are shredded, yet I am at least 21% body fat. It's funny. I'm working on getting backy forearms.
You didn't give me a link. If you give me a link, I can take a look. But thanks for the donation, Death of Rabbit. Yeah, I can't even... oh, yeah. I tried ordering Papa John's when I was in Toronto, but that was terrible. I didn't really eat any pizza when I was living in Toronto. I mostly got Chinese takeout. Yeah. I haven't really gotten much good pizza. Apparently there's a place in Ottawa that has vegan pizzas. I still need to try that. No name for now, donate $2. When a woman buys a vibrator, it's seen as naughty and fun. But when a guy buys a 240 volt Fuckmaster Pro 5000 blow up latex doll with 6-speed pulsating vagina elasticized anus.
Shit, look off stream.
Okay, I'll take a look. Thanks for the donation, Death of Rabbit. With a non-drip semen collection tray, he's called a pervert. I think there's a little bit of a difference there, but I get your point. Thanks for the donation, no name for now. Well, you're looking good, dude. You're looking lean and strong. So keep making them gains, dude. Thanks for the donation, Death of Rabbit.
Do I'm back?
Or do we want to take a breather? I'm good to go forward with the questions. Do you want to go forward with the questions?
Yeah, that's it.
Is it my card or your card?
That's mine.
The energy switch is gonna be great.
Bro, just don't call your mom after.
This is what happened. You know, you see this? You see this? Yeah, I'm good. Villain era.
Okay, perception box question. What is your most consistent and greatest fear?
I think coming from like an immigrant, low-income household, like money was such like a big topic in our house, and especially since I'm graduating, I'm thinking about like what I'm gonna do after graduation. Like I need to have a job, and so I think my most consistent and greatest.
Dodo donated $2. How bad of an idea is it to replace all your plasma? That sounds like something that's not a great idea. Today I filled 2 glass vials with my semen, dabbed my semen on a dried blood spot card, filled 5 tubs with my stool, did a cheek swab, pricked my finger 10 times, started blood glucose monitoring, removed all my plasma and replaced with albumin. I don't think any of that would help. That sounds like a bad idea to me. Kamala Harris is rumored to have a episode with Joe Rogan. How you think that'll go? Probably stupid. It's probably just going to talk about fucking monkeys and weed all the time. Harris's campaign officials met with Rogan's team this week, but an appearance is not being confirmed yet. I mean, it might be Menti, but Joe's stupid, so, you know. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Fear is like not having enough money to like keep myself up on my own feet without having to like rely on other people. But yeah.
Yo, he looking at her like he want to smack the shit out of her. Oh my god!
Compassion gone.
So, if you enjoy videos like these, you can only find these on the second channel.
He was one message away, one DM away from his villain era, from his villain arc.
I don't think this guy look like he want to smack her.
Oh.
Hang out here for a second. You want to come out with us?
Okay.
Do we want to keep moving through the questions?
Yeah, the question of what greatest fear, I was going to touch on it anyways, but...
That was some excellent grade A spam. Thanks for the donation, 9014.
Now, no better way to talk about it. Yeah, fear of not having control over things, being abandoned, and being played, and, well, I'm saying this because I care about you, about us, about my own feelings and emotions. And so, yeah, I'm hurt. I'm really hurt, Diane. Thought I had a grasp on things, and I really didn't.
The term situationship, it doesn't always have, like, clear boundaries because it's not, like, a fully committed relationship. Being exclusive or, like, not being exclusive until it's stated.
You're being a slime ball, and this is why. a problem situationship. He's asked you about the communication you had with him, and you admitted that you lied about that. Don't make it about whatever it is. Open relationship, closed relationship, monogamous, single, don't matter. You could be a single person sleep with somebody else who's single. Y'all having a conversation about boundaries like, hey, you sleep with other people? No, okay. Even though if you lie about that, they have all the right to feel like you a piece of shit for it. Don't make it about something else. Don't deflect about what it's about. Man, woman, don't matter what it is.
Because it's not like a fully committed relationship, being exclusive or like not being exclusive until it's stated. And that's what it's like for me. Like if it's not stated, then I'm gonna assume that it's not exclusive.
And the text that I read is saying me and Justin are not a situationship, so.
Yo, this broad is a slime. But you know what? At that age, people do a lot of weird, fucked up relationships. I'm not gonna do about it. She needs to know she's fucking up. That's it.
So what do you think this is then?
Like we're not like, there's like no full commitment, and so I didn't think it was like something we had to discuss, or I don't know.
You said you needed more ambiguity, a little more space. I respected that. Well, if we're gonna go with what we had said out loud was, oh, we're just friends. I feel like you would tell a friend what's going on.
This motherfucker got bars when he's that's a bar. That's a bar.
Express yourself.
At times I feel like I do have those feelings for you, and then at times I feel
I don't know why anybody cares. You can't control what other people do, how they feel about you, and if you don't like what they're doing, then just fucking leave. Plenty of other bitches out there. You know what I'm saying? There's no sense in getting worked up and hurt over somebody cheating on you or doing stupid shit behind your back. They make their own decisions, they feel their own way, and if you don't want to kind of live with them or deal with them, then move on.
I feel like I don't. I think I haven't felt that spark the past few days.
I could tell. I knew you were distant.
And so like right now, that's where I'm at. Like I feel like we have a really good conversation, and it's like fun, but that's all I know right now. Okay. And at times, like I do want to take a step forward, and at times I don't. But it's too like uncertain to say.
We rewind back to the whole, you kind of blindsided me with the just friends, and then, okay, I'll get over it, I'll move on. And then 3 days go by, and suddenly, hey, I need to talk to you. Some things I left unsaid, I need to tell you. Okay, and she needs to tell me this because, right, you give me the reasons that I deserve. And then I hop on the phone call, and it's not that at all. I said everything, I regret the way I said things, I wasn't trying to lead you on, I feel emotionally connected to you, I feel physically attracted to you, but...
Yeah, so this is what immature fucking bitches do, okay? They try to play both sides. They want to test the waters in the relationship they had before, and they want to test the waters in a new potential relationship, and they'll try to play both sides and see what they really want. So this chick is basically just cheating on him without telling him, and just seeing what relationship she'd kind of prefer. Just move on. Not worth your fucking time. Like, why would you want to deal with an immature fucking idiot who's giving you mixed messages? Oh, I just want to be friends. Actually, I didn't mean it that way. I kind of want to try again. Like, she's not into you. If she's telling you these two different things, I kind of just want to be friends. I need a little time. Actually, I kind of want to date. She's not into you. Move on. Who cares?
But, things went too fast. I was overwhelmed. All very valid things, of course, yes. And then we agreed to very, clear, okay, just friends. And I remember I took a little bit of a step back to see where your energy was, and you were initiating a lot. Wanting to hang out. Hung out as friends was great. Although, with a lack of clear boundaries, it always felt ambiguous. And I was trying to be okay with it.
Grab Apple donated $2. Bro, you know what I don't understand? Why on earth do people spend loads of cash on jeans that are ripped to fucking shreds, LMAO? My friend did the same and spent $200 on ripped designer jeans when he could have bought Walmart jeans for, then torn them. Well, it's because people are stupid. Okay, this super high-end clothing where you're spending like $500 for jeans, in all likelihood, they're made in the same fucking factory in China or Malaysia or something. And even if they're not, even if they're made in like Italy or something, the markup does not, just it being made in Italy, it doesn't justify the markup. I could understand them being like, 2-3 times as expensive as Walmart jeans because it's being made in a country with higher working standards. People are getting paid a higher minimum wage, shit like that. So the actual cost of making the jeans may be like 2-3 times more. They mark it up like 50 times because stupid people think, oh, well, it's higher quality and it has this brand name. Oh, like Levi's or something. Oh, the brand name matters because people are going to see their Levi's and they're more expensive and people are going to think I'm more important or something. The fashion industry is a complete fucking scam. The shit you buy at Walmart is nearly identical quality to a big brand name. I don't know enough about fashion, but like Levi's or some fancy Italian brand where they charge you $500 for jeans. They're all the fucking same, okay? Garment technology is the fucking same. They're made out of fucking cotton. They're spun in the same way. Yeah, like with, if you're getting something from Italy, maybe the stitching's going to be a bit more better. Maybe the seamstresses or whatever, they're going to care more and not make any errors and not leave any loose threads. There is no fucking point in spending hundreds of dollars on a single fucking garment. It is a scam. It is all bullshit. Just get clothes that are reasonably fucking priced. Doesn't have to be a brand name. It's all pretty much the same fucking quality. Yeah, Gucci, Versace. It's a scam. They're just charging you more money because of the fucking brand name, not because it's better quality. And you're just getting ripped off, and dumbasses fall for this shit because they think, if I have this brand name, people are going to think I'm more important. Society is a Ponzi scheme, and you're playing into the fucking Ponzi scheme. It's just stupid. Save your money, buy cheaper clothes, you know, and then you can actually put money towards things that you actually want, you know, and things that'll actually benefit you, right? Like your rent. You know, if you save money here and there, not buying the stupid dumbass brand name clothing, like fucking $1,000 for a, you know, Canada Goose jacket that looks like shit anyway. Well, now you're going to have more financial security. If there's an emergency, you can actually afford it, and you won't have to worry about crap like that. You can actually buy a nicer car rather than getting some old fucking 1989 Civic. You might actually be able to get a new Toyota that's nicer, has modern safety features, lane keep assist, you're less likely to crash, it'll last longer. You know, you might be able to pay for a down payment on a house, which is unlikely in Canada because you literally have to be a billionaire. But anyway, yeah, don't fucking spend hundreds of dollars or thousands of dollars on expensive brand name clothing like Gucci. You are a fucking idiot. Anybody who actually has any sense, anyone who you actually would want respect from, will think you're a fucking idiot if you buy Gucci, because they'll say, wow, you could have literally bought the exact same bag made the exact same way from a company in India, literally same exact quality, can't tell any fucking difference, and you spent $1,000 rather than $20. Like anyone you actually want to have respect from will think you're a fucking moron, and you're playing this game where you're trying to impress fucking idiots who live like in the apartment building next to you, who are fucking retards, who are fucking like monkeys and don't know how to use condoms, and are like have 5 children and they can't afford to pay rent, so they need like government assistance. Those are the types of people you're trying to impress.
So why do you wear tap-out pants if you don't want a fluent?
I've had these tap-out shorts since I was in high school, and my grandmother bought them for me. So, that's the explanation with my tap-out shorts. Thanks for the donation, though, Booty Cum.
With it. And it's not a label. It's not like, oh, I want boyfriend, girlfriend. I want clarity. And this whole just friends thing, all floating onto the sea, was pretty clear for a while until it wasn't. And you spend the night in one of those places, and now the past week where we bend the rules a little bit. And
for those watching, bend the rules means he was bending over, arching her back, and slamming her, giving her that feng shui.
I think I feel surprised, confused. If it wasn't stated that it wasn't exclusive, like it's not exclusive, I just want it to be validated.
mean, it's still fresh, but still taking a breather and taking perspective, taking context, trying to see it in the way a friend would see it.
She's not your friend. Move on. Stop all this nonsense. Thoughts?
Whew. The way the awkwardness was.
Will you react?
Hand-dyed, intangible cultural treasure salvage denim from Naked and Famous.
888 Japanese denim versus Walmart. Yeah, sure, why not?
Coming in at $880 per pair, the leather patch on these jeans costs more than this entire pair of jeans, making them 44 times more expensive. The fabric for these jeans is so limited that brands are invited to buy the fabric and are only allowed to buy a certain amount of it due to how difficult and time-consuming it is to produce. And even more, the process for dyeing these jeans received the honor of intangible cultural treasure by the Japanese government, which denotes high historic or artistic value for the country. These jeans, by the way,
there's going to be practically zero difference. The more expensive jeans might feel more comfortable and have a bit of give and be more stretchy, but there's going to be practically zero difference.
Are individually hang-dried outside in the Japanese sun before they send them to the customer. And these are $12 jeans I got from Walmart. The postman threw them at my door like a frisbee. What makes these jeans worthy of being almost $1,000? How is it possible to make jeans for $12? Today, I'm going to tell you why jeans cost money, from the specific cotton plant they use to Emma Chamberlain to Japanese trade laws and beyond. Welcome to the Iron Snail. Glad to have you back.
What's up, guys? It's Michael, back with another video. Today, we're talking about the cheapest denim versus... well, not cheapest denim. This video is sponsored by Atlas VPN. And then finally, if you like anything that I'm wearing today, Red Wings, Welland, Just Okay, Ray-Ban, whatever, check out the carrot link in my bio so that way you could buy it. It's time to talk about our good friend George from Walmart. George is a $12.90 pair of jeans coming from Walmart. George is a miracle because George should not be alive. George should just be cotton plants that haven't been picked yet. But as you probably guessed, the first thing that makes George cheap is where George is made. George is made in Mexico. Country of origin does not denote skill of craftsmen. There are incredibly skilled craftsmen in Mexico, in Bangladesh, in Japan, the United States. That's not what it is. But the saying goes that if you're not paying for it, somebody else is. So the reason that George can be manufactured so cheap is because labor protections and worker protections are not the same everywhere in the world. So that's one of the things that can make it so cheap. I'm not saying that Walmart does this. I'm not saying that's how George is made, but a lot of hyper cheap clothes get made like that. Interestingly though, these jeans have features that I didn't think would be on these jeans. Namely, they have rivets. That's usually the first thing to go because that's a very small expense that you could shave off to get the jean cost even lower. These jeans do have rivets and a zipper, which is kind of expected, but what you really see obviously is generic products. Nothing is really branded, although the button here is branded George, and then just inferior products. So the zipper is not as good, the rivets aren't as good, they'll probably come off easier, the zipper isn't as strong, it'll get stuck easier. Patches, like you see on Levi jeans with the horses pulling the jeans, are also pretty expensive, so it's no wonder George has no patch. Instead, you use screen printing on the inside of the jean to save money there. What a lot of these places do too is they automate certain steps of production so people don't have to be involved. You can just buzz through a task way faster, which brings me to how the denim is made. There is selvage denim, and then there is denim that is made on a projectile loom, which makes denim literally 4 to 5 times faster than a shuttle loom. And I talked to Bezad from Naked and Famous, and he said watching a projectile loom function is literally like watching a printer print paper out. The other thing that George has is probably a million brothers and sisters because Walmart can do massive, massive, massive scale. Walmart probably says to these manufacturers, we're gonna order 250,000 jeans in the next 6 months. And then 6 months after that, we project we'll probably need 500,000. And what essentially happens is these companies are so big that these manufacturers run through Walmart or Uniqlo or something like that. So if Walmart says, hey, these jeans are gonna cost this much now, this is how much we're paying per unit, the manufacturer kind of has to say, okay. And then we get to the denim. This is not good denim. It is the lowest of the lowest quality. But what do I mean by that, you may be wondering? Well, it's easier to explain with recycled plastic. When you first have plastic, you have polymers that are long and very strong. Then when you recycle plastic, you shorten those polymers. Then when you recycle plastic again, you shorten it. Then you shorten it, then you...
I think I spent something like $60 on my normal people jeans. They were from Old Navy, and I got them on sale. They're one of the few jeans that actually like fits me well. They like stretch. So again, like, there's no point in spending $888 for jeans. You can get perfectly good fucking jeans for like $60.
You shorten it. Plastic can't be recycled that many times because what happens is every time those polymers get shortened, your plastic gets weaker and weaker to the point where it's not really usable for anything. Cotton is similar because there is short staple, medium staple, long staple, extra long staple cotton. Short staple cotton is exactly what it sounds like. It's not very long, it's not very strong, and it's coarse. Shorter is usually not that well liked in most applications, except when you start to get some more expensive jeans. Beyond that, there's also locations where the short staple cotton is grown. There is one place in California where the cotton is actually very highly regarded, and then there are other places in mainly Asia where it's grown very fast, very coarse, it's not the best. That is where this cotton comes from. That is why it is important to note that if you're trying to get jeans that have maximum strength, price isn't really the guide to that. It's cotton staple length, and we'll talk about Levi's and tie all that together.
Oh no.
Well, I have poison ivy now. Shoot. How do I? Oh, that blows, that sucks. I just kneeled in poison ivy. Oh, F. Now we move on to Levi's denim. Levi's denim is almost 5 times as much as George, but it's made in Mexico. Is there a chance that it's made in the exact same manufacturing factory? Yes. There are some differences that are very important to note. Levi's spends a boatload on marketing. They have the Brad Pitt ad, they have an ad with Emma Chamberlain, I see Jaden Smith all over. That costs money, and that money gets added to your pants. So, and the most interesting part about what you see between George and Levi's is point of failure in construction. It's very unlikely that the point of failure for either of these jeans is going to be the denim. It's also very unlikely that it's going to be the stitching, so that is also fine. And that leaves us with the fixings. That leaves us with the rivets, that leaves us with the zipper. And that's where Levi's takes the cake, because I don't know how much better quality it is, but it's definitely better quality hardware. The buttons, the zippers are YKK, so everything is a little spec higher. So you're less likely to have a broken zipper on your jeans, you're less likely for the buttons or the rivets to pop.
Onion donates $2. Can we react to this one next? No, I'm not watching 50 minutes of Onision. Thanks for the donation, though, Onion.
Off. With Levi's denim too, there's also a higher likelihood that we're seeing some sort of proprietary denim that is exclusive to Levi's. George is probably just denim that is denim. And Levi's is probably a little like, no, it has to be done this way. This is Levi's denim. Unbranded is essentially Levi's if Levi's did the opposite of what they do. Unbranded is
Yeah, I don't know why that lady said, "Are you shaking?" That was really weird.
no marketing, it's just, okay, we're gonna use overseas manufacturers and overseas denim. How can we make this the best possible version of that product? So now the country of origin is China, but all of the fixings and the finishings and stuff are stepped up. And that's really what I mean about it's not the quality of craftsman that changes between countries or anything like that. It's the quality of the finishing details and the denim and all of those great things. So now if we look at these jeans, the first thing you'll notice is that they have a leather patch. This is the first jean to have a leather patch. And now you have proprietary selvage denim. Now we are on shuttle looms, which again is 4 or 5 times slower than projectile looms, so things start to slow down a little bit and cost goes up because of that. Along with that, the denim is selvage, so it's prettier looking. You have a blue selvage stripe. Please hold for an Atlas VPN ad. Hey, are you up? Yeah, I can't sleep. Can we talk about VPN?
I wasn't fucking shaking, dickhead.
Also block suspicious. Have you signed up now? I'm Atlas by all of these jeans so far have been dyed with pure indigo, aka synthetic indigo. And there's a difference between synthetic indigo and natural indigo. Natural indigo is natural. Nothing is exactly the same. Different batches of jeans and jackets and everything, all denim that's made with natural indigo, has slightly different hues and variations and stuff to it. And now we're into the big daddies, but still Naked and Famous regularly comes in lower than other denim jeans at their price point. And the question you may be asking is why? Because their fabric comes from Japan, they're made in Canada with laborers that are making above minimum wage, but they're still cheaper than a lot of the competition. And that, my friend, has to do with Japanese and Canadian trade laws. There are no duties paid on the fabric coming from Japan and going into Canada. There is on Japan to the US, so that already raises price for US companies. Something to also note now is when you're dealing with Japanese denim, really everything in the supply chain goes up. Dyeing the denim is more environmentally friendly, but also typically Japan sources better cotton. Japan puts a lot of resources into their denim. And what you see from that with Naked and Famous when compared to something like Unbranded or Levi's or George is different fading patterns. So there's a lot bigger gradation between blues when you get the jeans, the fade from super dark blue to super light blue. These companies, like I said, they're using proprietary denim, but that's proprietary denim. They're not using proprietary yarns that make up the denim. Remember way back when I was like, well, the most expensive jeans and the cheapest jeans have a lot in common? That's what we're talking about now. And what they have in common is that short staple length fiber. And the reason for that is because exactly why people don't like it in mass-produced jeans is exactly why people do like it in very small, fancy, dancy jeans. And the reason for that is with short staple fibers, you get a very rough, interesting texture if done correctly. And now we're getting into proprietary yarn. Okay, now we are in MIJ territory where everything is cut, sewn, dyed, etc. in Japan. Now you start to see limited production runs, which based on said 800 was a limited production run. I made 100 jackets for the Iron Snail. That felt like a lot. We're using fully 100% iron buttons that will rust and age with wear. Sourcing those buttons in Japan is where the price goes up because there's only one manufacturer that makes fully 100% iron buttons in Japan, not capped iron all the way through. They're also tempi treated, which is very different than sanforizing, but does get a lot of shrink out of the jeans. And what you do differently now is instead of getting your jeans and throwing them into a big industrial dryer or not washing them at all or sanforizing them, is you get the jeans wet and then you hang them up and they dry in the sun. So that way they shrink a lot. Picture someone being outside and drying 800 pairs of jeans in the sun. And then, of course, you get to the Tokushima Natural Indigo Hand-Dyed Natural Cultural Treasures of Japan, United States, 2020-23 for President. The $900 jeans, which are a different beast in and of itself. Obviously, we have all the fixings from Japanese denim, proprietary yarns, copper rivets, iron buttons, but we see more additives now. So if we're looking at the leather patch on the back, that is shell cordovan, which is the back, the horse's butt, really. Then we get to the dyeing process, which in and of itself is insane. Starting at the roots up, the indigo used to dye these jeans is grown in Japan. Then once you have the indigo, which is grown in Japan, you have the fermenting process, which is what you need to actually use indigo to dye your jeans, and that takes up to a year. Then once this indigo is ready to go, you obviously have to dye the yarns, but you do not dye the yarns on a mass scale. You are hank dyeing, so you're taking hanks of yarn, dipping them into this vat, pulling them out, checking them, letting them dry, and he continues to do this until it is the right shade and the right color, which, as you probably guessed, takes a very long time. It is then made into denim, that denim is made into jeans, and what you are left with is the most skillfully artistic made jeans in the entire world. This is the alpha, omega, end all, king of kings, lord of lords denim. I've had a pure blue Japan jacket. I don't have MIJ 8s. These are Naked and Famous' sample pair that they let me borrow for this review, and that's how the sausage gets made. Thanks so much for tuning in. I will see you all next week. I really just am so thankful that you watch these videos. It means a
He didn't actually say whether or not they're actually better. So I'm assuming, yeah, no point in spending $880 for jeans.
And they played on that. I like the quality of the video. And all that being said, two people.
Nah, I haven't seen Dan to Dan.
Situation and not live the same.
Heard it's good.
And sometimes people have to be considerate of other people's feelings, and it's not necessarily obvious. It's not. I thought I was about to say something. It's not necessarily obvious when it happens, and this shit can happen. But that, on top of that, that was a bit slimy. That was a bit of You kind of knew what you were doing there.
I don't think her behavior is abnormal. I just think when it happens, you just gotta own it. That's it. Don't deflect blame. Don't do all this stuff. Just be like, you know what? You're right. I wasn't brave enough to make a decision one way or the other. I was kind of playing both sides, and I don't know. It just is not fair to you. Own it. But this kind of behavior is normal. People are ambiguous about testing. They're ambiguous about who else they're talking to. They're ambiguous about a lot of other things. And they oftentimes live in this gray area. And it's very normal to see this kind of stuff. I just think we have to normalize accountability after the fact. And then also just owning up. That's it. But beyond that, I hope this guy stops these kinds of dynamics. This whole supreme friendship with your ex, whatever age group you want to do it, 95% of the time that shit don't work. And it certainly not gonna work for you guys because you guys are too incapable of setting very strong boundaries and living by them. So
you never talk to your exes?
No, I do, but not like they do. They hang out, they go out together on Valentine's Day, all this other shit. Like, which I'll do. If you want to drop a message once in a blue, fine. But if it's always gonna end up to this, then maybe you shouldn't even send messages. Okay? But yeah, that's my thoughts. Anything else?
Nope.
Boom.
Boom. Ting.
Also, go check out our Reddit.
2028. Can we settle this chat? Was VG shaking or not?
Permitted on that side.
Anyway, what I'm trying to say to you is that just because something happened, are you shaking? Are you okay? Oh, okay. I was a little worried there. So do you think it's okay for them to go and attack and not have it done?
I'm not shaking.
Brought out in public, but as soon as something happens to the Jewish people, no, excuse me, as soon as something happens to the Zionists, all of a sudden it's like, oh my God, we've been injured. But what about what they did just before that?
Like, I'm not shaking. Like, yeah, if you hold something out in front of you, you're gonna fucking move a bit. Like, but I'm not fucking shaking.
That happened.
Come fucking fight me. Okay. We're gonna play Silent Hill. Pooh. I should play Silent Hill 3 on PS2 for the for Halloween. And of course we're gonna have to use trainers because this game's shit. But Nude Pyramid Head. Oh, Jesus Christ. They already have nude mods. Dude, why is the first fucking nude mod of the dude? That's so weird. Let's put in the Samurai Edge custom. Wait. God damn it. All right. Should have the Samurai Edge custom in the game. I'm just gonna go take a piss real quick. There's no new Little Nightmares game. I don't really feel like playing through 1 or 2 again. Maybe my mood will change, but probably not gonna play Little Nightmares again. But I'll be right back.
Yeah.
Brand of pants I got for $25 sells $250 jeans. That is way too much money for a pair of jeans. All right. Yeah, I finished watching the jeans video. What was the difference between the jeans? There was a slight difference in cotton and the way they dyed the jeans. Wasn't really a big deal. Oh yeah, there's the Samurai Edge custom. Or no, wait. Oh, the mod didn't work. What the fuck? What a load of bullshit. Oh god. This is already cancer. Why isn't there a fucking mod to make the flashlight brighter? Which way did we come from even?
Maria? Maria! I thought that thing killed you. Are you hurt?
Not at all, silly.
But the it stabbed you. There was blood everywhere.
Stabbed me? What do you mean?
It chased us to the elevator and then...
James, what are you talking about?
Just before.
Am I gonna watch the Destiny debate tomorrow?
James?
Maybe if it's interesting.
Honey, did something happen to you? After we got separated in that long hallway? Are you confusing me with someone else? You were always so forgetful. Remember that time in the hotel?
Maria?
You said you took everything. But you forgot that videotape we made. I wonder if it's still there.
How do you know about that? Aren't you Maria?
I'm not your Mary.
So you are Maria.
I am. If you want me to be.
All I want from you is an answer.
Doesn't matter who I am. I am here for you, James.
Starting to think she's a monster.
I'm real. Don't you want to touch me?
I don't know.
Well, if you happen to make up your mind, I'll be waiting.
I'll find some way to... I'll come back, I promise.
Well, that was weird. There's Maria. Dude, this game is just so dark. It's such a pain in the ass. I'm not sure if I'm gonna play Until Dawn Remaster. Apparently the PC release is fucked, so I don't know. Okay, well, can't go through there. I mean, there's nowhere else I can figure going. There's not even a map I can use here. Oh, there's that dead thing. So I'm assuming this has nothing to do with anything. So what does this wall have to do with anything? This triangle thing on the wall. No. Yeah, and that's just locked. Can't shoot her. So, donate $2. What are the top calisthenics exercises you would recommend for core muscles? I mean, your abs? Hanging leg raises, inverted sit-ups, and And, oh. Hang leg raises, inverted sit-ups, incline sit-ups. That's it, basically. Well, thank you for that, even though I do really like Joey. He's a sweet boy. Thanks for the donation. Appreciate that. Tell him that I love him, 'cause he's a sweet boy. So... what the fuck does any of this do?
What happened to your cat? You are responsible for the death of your cat. You tortured IT by feeding IT a vegan diet, you douche.
No, my cat died of kidney disease and it had nothing to do with a vegan diet. Thanks for the donation, dumbass. I'm not understanding what that's doing. What is that doing exactly? Like, that wall is still there. This game is just fucking stupid. Like, I'm actually at a point where I fucking hate this stupid game. It's so dumb. Yeah, it doesn't change anything here. Let me see if anything changes down here. No, stupid bitch is still there. What in the fuck? Like... dude, if this happened to me in real life, I don't know, I'd just, I guess, jerk off until I starve to death or something. Like, what the fuck even is this? There's some thing there. What is that? It's a head sideways? Is there a sideways head? Yeah, that's... oh, that's the sideways head. Is there, like, some other object in the room that I can't see because it's too fucking dark? I gotta turn my fucking lights down so I literally can't fucking see shit. No, still locked. Oh, I thought it moved closer, but it didn't. Yeah, I should be streaming tomorrow. Still locked. Still locked. Like, this thing doesn't even appear to be connected to anything, it's just rotating. What the fuck, like, what the fuck does this do? I see a thing over there, but I can't get to it. That's... Right, I did that. Oh, it moves. Oh my god. Oh, that's so yeah, alright. That was obvious. Well, with Steam, you can refund games. I've just been playing it for too long to realistically be able to get a refund. Oh, there's a thing there. Cool, I don't see shit down here. That's the way back out. How... Is there a different orientation you can put this in so that... So I should be able to get onto the upper level. Where the fuck are the stairs? Oh, there we go. Yes, find the key to get to the door so that you can find another key. Oh, is this that thing? Dude, imagine getting through here while having to turn off your flashlight. Like, your flashlight isn't even that bright to begin with. No items. No items to cut the rope? Are you kidding me? No items to cut the rope. Did this game literally forget that I'm literally holding a knife? I have no items to cut that rope? Are you sure? It says inventory right there. Am I insane? This game is a metaphor for involuntary celibacy. Well, I could see that. I literally have a knife in my fucking inventory. And I have to find some other fucking item to cut the fucking rope so I can get a key to go into another fucking room to get another fucking key. Bro, literally suck my dick. Yes, why would any of this ever be straightforward?
Ah!
The fuck just hit me? What is hitting me? I don't even know where I'm going. I can't see anything. Like, in real life, this would be scary, but, you know, it's just annoying. Oh yeah, this game is dark, alright. Little too fucking dark, if you ask me. Yes, reach your hand into the gooey hole. So I guess we have to burn the cloth because, you know, we have a knife, so why would you burn the cloth? Oh. Where in the fuck? Oh, so this is an entirely different area. What was the thing? Wick. A wick possibly for a lighter. So I'm assuming we have to find a different item. Is that somewhere we've been to yet? No. There's the key to open a door. Do you get another key to open another door? Oh. That's what that is. You, like, this game is so cheap, you literally can't see anything. It's pitch fucking black, and then you have enemies that attack you from beneath the fucking floor that you can't even see. How in the fuck are you ever supposed to, like, beat the fucking game? Like, especially on hard. Oh, you can't reach your hand in because you're a baby? Do we need, like, some sort of... That has to be the lighter, right? There we go. Oh, we need a third thing. Of course we do. Because we need to make this as complicated as fucking possible so that you can't just cut the fucking rope with the knife that you already have. Is this just a dead end? Oh, looks like you can go through there. Maybe we need the lighter first. Looks like the baker's fridge from Resident Evil. Good night, bro. I'm doing homework now. Well, have fun, dude. Sweet dreams. There we go. So, I guess he just really likes burning things and figured there has to be a lighter somewhere. Sometimes I literally can't even tell if my flashlight's on. It's so dark. Holy shit. Wait, that's where we got the key. Where the fuck? Is that the maximum flashlight brightness, or do you need to recharge the batteries? As far as I know, there's no way to make the flashlight brighter. That's just how the fucking game is. I don't know if it's like a weird HDR setting that I have. Mid luminance? It's a little better. Animal Liberation donates $2. You ever watch this channel? Let me see.
Let's just say what everybody knows, but not many people are willing to admit publicly. Muslim society is way more violent than Western society and Jewish society in every respect. And this is really easy to prove. Let me explain. Now, trigger warning, I will be using logic here. So if you're offended by rational thinking, now is the time to stop watching. Israel is very much hated throughout the Muslim world. And this is true today more than ever. But is Israel really the biggest problem in the Middle East and in the Muslim world? Well, if you start your day with Al Jazeera or any other Muslim media, you would be forgiven for thinking that it is. But if you zoom out and take a look at all of the Muslim countries and the number of people dying violent death, then the picture, although very different, quickly becomes crystal clear. The group that has killed the most Arabs in the course of wars in the last decades is, yes, Arabs. And second place goes to Persians. In the last 40 years, Persians, who are Muslims but not Arabs, have killed around 1 million Arabs. About 800,000 in wars with Iraq, and another 200,000 in Syria and Yemen. I bet you've never even thought about that. Maybe you didn't even know it. And how would you? The simple fact is that when Muslims kill other Muslims, nobody cares. Not the media, and not even the Muslims themselves. Let me tell you something I think might surprise you. The deadliest conflict in the Middle East right now is the war in Yemen. Have you seen any demonstrations in the Muslim neighborhoods in London or Paris or in any universities in the States? Have you seen it in the daily news on TV? I guess not. The thing is that if you can't blame Israel for the conflicts in the Middle East, then nobody cares about them. I follow some Muslim figures on YouTube, Hassan Abi, Bassem Youssef, Muhammad Hijab, Mahdi Hassan, and a few others. They can be very articulate when it comes to Israel. Yet when it comes to Muslims killing Muslims, they suddenly have no words. Since they can't find their words, I'm going to fill in the blanks and discuss the biggest problem facing the Muslim world. Now, why am I saying all this? Am I trying to divert attention away from the war in Israel? Even if I wanted to, I couldn't. How many articles, posts, and demonstrations have you seen about Israel in the last year? Probably about 14 million. How many have you seen about the war in Yemen? 3? 7? Instead of discussing the conflict in Israel, as I do very often, I want to offer a broader view that you have probably never heard about. There is a great indicator of who is right and who is wrong. Just look at how people behave inside their own houses, so to speak, and you will also understand how they behave outside. If you told me that the Palestinians and the Muslim countries surrounding Israel were peaceful countries with thriving minorities, with openness, with democracy, but they have a problem with Israel, I would say, okay, let's check this out. But that is not the case. When I look at the Muslim world, and correct me if I'm wrong, I see high levels of violence in all fields. Political violence, violence against women, violence against minorities. Hindu, Christians, and basically all other minorities suffer in Muslim countries, and violence against gay people. Almost all of the worst countries to be gay in are Muslim. Some, particularly those on the left, will argue that Muslim countries are poor, and that is why you have more violence. But even if you look at the rich Muslim countries, Qatar, Abu Dhabi, Saudi Arabia, you won't find any democracy or good standards of human rights there. And by the way, they are rich not because of intellectual properties, but because they are sitting on oil. It isn't hard to be rich if you are sitting on a pile of gold. Maybe it is the Middle Eastern sun that causes people to be violent. Let's look at Europe. Here is a small story from Denmark. In 1992, Denmark accepted 321 Palestinians. In 2019, the Danish government checked what had happened to them, and it turns out that 64% of them has acquired a criminal record. Are the Danes, a peaceful nation that is famous for Legoland and butter cookies, actually so racist towards Arabs that the Palestinian...
Dude, that is a crazy statistic.
Simply had to become violent? I don't know. Let's see what's going on in Sweden. Sweden used to be a very safe country for women. But since the country opened its borders to immigration from Muslim countries, Sweden has become less safe. How do I dare say this? Easy. As a true feminist, women's rights and safety are more important to me than being politically correct. In 2006, a Muslim group kidnapped and killed Ilan Khalimi in Paris. The same thing happened in 2017 to Sarah Khalimi, and a year after that to Miri Knoll, an 85-year-old Holocaust survivor who was killed by a Muslim. Have you ever heard of a Muslim being murdered by Jews in France? But there is something interesting. How did the Jewish community in France react to these events? Did the Jews start to attack Muslims? Did they burn down mosques? Did they riot? No, no, and no. On the other hand, when Muslim criminals were shot by the French police, there were a lot of rioting and violence from the Muslim community. I could give you so many more examples. Just pick a country. The proportion of Muslims in UK jails is roughly 4 times higher than their population in the general population. And there is a side note. Half of young Muslims in the UK think that homosexuality should be illegal. And I haven't yet said a word about terrorism and the fact that thousands of Muslims who were born in Britain went to join ISIS. And don't you find it interesting that Hindus suffer from British colonialism, but a Hindu has never committed a terror attack in the UK? I'm not going to sugarcoat the problem of Muslim violence with a bit of Hamas. In Piers Morgan's interview with Bassem Youssef, Piers Morgan says, I love Arabic food.
I love Arabic food.
This says it all. When there is nothing good to say about the culture, even for a great journalist, the last resort is to say, I love your food. If you disagree with me or think I'm cherry-picking my facts, give me a few examples that contradict what I'm saying here. I don't know, maybe find a case of Jews attacking a mosque in Belgium or in Wisconsin. See if you can. So what is behind the high levels of violence in Muslim society? Muslim society is extremely religious. So is it the Quran? I'm no expert on the Quran. And in general, I don't like blaming books. I do know that in the Jewish Bible, there are many stories that today would be rated 18+ for any number of reasons, including violence. The New Testament depicts Jesus as peaceful, but his followers, the Crusaders, were not so peaceful. In fact, the Catholics and the Protestants were doing a great job of killing each other 400 years ago. But today, they have managed to stop killing one another and live peacefully together, even though the differences between Catholics and Protestants are precisely the same as they were 400 years ago. Muslim society is more violent not because of Israel and not because of the Jews and not because of colonialism and not because of poverty and not because of the Quran. It is violent because of the values of Muslim society today. Peace between Israel and the Arab countries and peace within Muslim nations will only come when Muslim society changes its values. It is not a popular thing to say, but that is the simple, obvious truth that people do whatever they can to avoid. If you agree with me, share this video with people who need to see it. Please like this video and subscribe. The next video.
Yep. Absolutely base take. Thanks for the donation, Animal Liberation. Oh, hey, there's another thing over here. Oh my god. Okay. I don't know why we had to burn it. We couldn't just cut it with a knife, but I guess he likes burning things inside rotten wooden structures. So maybe that wall changed? Oh boy. I can already feel this is gonna be quite tedious. No change to the wall. So, that thing is gone. So now there's another... Great. Dude, it's... This game is literally pure padding. There's... Is the original game like this?
Skip to 6 o'clock and 12:15. This kind of makes me think of Professor Dave fucking to his Palestinian wife in this conflict, because he acknowledges that Israel existed during ancient Mesopotamia over 2,000 to 3,000 years ag.
That's funny. Let me see.
In the centuries that followed. It's even referred to in the Bible, where the Jews who have returned from their exile in Babylon are confronted with people who had been settled there by the Assyrians when they defeated the northern kingdom of Israel 150 years before. The visual description of deportees in Assyrian reliefs suggests that they were treated reasonably well, since they are portrayed as families traveling on vehicles rather than captives led in chains. In the middle of the 13th century BCE, Adad-Nirari's son, Shalmaneser, conquered the kingdom of Urartu in the armor and shields. Tiglath-Pileser deported several of the tribes of the northern kingdom of Israel as a punishment for rebellion and replaced its king with an ally. He also conquered the coastal cities north of Egypt, the island of Cyprus.
So how does he just, like, he has to be cucking to his wife. Like, I don't understand how he can, like, make all these occupier claims if he acknowledges Jews were living there.
In Babylonia itself. At the end of that century, Sargon II and his son Sennacherib put an end to Israel and deported most of its inhabitants, who became the basis of the legendary 10 Lost Tribes, and he broke off his invasion of the southern kingdom of Judah only because its king paid him a huge bribe and submitted to becoming an Assyrian vassal state. Sennacherib also moved the capital to Nineveh. It had around 150,000 inhabitants, making it one of the largest cities of the time. Though it had been part of Assyria for hundreds of years, and had been expanded by the kings of the new empire since the early 9th century BCE, it was Sennacherib who extended the city's street plan and built an enormous new
The original Silent Hill 2 is way more tedious. Why do people like that game? It's just bad.
palace, whose construction
Yeah, I don't know how he can do all this pro-Palestine shit, Israel's an occupier, when he acknowledges Jews were living in that region. Thanks for the donation, though, Ben. Okay, that's where we were. Sengoku donated $2. You go grocery shopping and you run into this guy. What you doing?
How's that? How's that? How's that? Fuck you where you breathe. Okay?
Why are you coming
Don't tell me what the fuck to do. How's that, pal?
I didn't tell you what to do.
You did. You said don't talk to people who you don't know. I'll talk to whoever the fuck I want to know.
Never mind.
How's that, pal?
Never mind. I did tell him not to talk to you.
That's right. So use your fucking head if you know how.
Understood.
Okay, you little pimply little shit.
Hey, you guys. If you guys could not do this in the store.
That sounds good to me.
So then leave.
I'm checking out, sir.
Yeah,
Check
go
out.
ahead, ring out. If you could take
Okay?
6
You're not
feet.
that guy, pal. Trust me. You're not that guy.
Okay.
Okay?
Are you?
Absolutely.
You're gonna get arrested for this?
Arrested for doing what? Just like a pimple on the left. Somebody says something and you don't like it. And you don't like it, right? Is that what it is? You little pimp.
Can you hold the camera while I check out?
I'll leave the store,
I'm listening
okay?
to the young
Fuck
lady.
you where you breathe, pal. Right where you breathe. Go vote for fucking Biden and suck right here.
Have a good day, sir. Vote for Trump, you idiot. You can vote for whoever you want, as far as I'm concerned. Oh, Jesus.
I tend to not waste too much energy on retards like that. I just tell them to fuck off. Thanks for the donation, though, Sengoku. I seriously doubt I'd even run into somebody who'd do that with me either. Where in the fuck can I possibly even go? All routes seem to lead to a dead end. It's like that the wrong side? Was this the one I already did? Oh my god. You noticed anything strange about the enemy encounters? No, I'm using a trainer so they die instantly. If that's what you mean. Oh my god. I know that porn can be bad. I'm not interested in debating whether or not porn can be bad. Obviously, anything can be bad. So it's like debating whether or not video games can be bad or exercise can be bad. There's people who do all kinds of stupid shit. It's just the retards who say it's always bad no matter what, no matter how much porn you watch. Like, that's the stupid shit that I debate. Okay, that's a new room. Like, I can't even see any other doorways to know if, like, how to orient the stupid thing. There's a plot reason for why the enemies look the way they do. What, your wife was in a mental hospital or some shit? Did we already do that one? I can't even remember which ones we've fucking done. Oh man, this is super tedious. Yeah. Oh, I see. Penis, testicle, something. That's the one. This is so drawn out. I'm just gonna... Like, this is just getting actually irritating. Okay, another room where we have to find a key and la-di-da. Oh boy. Silent Hill 2 equals old game, new graphics. It feels old. Like, this is what I'd expect from a really old PS2 game made by Capcom. And not old in a good way. Oh, is that where I literally just was? Is there literally nothing here? Small key. Okay then. Okay, and I guess that's the locked door from before. Haven't been through there yet. Oh, that's locked. Wait, is that the door that's locked? And we don't have a key for that. I think VG will love the game by the time it's finished. There's literally no story, nothing makes any sense. No character development. There's practically no characters in the game, period. Handcuffed gate.
I just love when I have Republicans try to gaslight me and claim that Nazism is not a Christian movement and it's not far right but far left. Now I have direct proof to debunk their lies. LMFAO Nazi equals MAGA.
I think you'll have a hard time finding any neo-Nazis that aren't Christian.
2024. Yeah. Jupiter Trumpstein boat parade, man. There we go. Let's see it. My pillow, 1488, motherfuckers. Look at those beautiful swastikas. We gotta make America white again. Fuck yeah, hail Trump. White power. White power.
Yeah, well, if you had any doubts whether or not the My Pillow guy knew exactly what he was doing, thanks for the donation, Ben. Wait, oh my god. Ugh. I went the wrong direction. Oh, no, wait. No. Oh. Three. It was marked on the map, but I... Assuming I need wire cutters or something. Looks like Pyramid Head was here. Sengoku Donatillers, have you been doing anything to increase your activity level, such as walking more, extra cardio, etc.? Not since the beginning of the diet. So, you know, I make sure I try to do stuff throughout the day, like walk the dogs or work on my bikes, clean up, shit like that. But, and if I'm like at literally nothing to do, then I'll do like 30 minutes on my elliptical machine. But otherwise, no, I don't do anything else. Thanks for the donation, Sengoku. Oh, I'm in the wrong... Fuck, where's the wire fence? Oh, dude. How did I even get down there? I don't even know how the fuck I got down there. Fuck is this? Oh. Wait. VI. V or VI? V. Oh my god. This is just some bullshit. Oh.
VG wake up wake up wake up wake up VG wake up VG wake up wake up wake up wake up VG wake up VG wake up wake up wake up wake up VG wake up VG. I once again look forward to your 3 a.m. stream. 777 quadrillion 777 trillion 777 billion 777 million 777,777.
Alright, well, I hope you enjoy yourself. Thanks for the donation, dumbass. Fuck you. Okay. Yeah, this game is overpriced for what it is, I would say. It's not like a gameplay improvement as far as I can tell from the original. Oh my god, we're going down again. I have no idea how this has 94% positive reviews. I guess people like really long, boring, tedious, unbalanced, stupid fucking games. Like Black Myth Wukong also got, you know, good reviews, even though everyone's, like, it's just so bad. Okay, and we have to do another one of these. Okay, downwards triangle. Sengoku donated $2. Weight training isn't functional, bro, says skilly calisthenic twats online. Well, yeah, it's always those types. Yeah, it's always the weak, skinny people who can't do shit, who always talk crap about fucking weight training and bodybuilding. Thanks for the donation though, Sengoku. Is the story even worth the game at this point? Nope. There really isn't any story. You're doing random shit for reasons you don't know to find your wife that's supposedly dead, and you meet some random people who are assholes. That's basically the story so far. How many fucking more of these do we have to do? Like, this is getting absolutely ridiculous. Oh, okay. Turnip donated $2, the worst thing Trump has ever said.
Violence. We must stop the glorification of violence in our society. This includes the gruesome and grisly video games that are now commonplace. It is too easy today for troubled youth to surround themselves with a culture that celebrates violence. We must stop or substantially reduce this, and it has to begin immediately.
So, Republicans are claiming Trump is a free speech advocate, but wants to ban violent video games. Right. So much for that. Thanks for the donation, Turnip. Can I spoil the game, or are you going to finish it? I'm going to finish it. Are there any more? Oh, do we have to get Pyramid Head to follow us to go through that one wall?
Maria?
Kid Boo $22. So is fat loss just all about eating less, moving more? Do supplements at all help? Fat loss is, yeah, put simply, just being in an energy deficit. If you're in an energy deficit, you're going to lose fat. So you can do that by eating less, moving more, or a combination of the two. There do seem to be drugs that do enhance the effect of a caloric deficit. So they cause the mobilization of more adipose tissue into energy. But if you're not going to take any drugs, like, what is it, tirzepatide, or thyroid hormone drugs, then, yeah, it's just being in an energy deficit. Thanks for the donation, though, Kid Boo. What the fuck is going on here? I can't shoot her. So there's another cube?
What the hell?
I guess, yeah. There we go. Maybe I should have saved first. No! Oh my god. So is that her fucking grave? Miriam K. Trader. Felon drank one last bottle of ale before he was executed and laid here eternal rest. James Sunderland. That's us.
Couldn't leave well enough alone, huh? You just had to follow me all the way out here. How many times do I have to kill you?
Eddie? Whoa, Eddie.
Is that him?
It's me.
That looks like James.
Hi, James.
Eddie, what are you doing?
What's it look like I'm doing? You fat, disgusting piece of shit, you make me sick. You gonna cry, fat ass? You gonna run to your mama? Waste of skin, why don't you just kill yourself? Well, maybe he was right. Maybe I am nothing but a fat, disgusting piece of shit. But you know what? It doesn't matter if you're smart, dumb, ugly, pretty. It's all the same once you're dead. And a corpse can't laugh.
Eddie.
What's that? You want to talk down to me some more? Tell me to relax? You're just like the rest of them, James.
No, I don't want...
Shut up! You think I'm stupid. You think I don't see it. But you've been laughing at me all along. Ever since we first met. But you ain't laughing now, are you?
Oh, that's some Eric Cartman shit.
I need help, Eddie.
Don't get all holy on me, James. This town called you too. Yeah, you and me are the same. We're not like other people, don't you know that? Well, you're about to find out.
Yeah, that looks like you. I wonder if that's literally the same character model, just, Huh.
You know what it does to you, James? When you're hated, picked on, spit on, just because of the way you look? Yeah, I ran away after I killed that dog. But you know what? It was fun! It tried to chew its own guts up. Finally died all curled up in a ball. Then he came after me. I shot him too, right in the leg. He cried more than the dog. And now it's your turn, James.
I don't think so, Fatso.
You'll die here, James. You'll squirm and squeal and cry like a little girl. And then you'll just curl up and die. And it's gonna feel great. Just like before. I can see you.
Where the fuck's Fatty hiding? Damn it, can't shoot his corpse. I'm playing with cheats on, so... Yeah, we're getting through this pretty quick. I can't be fucked to, really play the game. It's pretty bad. Yeah, Turkey Tom's working on the Spherge vid. Should be out fairly soon.
So, I just found this link to where those piece of shit Nazi Trump supporters sell their hateful and bigoted merchandise.
Goyim TV shop, Jesus. Mighty White Power Ranger, jeez. $30 for a fucking hat, are you kidding me? Well, that's pretty retarded. Thanks for the donation, Ben. So how long do I have to do this? What is the fucking point of this shit? I don't know why they made that a gameplay segment.
This place hasn't changed at all in 3 years.
Check out Laura Loomer being confronted by Nazis lol.
Let me take a look.
Laura Loomer should run for president in Israel.
Laura Loomer lacks Christian nationalism, so I'm with that.
Laura,
I can handle that.
Come on.
I already took one.
No, the whole thing.
I already took it.
This is all the red pills.
What are you gonna, are you gonna tell them the Jews?
Look, I'm Jewish, and I have been outspoken against the ADL. The ADL
No, all
campaigned
Jews.
against me. It's
Like-
not all
like
Jews.
the penis-sucking
It's not all
Jews.
I am Jewish.
And the Talmud.
It's not
The
that
Talmud.
deep.
What about the Talmud? What about the yeshivas? Laura, come on. Democracy.
I don't need to be told
You know, it's funny how she doesn't realize she's playing for the wrong team.
that there's something wrong with me for being Jewish when I'm probably like the most well-known free speech activist in this country. Okay, I'm not in favor
But there's
of
a
the free
lot of
speech.
other things.
Listen, stop talking. I'm
No, I
not
will
in favor.
continue to talk.
I'm not in
Go ahead.
favor, okay, of the legislation to give people felonies for their speech. But you don't,
What
you know,
about
you don't need to broad brush me
What about
because I have
9/11?
certainly fought for
What about
people's free
9/11?
speech rights.
What about Americans who died fighting wars for Israel? What about all the child grooming Jews at Disney? Laura, what about pornography and hookup culture? Mass migration, Laura. I mean, Laura, it's more to it than just free speech. Jews are absolutely destroying this country because that's what Judaism teach. It teaches it in the Talmud to destroy Western civilization. Come on. Laura, come on. We've got more to talk about. I just want her opinion.
I don't sound like you want her
I do. Laura, what about that? Here you are supporting Trump, which is supporting more Jews.
I am Jewish. Am I not?
So you support your Jewish well-being more than America's
said that.
well-being.
We don't want Muslims in the country. Who's bringing Muslims in the country, Laura?
But who do you support?
You don't like the Muslims. Who's bringing the Muslims into the country? But you got to give an Laura? answer. You got to give an answer.
No, they're all controlled by Masons and Jews.
Yeah, but okay, but what's the
Controlled
solution?
out. The
What's
solution is kicking the Jews out.
But then who does that?
America by waking up to this
What candidate does
Because
that?
she's just picking a side.
Democracy's fake.
The Jews with you. All the Jews, Laura. Please expel your people back home.
I'm not from Israel.
Well,
I'm
you
an
need to go
American
back.
citizen.
You
No,
need to go
I'm
back.
an American citizen.
No, you're not.
I'm an American citizen.
No,
I'm an
Naturalization
American
Act
citizen.
1776 was for Europeans, not Jews. Okay? Go. Bullshit. We're not buying into this bullshit. This is a privileged Jew. An ugly Jew.
But say a candidate.
Ugly fucking Jew.
That's what you got to do.
Yeah, that guy's a fucking loser. I don't know why Laura Loomer can't figure out, again, she's playing for the wrong side. Thanks for the donation though, Ben. Oh, not another puzzle. Oh. Oh no. When will it fucking end? Oh my god. Is there a map that you can use? Thank fuck.
Mary.
Oh my god. $102.
Did I scare you?
Yeah, you did. I guess I deserved it, huh? The fart face that I am.
Maybe. Then again, maybe you're not so bad. Just annoying.
Uh-huh. So, you got any other things planned? I think I saw a dark room back there you could lock me up in.
No. I think you've had enough.
Why doesn't he
For
kill
now.
the kid?
Well, that's reassuring.
Besides, I need your help finding Mary. She's here, isn't she? Come on, tell me.
I wish I knew.
But she said it in her letter.
Wait. So there really is a letter?
Oh. Yeah. Want to read it? Just don't tell Rachel, okay?
Who's Rachel?
She's our nurse. I, took it from her locker.
My dearest Laura, I'm leaving this letter with Rachel to give to you after I'm gone. I'm far away now, in a quiet, beautiful place. Please forgive me for not saying goodbye before I left. Be well, Laura. Don't be too hard on the sisters. And Laura, about James. I know you hate him because you think he isn't nice to me, but please, give him a chance. It's true, he can be a little surly sometimes, and he doesn't laugh much. But underneath, he's a really sweet person. I love you, Laura. I love you like my very own daughter. I wish things were different. I wish we could be happy together, like we talked about. Even so, I know you will have a good life. You're a strong, smart, beautiful girl. Happy 8th birthday, Laura. Your friend, Mary.
Laura. How old are you?
I turned 8 last week.
That means... Mary couldn't have died 3 years ago. Could she really be here? Is this the quiet, beautiful place she was talking about?
Me and Mary talked a lot about Silent Hill. She even showed me all her pictures. She really wanted to come back. She also talked a lot about you, you know? She even...
What? What is it?
Well, there kind of was his other letter. I think the one was for you. The envelope had your name on it.
Did you read it?
I wanted to. This one time, I almost did. Figured you didn't deserve to have it. But then I thought, Mary wouldn't want me to keep it from you. So I just sort of kept it for you. Here.
It's empty. Laura, there's nothing in it.
What? But I didn't take it. I swear.
Well, where is it then?
I must have lost it. I gotta find it.
Laura!
Okay.
Laura!
It's gotta be somewhere.
What a fool. Where the hell's 102? Sunrise wing key. Where's the sunrise wing? I guess it's upstairs? Oh, Jesus. So we have a key for 312. That's blocked off. Collected pride before the fall. Lion top right, bull top, sorry, lion top left, bull top right, wing guy bottom right. What am I getting wrong? Bull top right, lion top left, eagle bottom left. Is there a mechanism? Yeah, what? Okay. It's like inversed. Do you debate anybody? Yes, I'll debate anybody. Oh, great.
I'm a beginner lifter, 70 kilograms 6 feet 1 inch. I can do 100 kilograms on the leg press, and 75 kilograms on abductor, adductor machine with high radius, as well as 70 kilograms on cat calf press. Do I have naturally strong legs?
$100 kilograms on leg press is not that much. I don't know what the... I wouldn't be able to give you a strength standard for an adductor machine. And I don't know what a strength standard on a calf press would be. I wouldn't really be able to tell you if you have naturally strong legs. Thanks for the donation though, dude. Door?
More proof that pro-Palestinians are secretly Nazis. They just need to be exposed by actual Nazis. Lol, I can't believe that is ever lived through this time where hate speech is allowed on social media, but you know.
Yeah, I mean... Let me see...
Look at this boy right here. What's your thoughts about Jewish people, nigga? You free Palestine, nigga?
Yeah, free Palestine.
Yeah, fuck them Jews, nigga. You on that Adolf Hitler shit, nigga? Ha ha! White power shit. That's what I'm talking about. Listen.
Found this place that did vegan shawarma. Seitan marinated in spices, lettuce, tomato, onions, Turkish pickles, garlic sauce and tahini. So fucking delicious. Do you have any spots around you that does that?
I don't think so, no. That sounds good. Thanks for the donation, Elroy.
I gotta tell you some sort of sand monkey mystery. You niggas ain't never gonna be free. You wanna know why? The Jews. Okay, in the white power.
Well, that's allowed on Twitter, apparently. Thanks for the donation, Ben. What is this stupid... I can't be fucked. How are you... So you're supposed to find a light bulb. Does it not let you do that until... $3:15? How do you get to the 3rd floor? That's locked. Oh my god. So I think that said Mary Sullivan. Okay, now we can get to the 3rd floor. Can you debate my dad on Israel-Palestine? How would I go about doing that? Like, you can send him a link to my Discord. Is this just a big empty room filled with nothing? $107. Oh my god, this is just... This game sucks. I really want to finish this tonight. Yeah, I guess that'll come in handy for something coming up. Where the fuck is 315? Oh, 312. Where's 312? We can't get there. Wait. How does the padlock not... I'm sorry. You have bolt cutters, but you can't use it to cut a padlock? Literally. Fuck this game. Oh my god, I don't even know where the fuck I am. I don't think I checked room 318. 319, 318. No, that's locked to do. This is just remarkably stupid. Where's the fucking stairs down? So room number 107. Wrong way. Yeah, dude, he literally has a shotgun too. Shotguns can easily break open a door. Like, it's so this game is just ridiculous. I can't get over just how stupid this is. Fireplace key. Oh my god, find a key to open a door, to find another key to open a door, to find another key to open a door. Holy shit. I guess we can't go out there. No, I haven't downloaded Fightcade yet. Fireplace. It said fireplace, right? So that's the 3rd floor. I can't. Any plans for when you're done dieting? Yeah, try not to get fat afterwards. I'm gonna upload photos to like OnlyFans and stuff and crap like that.
God damn it. I am not amused by this. What, like... What the fuck do you do next? Well, we got red paint. So we're making progress. Fireplace, utility room. Like, I know we have to find the light bulbs, but, what do we do with this piece of shit?
Wait, weren't we literally just in the conference room? So now it's locked. Can't we go back in through the other door? No, I guess not. I guess we're done there. Okay, so we can't get to 312. I guess we'll look around. What other items do I have? Bolt cutters, cutting through chains. Guess we'll look around on the second floor for a fucking chain of some sort. Dodo Nut Donatillers, who was in the wrong here? Fairfax County Police released body cam footage of the Asian American officer who shot dead 6'5" black assailant who surprise attacked him with a knife on September 16th. Shooting renewed calls for action by BLM activists. I'll just review the video off camera.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Back up! No! Oh, yeah! Back up, back up. Oh, yeah! Oh, yeah! Hey, man. I got nothing to do with it. Please back up. Oh, yeah! Back up! Oh, yeah. Back up! Back up! Back up!
That took a while for her to die.
8:30.
Yeah, that was a perfectly justified shooting. Why in the fuck would BLM activists be complaining about that of all things? She cut him too. It looked pretty good. That BLM is retarded. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Huh.
Okay. I don't think I've been here yet, no. Is that the utility room? Oh, light bulb. Sorry? Yeah. It's should be right there. I pulled it out. Should be on the left somewhere. I pulled it out. Yeah, or it's around the corner. I can't remember, but it's in there. I pulled it out. Huh? I'm gonna need to drive you? How come? You think there's gonna be ice? Yeah, sure. You need it?
I need to leave to work for 9 o'clock.
You need to work at 9? Leave at 9. Where did that... Oh, there it is. What is this stupid thing? Can opener. Oh, we needed... Wow, that is super petty. So, you needed the fucking can opener to open the paint can. And then you need to combine the paint can with the light bulb. That is insane. Bro, this game is fucked. Who enjoys this shit? Okay, that weird room with the light thing, that was here, right? Yeah. Dark Wish. Employee elevator. And employee elevators over here. We don't take the light bulb back, right? No. What? Oh. That is remarkably annoying. I ain't playing this shit no more. Silent Hill 2 remake safe codes. Seven 414. Is there anything else I need up here?
I have a small dick.
Well, it's very brave of you coming out. Thanks for the donation, Poppy Mango. Apparently there are other things I need here. Maybe.
So that piece of shit Nazi you saw confronting Laura Loomer is this guy. So
Yeah, I know.
He's the one who behind all of the anti-Semitic flyers that Jews are evil and spawns of Satan.
Yeah, I know about that guy. Thanks for the donation, Ben. Well, time for more trainers. Stealth mode it is. No. There's another, like, insane puzzle here? Dude, this game is fucking relentless. No, this game sucks. Don't get it. It's so shit. I need, like, 10 more fucking these things? Are they all up here, or there's a pantry and a laundry? I don't know if that's like some stupid optional thing that you can do. Okay, I looked through everything. Wait, that's the basement. What is this supposed to be? I'm assuming we need all of those stupid gemstones. There's like another... This game's stupid, dude. Like, it's so bad. Basements. Damn it. Retardo donated $2. It is now possible to dox people in real time. What does this mean for the future of protests?
Your face is stabbing. To use it, you just put the glasses on, then as you walk by people, the glasses will detect when somebody's face is in frame. This photo is used to analyze them, and after a few seconds, their personal information pops up on your phone.
Oh, we'll see if it's
Yes.
Oh well, thanks for the donation, Retardo. Venus Bar. You don't say. Oh, I don't have a map here. Dude, you have to be shitting me. I can't right now. I just can't. Okay, we're done for tonight. That game is so fucking bad. Like, it is mind-blowing, shockingly horrible. I cannot fucking believe they'd make a game like that. Like, that is baffling. But we'll try and finish it tomorrow, maybe, unless they throw some, like, insane puzzle again, over and over again, endlessly, and the game never ends. But, hope you guys had fun. Big thanks to everybody who donated on Streamlabs. Really appreciate it. Should be on tomorrow night around the same time, so I'll see you all then, and sweet dreams.